Chapter 1 of The Haunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Haunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 1. It was all new, most of it singularly dramatic, and even appalling to the woman who sat with the pearl-gray veil drawn closely about her face. For 18 hours she had been a keenly attentive, wide-eyed, and partly frightened bit of humanity in this onrush of the horde. She had heard a voice behind her speak of it as the horde, a deep, thick, gruff voice which she knew without looking had filtered its way through a beard. She agreed with the voice. It was the horde, that horde which has always beaten the trails ahead for civilization and made of its own flesh and blood the foundation of nations. For months it had been pouring steadily into the mountains, always in and never out, a laughing, shouting, singing, blaspheming horde, every ounce of it toughened sinew and red-brown, except the straying angels. One of these sat opposite her, a dark-eyed girl with over-red lips and hollow cheeks, and she heard the bearded man say something to his companions about dizzy dolls and the little angel in the other seat. This same voice, roughened in its beard, had told her that 10,000 of the horde had gone up ahead of them. Then it whispered something that made her hands suddenly tighten and a hot flush sweep through her. She lifted her veil and rose slowly from her seat, as if to rearrange her dress. Casually she looked straight into the faces of the bearded man and his companion in the seat behind. They stared. After that she heard nothing more of the straying angels, but only a wildly mysterious confabulation about rock hogs and coyotes that blew up whole mountains and 101 things about the rail end. She learned that it was taking 500 steers a week to feed the horde that lay along the Grand Trunk Pacific between Hogan's Camp and the sea, and that there were 2,000 souls at Tejon Cache, which until a few months before had slumbered in a century-old quiet broken only by the Indian and his trade. Then the train stopped in its twisting trail, and the bearded man and his companion left the car. As they passed her, they glanced down. Again the veil was drawn close. A shimmering tress of hair had escaped its bandage. That was all they saw. The veiled woman drew a deeper breath when they were gone. She saw that most of the others were getting off. In her end of the car, the hollow-cheeked girl and she were alone. Even in their aloneness, these two women had not dared to speak until now. The one raised her veil again, and their eyes met across the aisle. For a moment the big, dark, sick-looking eyes of the angel stared. Like the bearded man and his companion, she too understood, and an embarrassed flush added to the color of the rouge on her cheeks. The eyes that looked across her were blue-tipped, quiet, beautiful. The lifted veil had disclosed to her a face that she could not associate with the horde. The lips smiled at her. The wonderful eyes softened with a look of understanding, and then the veil was lowered again. The flush in the girl's cheek died out, and she smiled back. "You are going to Tejon?" she asked. "Yes. May I sit with you for a few minutes? I want to ask questions, so many." The hollow-cheeked girl made room for her at her side. "You are new?" "Quite new to this." The words and the manner in which they were spoken made the other glance quickly at her companion. "It is a strange place to go, Ted John," she said. "It is a terrible place for a woman. And yet you are going. I have friends there. Have you? No?" The girl stared at her in amazement. Her voice and her eyes were bolder now. "And without friends you are going there?" she cried. "You have no husband, no brother." "What place is this?" interrupted the other, raising her veil so that she could look steadily into the other's face. "Would you mind telling me?" "It is Miette," replied the girl, the flush reddening her cheeks again. "There is one of the big camps of the railroad builders down on the flats. You can see it through the window. That river is the Athabasca." "Will the train stop here very long?" The little angel shrugged her thin shoulders despairingly. "Long enough to get me into the cache mighty late tonight," she complained. "We won't move for 2 hours." "I'd be so glad if you could tell me where I can go for a bath and something to eat. I'm not very hungry, but I am terrible dusty. I want to change some clothes too. Is there a hotel here?" Her companion found the question very funny. She had a giggling fit before she answered. "You sure knew," she explained. "We don't have hotels up here. We have bed houses, chuck tents, and bunk shacks. But you ask for Bill's shack down there on the flats. It's pretty good. They'll give you a room, plenty of water, and a looking glass, and charge you $1. I'd go with you, but I'm expecting a friend a little later, and if I move I may lose him. Anybody will tell you where Bill's place is. It's a red and white striped thing, and it's respectable." The stranger girl thanked her, and turned for her bag. As she left the car, the little angel's eyes followed her with a malicious gleam that gave them the strange glow of candles in a sepulchral cavern. The colors which she unfurled to all seeking eyes were not secret, and yet she was filled with an inward antagonism that this stranger with the wonderful blue eyes had dared to see them and recognize them. She stared after the retreating form, a tall, slim, exquisitely poised figure that filled her with envy and a dull sort of hatred. She did not hear a step behind her. A hand fell familiarly on her shoulder, and a coarse voice laughed something in her ear that made her jump up with an artificial little shriek of pleasure. The man nodded toward the end of the now emptied car. "Who's your new friend?" he asked. "She's no friend of mine," snapped the girl. "She's another one of them Dolly Dimples come out to save the world. She's that innocent. She wonders why Tête Jaune ain't a nice place for ladies without escort. I thought I'd help educate her a little, and so I sent her to Bill's place. Oh, my Lord, I told her it was respectable." She doubled over her seat in a fit of merriment, and her companion seized the opportunity to look out of the window. The tall, blue-eyed stranger had paused for a moment on the last step of the car to pin up her veil, fully revealing her face. Then she stepped lightly to the ground and found herself facing the sunlight and the mountains. She drew a slow, deep breath between her parted lips and turned wonderingly for a moment, forgetful. It was the first time she had left the train since entering the mountains, and she understood now why someone in the coach had spoken of the Miette Plain as Sunshine Pool. Wherever she looked the mountains fronted her, with their splendid green slopes reaching up to their bald caps of grey shale and reddish rock, or gleaming summits of snow. Into this pool, this pocket in the mountains, the sun descended in a wonderful flood. It stirred her blood like a tonic. She breathed more quickly. A soft glow colored her cheeks. Her eyes grew more deeply violet, as they caught the reflection of the blue sky. A gentle wind fretted the loose tendrils of brown hair about her face, and the bearded man staring through the car window saw her thus, and for an hour after that the hollow-cheeked girl wondered at the strange change in him. The train had stopped at the edge of the big field overlooking the flats. It was a heavy train, and a train that was helping to make history, a combination of freight, passenger, and cattle. It had averaged 8 miles an hour on its climb toward Yellowhead Pass and the end of Still. The cattle had already surged from their stifling and foul-smelling cars in a noisy inundation of curiously mixed humanity. They were of a dozen different nationalities, and as the girl looked at them, it was not with revulsion or scorn, but with a sudden quickening of heartbeat and a little laugh that had in it something both of wonder and of pride. This was the horde, that crude, monstrous thing of primitive strength and passions that was overturning mountains in its fight to link the new Grand Trunk Pacific with the seaport on the Pacific. In that horde, gathered in little groups, shifting, sweeping slowly toward her and past her, she saw something as omnipotent as the mountains themselves. They could not know defeat. She sensed it without ever having seen them before. For her, the horde now had a heart and a soul. These were the builders of empire, the man-beasts who made it possible for civilization to creep warily and without peril into new places and new worlds. With a curious shock she thought of the half-dozen lonely little wooden crosses she had seen through the car window at odd places along the line of rail. And now she sought her way toward the flats. To do this she had to climb over a track that was waiting for ballast. A car shunted past her, and on its side she saw the big warning red placards, dynamite. That one word seemed to breathe to her the spirit of the wonderful energy that was expending itself all about her. From farther on in the mountains came the deep, sullen detonations of the little black giant that had been rumbling past her in the car. It came again and again, like the thunderous voice of the mountains themselves calling out in protest and defiance. And each time she felt a curious thrill under her feet and the palpitant touch of something that was like a gentle breath in her ears. She found another track on her way, and other cars slipped past her crouchingly. Beyond this second track she came to a beaten road that led down into the flats, and she began to descend. Tents shone through the trees on the bottom. The rattle of the cars grew more distant, and she heard the hum and laughter of voices and the jargon of a phonograph. At the bottom of the slope she stepped aside to allow a team and wagon to pass. The wagon was loaded with boxes that rattled and crashed about as the wheels bumped over stones and roots. The driver of the team did not look at her. He was holding back with his whole weight. His eyes bulged a little. He was sweating. In his face was a comedy of expression that made the girl smile in spite of herself. Then she saw one of the bobbing boxes, and the smile froze into a look of horror. On it was painted that ominous word, dynamite. 2 men were coming behind her. 6 horses, a wagon, and all Fritz blown to hell, and not a splinter left to tell the story, one of them was saying. I was there 3 minutes after the explosion, and there wasn't even a ravelin or a horsehair left. This dynamite's a damn funny thing. I wouldn't be a rock hog for a million. I'd rather be a rock hog than Joe driving down this hill a dozen times a day, replied the other. The girl had paused again, and the 2 men stared at her as they were about to pass. The explosion of Joyce's dynamite could not have startled them more than the beauty of the face that was turned to them in a quietly appealing inquiry. "I am looking for a place called Bill's Shack," she said, speaking the little sister's word hesitatingly. "Can you direct me to it, please?" The younger of the two men looked at his companion without speaking. The other, old enough to regard feminine beauty as a trap and an illusion, turned aside to empty his mouth of a quid of tobacco, bent over and pointed under the trees. "Can't miss it. Third tent house on your right, with canvas striped like a barber pole. That funny craft you hear is at Bill's. Thank you," she went on. Behind her the two men stood where she had left them. They did not move. The younger man seemed scarcely to breathe. "Bill's place?" he gasped then. "I've a notion to tell her. I can't believe—" "Shucks!" interjected the other. "But I don't. She isn't that sort. She looked like a Madonna with the heart of her clean gone. I never saw anything so white and so beautiful. You call me a fool if you want to. I'm going on to Bill's." He strode ahead, chivalry in his young and palpitating heart. Quickly the older man was at his side, clutching his arm. "Come along, you cottonhead," he cried. "You ain't old enough or big enough in this camp to mix in with Bill. Besides," he lied, seeing the wavering light in the youth's eyes, "I know her. She's going to the right place." At Bill's place men were holding their breath and staring. They were not unaccustomed to women, but such a one as this vision that walked calmly and undisturbed in among them they had never seen. There were half a dozen lounging there, smoking and listening to the phonograph, which some one now stopped, that they might hear every word that was spoken. The girl's head was high. She was beginning to understand that it would have been less embarrassing to have gone hungry and dusty, but she had come this far, and she was determined to get what she wanted, if it was to be had. The color shone a little more vividly through the pure whiteness of her skin as she faced Bill, leaning over his little counter. In him she recognized the brute. It was blazoned in his face, in the hungry, seeking look of his eyes, in the heavy pouches and thick wrinkles of his neck and cheeks. For once Bill Quade himself was at a loss. "I understand that you have rooms for rent," she said unemotionally. "May I hire one until the train leaves for Tête Jaune Cache?" The listeners behind her stiffened and leaned forward. One of them grinned at Quade. This gave him the confidence he needed to offset the fearless questioning in the blue eyes. None of them noticed a newcomer in the door. Quade stepped from behind his shelter and faced her. "This way," he said, and turned to the drawn curtains beyond them. She followed. As the curtains closed after them, a chuckling laugh broke the silence of the onlooking group. The newcomer in the doorway emptied the bowl of his pipe, and thrust the pipe into the breast pocket of his flannel shirt. He was bareheaded. His hair was blonde, shot a little with gray. He was perhaps 38, no taller than the girl herself, slim-waisted, with trim, athletic shoulders. His eyes, as they rested on the still fluttering curtains, were a cold and steady gray. His face was thin and bronzed, his nose a trifle prominent. He was a man far from handsome, and yet there was something of fascination and strength about him. He did not belong to the horde, yet he might have been the force behind it, contemptuous of the chuckling group of the rough-visaged men, almost arrogant in his posture as he eyed the curtains and waited. What he expected soon came. It was not the usual giggling, the usual exchange of badinage and coarse jest beyond the closed curtains. Quade did not come out rubbing his huge hands, his face crinkling with a sort of exultant satisfaction. The girl preceded him. She flung the curtains aside and stood there for a moment, her face flaming like fire, her blue eyes filled with the flash of lightning. She came down the single step. Quade followed her. He put out a hand. "Don't take offense, girlie," he expostulated. "Look here, ain't it reasonable to suppose—" He got no farther. The man in the door had advanced, placing himself at the girl's side. His voice was low and unexcited. "You have made a mistake," he said. She took him in at a glance. His clean-cut, strangely attractive face, his slim build, the clear and steady gray of his eyes. "Yes, I have made a mistake, a terrible mistake. I tell you it ain't fair to take offense," Quade went on. "Now, look here." In his hand was a roll of bills. The girl did not know that a man could strike as quickly and with as terrific effect as the gray-eyed stranger struck then. There was one blow, and Quade went down limply. It was so sudden that he had her outside before she realized what had happened. "I chanced to see you go in," he explained without a tremor in his voice. "I thought you were making a mistake. I heard you ask for shelter. If you will come with me, I will take you to a friend's." "If it isn't too much trouble for you, I will go," she said. "And for that in there, thank you." End of chapter 1. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. April 2014. whereformeans.blogspot.ca. Chapter 2 of The Haunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Haunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 2. They passed down an aisle through the tall trees, on each side of which faced the vari-colored and many-shaped architecture of the little town. It was chiefly of canvas. Now and then a structure of logs added an appearance of solidity to the whole. The girl did not look too closely. She knew that they passed places in which there were long rows of cots, and that others were devoted to trade. She noticed signs which advertised soft drinks and cigars, always soft drinks, which sometimes came into camp marked as dynamite, salt pork, and flour. She was conscious that everyone stared at them as they passed. She heard clearly the expressions of wonder and curiosity of two women and a girl who were spreading out blankets in front of a rooming tent. She looked at the man at her side. She appreciated his courtesy in not attempting to force an acquaintanceship. In her eyes was a ripple of amusement. "This is all strange and new to me, and not at all uninteresting," she said. "I came expecting everything, and I am finding it. Why do they stare at me? Am I a curiosity?" "You are," he answered bluntly. "You are the most beautiful woman they have ever seen." His eyes encountered hers as he spoke. He had answered her question fairly. There was nothing that was audacious in his manner or his look. She had asked for information, and he had given it. In spite of herself, the girl's lips trembled. Her color deepened. She smiled. "Pardon me," she entreated. "I seldom feel like laughing, but I almost do now. I have encountered so many curious people, and have heard so many curious things during the past 24 hours. You don't believe in concealing your thoughts out here in the wilderness, do you?" "I haven't expressed my thoughts," he corrected. "I was telling you what they think." "Oh, I beg your pardon again." "Not at all," he answered lightly, and now his eyes were laughing frankly into her own. "I don't mind informing you," he went on, "that I am the biggest curiosity you will meet between this side of the mountains and the sea. I am not accustomed to championing women. I allow them to pursue their own course, without personal interference on my part. But I suppose it will give you some satisfaction if I confess it. I followed you into Bill's place because you were more than ordinarily beautiful, and because I wanted to see fair play. I knew you were making a mistake. I knew what would happen." They had passed the end of the street and entered a little green plain that was soft as velvet underfoot. On the farther side of this, sheltered among the trees, were 2 or 3 tents. The man led the way toward these. "Now I suppose I've spoiled it all," he went on, a touch of irony in his voice. "It was really quite heroic of me to follow you into Bill's place, don't you think? You probably want to tell me so, but don't quite dare. And I should play up to my part, shouldn't I? But I cannot, not satisfactorily. I am really a bit disgusted with myself for having taken as much interest in you as I have. I write books for a living. My name is John Aldous." With a little cry of amazement, his companion stopped. Without knowing it, her hand had gripped his arm. "You are John Aldous, who wrote Fair Play and Women?" she gasped. "Yes," he said, amusement in his face. "I have read those books, and I have read your plays." She breathed, a mysterious tremble in her voice. "You despise women!" "Devoutly." She drew a deep breath. Her hand dropped from his arm. "This is very, very funny," she mused, gazing off to the sun-capped peaks of the mountains. "You have flayed women alive. You have made them want to mob you. And yet millions of them read my books." He chuckled. "Yes, all of them read your books," she replied, looking straight into his face. "And I guess in many ways you have pointed out things that are true." It was his turn to show surprise. "You believe that?" "I do. More than that. I have always thought that I knew your secret, the big hidden thing under your work, the thing which you do not reveal because you know the world will laugh at you, and so you despise me." "Not you. I am a woman." He laughed. The tan in his cheeks burned a deeper red. "We are wasting time," he warned her. "In Bill's place I heard you say you were going to leave on the Ted John train. I am going to take you to a real dinner, and now I should let those good people know your name." A moment, unflinching and steady, she looked into his face. "It is Joanne, the name you have made famous as the dreadfulest woman in fiction. Joanne Gray." "I am sorry," he said, and bowed low. "Come, if I am not mistaken I smell new baked bread." As they moved on he suddenly touched her arm. She felt for a moment the firm clasp of his fingers. There was a new light in his eyes, a glow of enthusiasm. "I have it!" he cried. "You have brought it to me, the idea. I have been wanting a name for her, the woman in my new book. She is to be a tremendous surprise. I haven't found a name until now, one that fits. I shall call her Lady Gray." He felt the girl flinch. He was surprised at that sudden startled look that shot into her eyes, the swift ebbing of the color from her cheeks. He drew away his hand at the strange change in her. He noticed how quickly she was breathing, that the fingers of her white hands were clasped tensely. "You object?" he said. "Not enough to keep you from using it," she replied in a low voice. "I owe you a great deal." He noted, too, how quickly she had recovered herself. Her head was a little higher. She looked toward the tents. "You were not mistaken," she added. "I smell new made bread." "And I shall emphasize the first half of it, Lady Grey," said John Aldous, as if speaking to himself. "That diminutizes it, you might say, gives it the touch of sentiment I want. You can imagine a lover saying, 'Dear little Lady Grey, are you warm and comfy?' He wouldn't say 'Lady Grey' as if she were a coronet, would he?" "Smell of bread, fresh bread," sniffed Joanne Gray, as if she had not heard him. "It's making me hungry. Will you please hurry me to it, John Aldous?" They were approaching the first of the 3 tent houses, over which was a crudely painted sign which read, "Otto Brothers, Guides and Outfitters." It was a large square tent, with weather-faded red and blue stripes, and from it came the cheerful sound of a woman's laughter. Half a dozen trampish-looking Airedale terriers roused themselves languidly as they drew nearer. One of them stood up and snarled. "They won't hurt you," assured Aldous. "They belong to Jack Bruce and Closet Otto, the finest bunch of grizzly dogs in the Rockies." Another moment a woman had appeared in the door. "And that is Mrs. Jack Otto," he added under his breath. "If all women were like her, I wouldn't have written the things you have read." He might have added that she was Scotch, but this was not necessary. The laughter was still in her good-humoured face. Aldous looked at his companion, and he found her smiling back. The eyes of the 2 women had already met. Briefly Aldous explained what had happened at Quade's, and that the young woman was living on the Tête Jaune train. The good-humoured smile left Mrs. Otto's face when he mentioned Quade. "I've told Jack I'd like to poison that man some day," she cried. "You poor dear. Come in. I'll get you a cup of tea." "Which always means dinner in the Otto camp," added Aldous. "I am not so hungry, but I am tired, so tired," he heard the girl say as she went in with Mrs. Otto, and there was a new and strangely pathetic note in her voice. "I want to rest until the train goes." He followed them in and stood for a moment near the door. "There is a room in there, my dear," said the woman, drawing back a curtain. "Make yourself at home, and lie down on the bed until I have the tea ready." When the curtain had closed behind her, John Aldous spoke in a low voice to the woman. "Will you see her safely to the train, Mrs. Otto?" he asked. "It leaves at 2:15. I must be going." He felt that he had sufficiently performed his duty. He left the tent, and paused for a moment outside to touzle affectionately the trampish heads of the bear dogs. Then he turned away, whistling. He had gone a dozen steps when a low voice stopped him. He turned. Joanne had come from the door. For one moment he stared, as if something more wonderful than anything he had ever seen had risen before him. The girl was bareheaded, and she stood in a sun mellowed by a film of cloud. Her head was piled with lustrous coils of gold-brown hair that her hat and veil had hidden. Never had he looked upon such wonderful hair, crushed and crumpled back from her smooth forehead, nor such marvellous whiteness of skin and pure blue depths of eyes. In her he saw now everything that was strong and splendid in a woman. She was not girlish, sweet. She was not a girl. She was a woman, glorious to look at, a soul glowing out of her eyes, a strength that thrilled him in the quiet and beautiful mystery of her face. "You were going without saying good bye," she said. "Won't you let me thank you a last time?" Her voice brought him to himself again. A moment he bent over her hand. A moment he felt its warm, firm pressure in his own. The smile that flashed to his lips was hidden from her as he bowed his blond grey head. "Pardon me for the omission," he apologized. "Good bye, and may good luck go with you." Their eyes met once more. With another bow he had turned, and was continuing his way. At the door Joanne Gray looked back. He was whistling again. His careless, easy stride was filled with a freedom that seemed to come to her in the breath of the mountains. And then she too smiled strangely as she re-entered the tent. End of chapter 2. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. April 2014. whereformeans.blogspot.ca. Chapter 3 of The Haunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Haunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 3. If John Aldous had betrayed no visible sign of inward vanquishment, he, at least, was feeling its effect. For years his writings had made him the target for a world of women, and many men. The men he had regarded with indifferent toleration. The women were his life, the frail and ineffective creatures who gave spice to his great adventure, and made his days anything but monotonous. He was not unchivalrous, deep down in his heart, and this was his own secret. He did not even despise women, but he had seen their weaknesses and their frailties, as perhaps no other man had ever seen them, and he had written of them as no other man had ever written. This had brought him the condemnation of the most, the admiration of the few. His own personal veneer of antagonism against women was purely artificial, and yet only a few had guessed it. He had built it up about him as a sort of protection. He called himself an adventurer in the mysteries of feminism, and to be this successfully he had argued that he must destroy in himself the usual hard emotions of the sex man and the animal. How far he had succeeded in this he himself did not know, until these last moments when he had bid good-bye to Joanne Gray. He confessed that she had found a cleft in his armor, and there was an uneasy thrill in his blood. It was not her beauty alone that had affected him. He had trained himself to look at a beautiful woman as he might have looked at a beautiful flower, confident that if he went beyond the mere admiration of it he would find only burned out ashes. But in her he had seen something that was more than beauty, something that for a flashing moment had set stirring every molecule in his being. He had felt the desire to rest his hand upon her shiny hair. He turned off into a winding path that led into the thick poplars, restraining an inclination to look back in the direction of the auto camp. He pulled out the pipe he had dropped into his shirt pocket, filled it with fresh tobacco, and began smoking. As he smoked, his lips were a quizzical smile, for he was honest enough to give Joanne Gray credit for her triumph. She had awakened a new kind of interest in him, only a passing interest, to be sure, but a new kind for all that. The fact amused him in a large way. He was a humorist, few guessing it, and he fully appreciated the humour of the present situation, that he, John Aldous, doubted the world over as a woman hater, wanted to peer out through the poplar foliage and see that wonderful gold brown head shining in the sun once more. He wandered more slowly on his way, wondering with fresh interest what his friends the women would say when they read his new book. His title for it was Mothers. It was to be a tremendous surprise. Suddenly his face became serious. He faced the sound of a distant phonograph. It was not the phonograph in Quade's place, but that of a rival dealer in soft drinks at the end of the street. For a moment Aldous hesitated, then he turned in the direction of the camp. Quade was bolstered upon a stool, his back against the thin partition, when John Aldous sauntered in. There was still a groggy look in his mottled face. His thick bulk hung a bit limply. In his heavy-lidded eyes, underhung by watery pouches of sin and dissipation, there was a vengeful and beast-like glare. He was surrounded by his friends. One of them was taking a wet cloth from his head. There were a dozen in the canvas-walled room, all with their backs to the door, their eyes upon their fallen and dishonoured chief. For a moment John Aldous paused in the door. The cool and insolent smile hovered about his lips again, and little crinkles had gathered at the corners of his eyes. "Did I hit you pretty hard, Bill?" he asked. Every head was turned toward him. Bill Quade stared, his mouth opened. He staggered to his feet and stood dizzily. "You, damn you!" he cried huskily. 3 or 4 of the men had already begun to move toward the stranger. Their hands were knotted, their faces murderously dark. "Wait a minute, boys," warned Aldous coolly. "I've got something to say to you and Bill. Then eat me alive if you want to. Do you want to be square enough to give me a word?" Quade had settled back sickly on his stool. The others had stopped, waiting. The quiet and insolently confident smile had not left Aldous' lips. "You'll feel better in a few minutes, Bill," he consoled. "A hard blow on the jaw always makes you sick at the pit of the stomach. That dizziness will pass away shortly. Meanwhile I am going to give you and your pals a little verbal and visual demonstration of what you're up against, and warn you to bait no traps for a certain young woman whom you've lately seen. She's going to Tête Jaune, and I know how your partner plays his game up there. I am not particularly anxious to butt into your affairs and the business of this pretty bunch that's gathered about you, but I've come to give you a friendly warning for all that. If this young woman is embarrassed up at Tête Jaune, you're going to settle with me." Aldous had spoken without a tremor of excitement in his voice. Not one of the men noticed his speaking lips, his slim hands, or his careless posture as he leaned in the door. They were looking straight into his eyes, strangely scintillating and deadly earnest. In such a man mere bulk did not count. "That much for words," he went on. "Now I am going to give you the visual demonstration. I know your game, Bill. You're already planning what you're going to do. You won't fight fair because you never have. You've already decided that some morning I'll turn up missing, or be dug out from under a fall of rock, or go peacefully floating down the Athabasca. See, there's nothing in that hand, is there?" He stretched out an empty hand toward them, palm up. "And now," a twist of the wrist so swift their eyes could not follow, a metallic click, and the startled group were staring into the black muzzle of a menacing little automatic. "That's known as the sleeve trick, boys," explained Aldous with his imperturbable smile. It's a relic of the old gun fighting days, when the best man was quickest. From now on, especially at night, I shall carry this little friend of mine just inside my wristband. There are 11 shots in it, and I shoot fairly straight. Good day." Before they had recovered from their astonishment, he was gone. He did not follow the road along which Joanne had come a short time before, but turned again into the winding trail that led riverward through the poplars. Where before he had been a little amused at himself, he was now more seriously disgusted. He was not afraid of Quade, who was perhaps the most dangerous man along the line of rail, neither was he afraid of the lawless men who worked his ends, but he knew that he had made powerful enemies, and all because of an unknown woman whom he had never seen until half an hour before. It was this that disturbed his equanimity, the woman of it, and the knowledge that his interference had been unsolicited and probably unnecessary. And now that he had gone this far, he found it not easy to recover his balance. Who was this Joanne Gray? He asked himself. She was not ordinary, like the 100 other women who had gone on ahead of her to dead John Cash. If she had been that, he would soon have been in his little shack on the shore of the river, hard at work. He had planned work for himself that afternoon, and he was nettled to discover that his enthusiasm for the grand finale of a certain situation in his novel was gone. Yet for this he did not blame her. He was the fool. Quade and his friends would make him feel that sooner or later. His trail led him to a partly dry muskeg bottom. Beyond this was a thicker growth of timber, mostly spruce and cedar, from behind which came the rushing sound of water. A few moments more, and he stood with the wide tumult of the Athabasca at his feet. He had chosen this spot for his little cabin because the river ran wild here among the rocks, and because pack outfits going into the southward mountains could not disturb him by fording at this point. Across the river rose the steep embankments that shut in Buffalo Prairie, and still beyond that the mountains, thick with timber, rising billow on billow until trees looked like twigs, with great rock and glistening snow shouldering the clouds above the last purple line. The cabin in which he had lived and worked for many weeks faced the river at the distant Saw-Tooth Range, and was partly hidden in a clump of jack pines. He opened the door and entered. Through the window to the south and west he could see the white face of Mount Gay, and 40 miles away in that wilderness of peaks the sombre frown of Hardesty. Through it the sun came now, flooding his work as he had left it. The last page of manuscript on which he had been working was in his typewriter. He sat down to begin where he had left off in that pivotal situation in his masterpiece. He read and reread the last 2 or 3 pages of the manuscript, struggling to pick up the threads where he had dropped them. With each reading he became more convinced that his work for that afternoon was spoiled. And by whom? By what? A little fiercely he packed his pipe with fresh tobacco, then he leaned back, lighted it, and laughed. More and more as the minutes passed he permitted himself to think of the strange young woman whose beauty and personality had literally projected themselves into his workshop. He marveled at the crudity of the questions which he asked himself, and yet he persisted in asking them. Who was she? What could be her mission at dead John Cash? She had repeated to him what she had said to the girl in the coach, that at dead John she had no friends. Beyond that and her name she had offered no enlightenment. In the brief space that he had been with her, he had mentally tabulated her age as 28, no older. Her beauty alone, the purity of her eyes, the freshness of her lips, and the slender girlishness of her figure might have made him say 20. But with those things he had found the maturer poise of the woman. It had been a flashlight picture, but one that he was sure of. Several times during the next hour he turned to his work, and at last gave up his efforts entirely. From a peg in the wall he took down a little rifle. He had found it convenient to do much of his own cooking, and he had broken a few laws. The partridges were out of season, but temptingly fat and tender. With a brace of young broilers in mind for supper, he left the cabin and followed the narrow foot trail up the river. He hunted for half an hour before he steered a covey of birds. 2 of these he shot. Concealing his meat and his gun near the trail, he continued toward the fort half a mile farther up, wondering if Stevens, who was due to cross that day, had got his outfit over. Not until then did he look at his watch. He was surprised to find that the Ted Young train had been gone 3/4 of an hour. For some unaccountable reason he felt easier. He went on whistling. At the fort he found Stevens standing close to the river's edge, twisting one of his long red mustaches in doubt and vexation. "Down this river!" he growled, as Aldous came up. "You never can tell what it's going to do overnight. Look there! Would you try to cross?" "I wouldn't," replied Aldous. "It's a foot higher than yesterday. I wouldn't take the chance." "Not with 2 guides, a cook, and a hoss wrangler on your payroll, and a hospital bill as big as Geikie staring in your face?" argued Stevens, who had been sick for 3 months. "I guess you'd pretty near take a chance. I've a notion to." "I wouldn't," repeated Aldous. "But I've lost 2 days already, and I'm taking that bunch of sightseers out for a lump sum, guaranteeing them so many days on the trail. This ain't what you might call on the trail. They don't expect to pay for this delay, and that outfit back in the bush is costing me $30 a day. We can get the donation ourselves over in the flatboat. It'll make our arms crack, but we can do it. I've got 27 horses. I've a notion to chase them in. The river won't be any lower tomorrow." "But you may be a few horses ahead." Stevens bit off a chunk of tobacco and sat down. For a few moments he looked at the muddy flood with an ugly eye. Then he chuckled and grinned. "Came through the camp half an hour ago," he said. "Hear you cleaned up Bill Quade?" "A bit," said Aldous. Stevens rolled his quid and spat into the water sloshing at his feet. "Guess I saw the woman when she got off the train," he went on. "She dropped something. I picked it up, but she was so darn pretty. As she stood there looking about, I didn't dare go up and give it to her. If it had been worth anything, I'd screw up my courage, but it wasn't, so I just gabbed like the others. It was a piece of paper. Maybe you'll like it as a souvenir, seeing as you laid out Quade for her." As he spoke, Stevens fished a crumpled bit of paper from his pocket and gave it to his companion. Aldous had sat down beside him. He smoothed the page out on his knee. There was no writing on it, but it was crowded thick with figures, as if the maker of the numerals had been doing some problem in mathematics. The chief thing that interested him was that wherever monetary symbols were used it was the pound, and not the dollar sign. The totals of certain columns were rather startling. "Guess she's a millionaire if that's her own money she's been figuring," said Stevens. "Notice that figure there." He pointed with a stubby forefinger. "Pretty near $1 billion, ain't it?" "750,000, said Aldous. He was thinking of the pound sign. She had not looked like the English women he had met. He folded the slip of paper and put it in his pocket. Stevens eyed him seriously. "I was coming over to give you a bit of advice before I left for the Maline Lake country," he said. "You'd better move. Quade won't want you around after this. Besides—" "What?" "My kid heard something," continued the packer, edging nearer. "You was mighty good to the kid when I was down and out, Aldous. I ought to tell you. It wasn't an hour ago the kid was behind the tent, and he heard Quade and Slim Barker talking. So far as I can find from the kid, Quade has gone nutty over her. He's raving. He told Slim that he'd give $10,000 to get her in his hands. What sent the boy down to me was Quade telling Slim that he'd get you first. He told Slim to go on to tell John follow the girl." "The deuce you say?" cried Aldous, clutching the other's arm suddenly. "He's done that?" "That's what the kid says." Aldous rose to his feet slowly. The careless smile was playing about his mouth again. A few men had learned that in those moments young Aldous was dangerous. "The kid is undoubtedly right," he said, looking down at Stevens. "But I am quite sure the young woman is capable of taking care of herself. Quade has a tremendous amount of nerve, setting Slim to follow her, hasn't he? Slim may run up against a husband or a brother." Stevens hunched his shoulders. "It's not the woman I'm thinking about. It's you. I'd sure change my location." "Why, wouldn't it be just as well if I told the police of his threat?" asked Aldous, looking across the river with a glimmer of humor in his eyes. "Oh, hell!" was the packer's rejoinder. Slowly he unwound his long legs and rose to his feet. "Take my advice. Move," he said. "As for me, I'm going to cross that cussed river this afternoon or know the reason why." He stalked away in the direction of his outfit, chewing viciously at his quid. For a few moments Aldous stood undecided. He would like to have joined the half dozen men he saw lounging restfully a distance beyond the grazing ponies. But Stephen had made him acutely aware of a new danger. He was thinking of his cabin and the priceless achievement of his last months of work, his manuscript. If Quade should destroy that— He clenched his hands and walked swiftly toward his camp. To burn out an enemy was one of Quade's favorite methods of retaliation. He had heard this. He also knew that Quade's work was done so cleverly that the police had been unable to call him to account. Quade's status had interested Aldous from the beginning. He had discovered that Quade and Culver Rann, his partner at Tête Jaune, were forces to be reckoned with even by the powers along the line of rail. They were the two chiefs of the underground, the men who controlled the most dangerous element from Meatet to Fort George. He had once seen Culver Rann, a quiet, keen-eyed, immaculately groomed man at 40, the cleverest scoundrel that had ever drifted into the Canadian West. He had been told that Rann was really the brain of the combination, and that the two had picked up $250,000 in various ways. But it was Quade with whom he had to deal now, and he began to thank Stevens for his warning. He was filled with a sense of relief when he reached his cabin and found it as he had left it. He always made a carbon copy of his work. This copy he now put into a waterproof tin box, and the box he concealed under a log a short distance back in the bush. "Now go ahead, Quade," he laughed to himself, a curious, almost exultant ring in his voice. "I haven't had any real excitement for so long I can't remember, and if you start the fun there's going to be fun." He returned to his birds, perched himself behind a bush at the river's edge, and began skinning them. He had almost finished when he heard hoarse shouts from up the river. From his position he could see the stream 100 yards below the fort. Stephen had driven in his horses. He could see them breasting the first sweep of the current, their heads held high, struggling for the opposite shore. He rose, dropped his furs, and stared. "Good God, what a fool!" he gasped. He saw the tragedy almost before it had begun. Still, 300 yards below the swimming horses was the gravelly bar which they must reach on the opposite side. He noted the greyish strip of smooth water that marked the end of the dead line. 3 or 4 of the stronger animals were forging steadily towards this. The others, grouped close together, almost motionless in their last tremendous fight, were left farther and farther behind. Then came the break. A mare and her yearling colt had gone in with the bunch. Aldous saw the colt, with its small head and shoulders high out of the water, sweep down like a chip with the current. A cold chill ran through him as he heard the whinnying scream of the mother, a warning cry that held for him the pathos and the despair of a creature that was human. He knew what it meant. "Wait! I'm coming! I'm coming!" was in the cry. He saw the mare give up and follow resistlessly with the deadly current, her eyes upon her colt. The heads behind her wavered, then turned, and in another moment the herd was sweeping down to its destruction. Aldous felt like turning his head, but the spectacle fascinated him, and he looked. He did not think of Stevens and his loss as the first of the herd plunged in among the rocks. He stood with white face and clenched hands, leaning over the water boiling at his feet, cursing softly in his helplessness. To him came the last terrible cries of the perishing animals. He saw head after head go under. Out of the white spume of a great rock against which the flood split itself with the force of an avalanche, he saw one horse pitched bodily as if thrown from a huge catapult. The last animal had disappeared when chance turned his eyes upstream and closed in to a shore. Here flowed a steady current free of rock, and down this, head and shoulders still high out of the water, came the colt. What miracle had saved the little fellow thus far Aldous did not stop to ask. 50 yards below it would meet the fate of the others. Half that distance, in the direction of the maelstrom, below was the dead trunk of a fallen spruce, overhanging the water for 15 or 20 feet. In a flash Aldous was racing toward it. He climbed out on it, leaned far over, and reached down. His hand touched the water. In the grim excitement of rescue he forgot his own peril. There was one chance in 20 that the colt would come within his reach, and it did. He made a single lunge and caught it by the ear. For a moment after that his heart turned sick. Under the added strain the dead spruce sagged down with a warning crack, but it held, and Aldous hung to his grip on the ear. Foot by foot he wormed his way back, until at last he had dragged the little animal ashore. And then a voice spoke behind him, a voice that he would have recognized among 10,000, low, sweet, thrilling. "That was splendid, John Aldous," it said. "If I were a man, I would want to be a man like you." He turned. A few steps from him stood Joanne Gray. Her face was as white as a bit of lace at her throat. Her lips were colourless, and her bosom rose and fell swiftly. He knew that she, too, had witnessed the tragedy, and the eyes that looked at him were glorious. End of chapter 3. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. April 2014. whereforemeans.blogspot.ca
Chapter 4 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 4. To John Aldous, Joanne's appearance at this moment was like an anti-climax. It plunged him headlong for a single moment into what he believed to be the absurdity of a situation. He had a quick mental picture of himself out on the dead spruce, performing a bit of mock heroism by dragging in a half-drowned colt by one ear. In another instant this had passed, and he was wondering why Joanne Gray was not on her way to Tête Jaune. "It was splendid," she was saying again, her eyes glowing at him. "I know men who would not have risked that for a human." "Perhaps they would have been showing good judgment," replied Aldous. He noticed now that she was holding with one hand the end of a long slender sapling, which a week or two before he had cut and trimmed for a fish-pole. He nodded toward it, a half-cynical smile on his lips. "Were you going to fish me out, or the colt?" he asked. "You," she replied. "I thought you were in danger." And then she added, "I suppose you are deeply grateful that fate did not compel you to be saved by a woman." "Not at all. If the spruce had snapped, I would have caught at the end of your sapling like any drowning rat, or man. Allow me to thank you." She had stepped down to the level strip of sand on which the colt was weakly struggling to rise to its feet. She was breathing quickly. Her face was still pale. She was without a hat, and as she bent for a moment over the colt, Aldous felt his eyes drawn irresistibly to the soft thick coils of her hair, a glory of color that made him think of the lustrous brown of a ripe whortleberry. She looked up suddenly and caught his eyes upon her. "I came quite by accident," she explained quickly. "I wanted to be alone, and Mrs. Otto said this path would lead to the river. When I saw you I was about to turn back, and then I saw the horses coming down the stream. It was terrible. Are they all drowned?" "All that you saw. It wasn't a pretty sight, was it?" There was a suggestive inquiry in his voice as he added, "If you had gone to Tête Jaune you would have missed the unpleasantness of the spectacle." "I would have gone, but something happened. They say it was a cave-in, a slide, something like that. The train cannot go on until tomorrow." "And you are to stay with the Ottos?" She nodded. Quick as a flash she had seemed to read his thoughts. "I am sorry," she added, before he could speak. "I can see that I have annoyed you. I have literally projected myself into your work, and I am afraid that I have caused you trouble. Mrs. Otto has told me of this man they call Quade. She says he is dangerous, and I have made him your enemy." "I am not afraid of Quade." The incident was nothing more than an agreeable interruption to what was becoming a rather monotonous existence up here. "I have always believed, you know, that a certain amount of physical excitement is good oil for our mental machinery. That, perhaps, was why you caught me hauling at his coltship's ear." He had spoken stiffly. There was a hard note in his voice, a suggestion of something that was displeasing in his forced laugh. He knew that in these moments he was fighting against his inner self, against his desire to tell her how glad he was that something had held back the Tête Jaune train, and how wonderful her hair looked in the afternoon sun. He was struggling to keep himself behind the barriers he had built up and so long maintained in his writings. And yet, as he looked, he felt something crumbling into ruins. He knew that he had hurt her. The hardness of his words, the coldness of his smile, his apparently utter indifference to her had sent something that was almost like a quick physical pain into her eyes. He drew a step nearer, so that he caught the soft contour of her cheek. Joanne Gray heard him, and lowered her head slightly, so that he could not see. She was a moment too late. On her cheek Aldous saw a single creeping drop, a tear. In an instant he was at her side. With a quick movement she brushed the tear away before she faced him. "I've hurt you," he said, looking her straight in the eyes. "I've hurt you, and God knows I'm a brute for doing it. I've treated you as badly as Quade, only in a different way. I know how I've made you feel, that you've been a nuisance and have got me into trouble, and that I don't want to have anything more to do with you. Have I made you feel that?" "I am afraid you have." He reached out a hand, and almost involuntarily her own came to it. She saw the change in his face, regret, pain, and then that slow-coming, wonderful laughter in his eyes. "That's just how I set out to make you feel," he confessed, the warmth of her hand sending a thrill through him. I might as well be frank, don't you think? Until you came I had but one desire, and that was to finish my book. I had planned great work for today, and you spoiled it. I couldn't get you out of my mind, and it made me ugly." "And that was all?" she whispered, a tense waiting in her eyes. "You didn't think—" "What Quade thought?" he bit in sharply. The grip of his fingers hurt her hand. "No, not that. My God, I didn't make you think that." "I'm a stranger, and they say women don't go to Tête Jaune alone," she answered doubtfully. "That's true, they don't, not as a general rule, especially women like you. You're alone, a stranger, and too beautiful. I don't say that to flatter you. You are beautiful, and you undoubtedly know it. To let you go on alone and unprotected among 3,000 or 4,000 men like most of those up there would be a crime. And the women, too, the little sisters, they'd blast you. If you had a husband, a brother, or a father waiting for you, it would be different. But you've told me you haven't. You have made me change my mind about my book. You are of more interest to me just now than that. Will you believe me? Will you let me be a friend if you need a friend?" To Aldous it seemed that she drew herself up a little proudly. For a moment she seemed taller. A rose flush of color spread over her cheeks. She drew her hand from him, and yet, as she looked at him, he could see that she was glad. "Yes, I believe you," she said, "but I must not accept your offer of friendship. You have done more for me now than I can ever repay. Friendship means service, and to serve me would spoil your plans, for you are in great haste to complete your book. If you mean that you need my assistance, the book can wait." "I shouldn't have said that," she cut in quickly, her lips tightening slightly. "It was utterly absurd of me to hint that I might require assistance, that I cannot take care of myself. But I shall be proud of the friendship of John Aldous." "Yes, you can take care of yourself, Lady Grey," said Aldous softly, looking into her eyes and yet speaking as if to himself. "That is why you have broken so curiously into my life. It's that, and not your beauty. I have known beautiful women before, but they were just women, frail things that might snap under stress. I have always thought there was only one woman in 10,000 who would not do that under certain conditions. I believe you are that one in 10,000. You can go on to Tête Jaune alone. You can go anywhere alone, and care for yourself." He was looking at her so strangely that she held her breath, her lips parted, the flush in her cheeks deepening. "And the strangest part of it all is that I have always known you away back in my imagination," he went on. "You have lived there, and have troubled me. I could not construct you perfectly. It is almost inconceivable that you should have borne the same name, Joanne. Joanne of fair play." She gave a little gasp. "Joanne was terrible," she cried. "She was bad, bad to the heart and soul of her." "She was splendid," replied Aldous, without a change in his quiet voice. "She was splendid, but bad. I racked myself to find a soul for her, and I failed. And yet she was splendid. It was my crime, not hers, that she lacked a soul. She would have been my ideal, but I spoiled her. And by spoiling her I sold 500,000 copies of the book. I did not do it purposely. I would have given her a soul if I could have found one. She went her way." "And you compare me to her?" "Yes," said Aldous deliberately. "You are that Joanne, but you possess what I could not give to her. Joanne of fair play was splendid without a soul. You have what she lacked. You may not understand, but you have come to perfect what I only partly created." The color had slowly ebbed from Joanne's face. There was a mysterious darkness in her eyes. "If you were not John Aldous I would strike you," she said. "As it is, yes, I want you as a friend." She held out her hand. For a moment he felt its warmth again in his own. He bowed over it. Her eyes rested steadily on his blond head, and again she noted the sprinkle of premature gray in his hair. For a second time she felt almost overwhelmingly the mysterious strength of this man. Perhaps each took 3 breaths before John Aldous raised his head. In that time something wonderful and complete passed between them. Neither could have told the other what it was. When their eyes met again, it was in their faces. "I have planned to have supper in my cabin tonight," said Aldous. breaking the tension of that first moment. "Won't you be my guest, Lady Grey?" "Mrs. Otto," she began. "I will go to her at once and explain that you are going to eat partridges with me," he interrupted. "Come, let me show you into my workshop and home." He led her to the cabin and into its one big room. "You will make yourself at home while I am gone, won't you?" he invited. "If it will give you any pleasure, you may peel a few potatoes. I won't be gone 10 minutes." Not waiting for any protest she might have, Aldous slipped back through the door and took the path up to the Ottos. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 5. As soon as he had passed from the view of the cabin door, Aldous shortened his pace. He knew that never in his life had he needed to readjust himself more than at this present moment. A quarter of an hour had seen a complete and miraculous revolution within him. It was a change so unusual and apparently so impossible that he could not grasp the situation and the fact all at once. But the truth of it swept over him more and more swiftly as he made his way along the dark, narrow trail that led up to the Miette plain. It was something that not only amazed and thrilled him. First, as in all things, he saw the humor of it. He, John Aldous, of all men, had utterly obliterated himself, and for a woman. He had gone so far as to offer the sacrifice of his most important work. Frankly, he had told Joanne that she interested him more just now than his book. Again he repeated to himself that it had not been a surrender, but an obliteration. With a pair of lovely eyes looking quietly into him, he had wiped the slate clean of the things he had preached for 10 years, and the laws he had made for himself. And as he came in sight of the big Otto tent, he found himself smiling, his breath coming quickly, strange voices singing within him. He stopped to load and light his pipe before he faced Mrs. Otto, and he clouded himself in as much smoke as possible, while he explained to her that he had almost forced Joanne to stop at his cabin and eat partridges with him. He learned that the Tête Jaune train could not go on until the next day, and after Mrs. Otto had made him take a loaf of fresh bread and a can of homemade marmalade as a contribution to their feast, he turned back toward the cabin, trying to whistle in his old careless way. The questions he had first asked himself about Joanne forced themselves back upon him now with deeper import. Almost unconsciously he had revealed himself to her. He had spread open for her eyes and understanding the page which he had so long hidden. He had as much as confessed to her that she had come to change him, to complete what he had only half created. It had been an almost inconceivable and daring confession, and he believed that she understood him. More than that, she had read about him. She had read his books. She knew John Aldous, the man. But what did he know about her beyond the fact that her name was Joanne Grey, and that the on-sweeping horde had brought her into his life as mysteriously as a storm might have flung him a bit of down from a swan's breast? Where had she come from, and why was she going to Tête Jaune? It must be some important motive was taking her to a place like Tête Jaune, the rail end, a place of several thousand men, with its crude muscle and brawn and the 7 passions of man. It was an impossible place for a young and beautiful woman unprotected. If Joanne had known any one among the engineers or contractors, or had she possessed a letter of introduction to them, the tense lines would not have gathered so deeply about the corners of Aldous's mouth. But these men, whose brains were behind the horde, the engineers and the contractors, knew what women alone and unprotected meant at Tête Jaune. Such women floated in with the horde, and Joanne was going in with the horde. There lay the peril and the mystery of it. So engrossed was Aldous in his thoughts that he had come very quietly to the cabin door. It was Joanne's voice that roused him. Sweet and low, she was singing a few lines from a song which he had never heard. She stopped when Aldous appeared at the door. It seemed to him that her eyes were a deeper, more wonderful blue as she looked up at him, and smiled. She had found a towel for an apron, and was peeling potatoes. "You will have some unusual excuses to make very soon," she greeted him. "We had a visitor while you were gone. I was washing the potatoes when I looked up to find a pair of the fiercest, reddest mustaches I have ever seen, ornamenting the doorway. The man had 2 eyes that seemed about to fall out when he saw me. He popped away like a rabbit, and there's something he left behind in his haste." Joanne's eyes were flooded with laughter as she nodded at the door. On the sill was a huge quid of tobacco. "Stevens!" Aldous chuckled. "God bless my soul! If you frightened him into giving up a quid of tobacco like that, you sure did startle him some." He kicked Stevens' lost property out with the toe of his boot and turned to Joanne, showing her the fresh bread and marmalade. "Mrs. Otto sent these to you," he said, "and the train won't leave until tomorrow." In her silence he pulled a chair in front of her, sat down close, and thrust the point of his hunting knife into one of the 2 remaining potatoes. "And when it does go, I'm going with you," he added. He expected this announcement would have some effect on her. As she jumped up with the pan of tomatoes, leaving the one still speared on the end of his knife, he caught only the corner of a bewitching smile. "You still believe that I will be unable to take care of myself up at this terrible Tête Jaune?" she asked, bending for a moment over the table. "Do you?" "No. You can care for yourself anywhere, Lady Grey," he repeated. "But I am quite sure that it will be less troublesome for me to see that no insults are offered you than for you to resent those insults when they come. Tête Jaune is full of quaids," he added. The smile was gone from her face when she turned to him. Her blue eyes were filled with a tense anxiety. "I had almost forgotten that man," she whispered. "And you mean that you would fight for me again?" "1,000 times." The color grew deeper in her cheeks. "I read something about you once that I have never forgotten, John Aldous," she said. "It was after you returned from Thibet. It said that you were largely made up of 2 emotions, your contempt for women and your love of adventure. That it would be impossible for you not to see a flaw in one, and that for the other, physical excitement. You would go to the ends of the earth. Perhaps it is this, your desire for adventure, that makes you want to go with me to Tête Jaune." "I am beginning to believe that it will be the greatest adventure of my life," he replied, and something in his quiet voice held her silent. He rose to his feet and stood before her. "It is already the great adventure," he went on. "I feel it, and I am the one to judge. Until today I would have staked my life that no power could have wrung from me the confession I am going to make to you voluntarily. I have laughed at the opinion the world has held of me. To me it has all been a colossal joke. I have enjoyed the hundreds of columns aimed at me by excited women through the press. They have all asked the same question. Why do you not write of the good things in women instead of always the bad? I have never given them an answer. But I answer you now, here. I have not picked upon the weaknesses of women because I despise them. Those weaknesses, the destroying frailties of womankind, I have driven over roughshod through the pages of my books because I have always believed that woman was the one thing which God came nearest to creating perfect. I believe they should be perfect, and because they have not quite that perfection which should be theirs, I have driven the cold facts home as hard as I could. I have been a fool and an iconoclast instead of a builder. This confession to you is proof that you have brought me face to face with the greatest adventure of all." The color in her cheeks had centered in 2 bright spots. Her lips formed words which came slowly, strangely. "I guess I understand," she said. "Perhaps I too would have been that kind of an iconoclast, if I could have put the things I have thought into written words." She drew a deep breath and went on, her eyes full upon him, speaking as if out of a dream. The great adventure for you. Yes, and perhaps for both. Her hands were drawn tightly to her breast. Something about her, as she stood there, her back to the table, drew John Aldous to her side, forced the question from his lips. "Tell me, Lady Grey, why are you going to Tête Jaune?" In that same strange way, as if her lips were framing words beyond their power to control, she answered, "I am going to find my husband." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 6. Silent, his head bowed a little, John Aldous stood before her after those last words. A slight noise outside gave him the pretext to turn to the door. She was going to Tête Jaune to find her husband. He had not expected that. For a breath, as he looked out toward the bush, his mind was in a strange daze. A dozen times she had given him to understand there was no husband, father, or brother waiting for her at the rail end. She had told him that she was alone, without friends, and now, like a confession, those words had come strangely from her lips. What he had heard was one of Otto's pack-horses coming down to drink. He turned toward her again. Joanne stood with her back still to the table. She had slipped a hand into the front of her dress, and had drawn forth a long, thick envelope. As she opened it, Aldous saw that it contained bank-notes. From among these she picked out a bit of paper and offered it to him. "That will explain, partly," she said. It was a newspaper clipping, worn and faded, with a date 2 years old. It had apparently been cut from an English newspaper, and told briefly of the tragic death of Mortimer FitzHugh, son of a prominent Devonshire family, who had lost his life while on a hunting trip in the British Columbia wilds. "He was my husband," said Joanne, as Aldous finished. "Until 6 months ago I had no reason to believe that the statement in the paper was not true. Then an acquaintance came out here hunting. He returned with a strange story. He declared that he had seen Mr. FitzHugh alive. Now you know why I am here. I had not meant to tell you. It places me in a light which I do not think that I can explain away, just now. I have come to prove or disprove his death. If he is alive—" For the first time she betrayed the struggle she was making against some powerful emotion, which she was fighting to repress. Her face had paled. She stopped herself with a quick breath, as if knowing that she had already gone too far. "I guess I understand," said Aldous. "For some reason your anxiety is not that you will find him dead, Lady Grey, but that you may find him alive." "Yes, yes, that is it. But you must not urge me farther. It is a terrible thing to say. You will think I am not a woman, but a fiend. And I am your guest. You have invited me to supper. And the potatoes are ready. And there is no fire." She had forced a smile back to her lips. John Aldous whirled toward the door. "I will have the partridge in 2 seconds," he cried. "I dropped them when the horses went through the rapids." The oppressive and crushing effect of Joanne's first mention of a husband was gone. He made no effort to explain or analyze the 2 sudden changes that swept over him. He accepted them as facts, and that was all. Where a few moments before there had been the leaden grip of something that seemed to be physically choking him, there was now again the strange buoyancy with which he had gone to the Otto tent. He began to whistle as he went to the river's edge. He was whistling when he returned, the 2 birds in his hand. Joanne was waiting for him in the door. Again her face was a faintly tinted vision of tranquil loveliness. Her eyes were again like the wonderful blue pools over the sunlit mountains. She smiled as he came up. He was amazed, not that she had recovered so completely from the emotional excitement that had racked her, but because she betrayed in no way a sign of grief. of suspense, or of anxiety. A few minutes ago he had heard her singing. He could almost believe that her lips might break into song again as she stood there. From that moment until the sun sank behind the mountains and gray shadows began to creep in where the light had been, there was no other reference to the things that had happened or the things that had been said since Joanne's arrival. For the first time in years John Aldous completely forgot his work. He was lost in Joanne. With the tremendous reaction that was working out in him, she became more and more wonderful to him with each breath that he drew. He made no effort to control the change that was sweeping through him. His one effort was to keep it from being too apparent to her. The way in which Joanne had taken his invitation was as delightful as it was new to him. She had become both guest and hostess. With her lovely arms bared halfway to the shoulders, she rolled out a batch of biscuits. "Hot biscuits go so well with marmalade," she told him. He built a fire. Beyond that, and bringing in the water, she gave him to understand that his duties were at an end, and that he could smoke while she prepared the supper. With the beginning of dusk he closed the cabin door that he might have an excuse for lighting the big hanging lamp a little earlier. He had imagined how its warm glow would flood down upon the thick soft coils of her shining hair. Every fibre in him throbbed with a keen and exquisite satisfaction as he sat down opposite her. During the meal he looked into the quiet velvety blue of her eyes 100 times. He found it a delightful sensation to talk to her and look into those eyes at the same time. He told her more about himself than he had ever told another soul. It was she who spoke first of the manuscripts upon which he was working. He had spoken of certain adventures that had led up to the writing of one of his books. "And this last book you are writing, which you call Mothers," she said, "is it to be like Fair Play?" "It was to have been the last of the trilogy, but it won't be now, Lady Grey. I've changed my mind." "But it is so nearly finished, you say?" "I would have completed it this week. I was rushing it to an end at fever heat when you came." He saw the troubled look in her eyes and hastened to add, "Let us not talk about that manuscript, Lady Grey. Some day I will let you read it, and then you will understand why your coming has not hurt it. At first I was unreasonably disturbed because I thought that I must finish it within a week from today. I start out on a new adventure then, a strange adventure into the north." "That means the wild country?" she asked. "Up there in the north there are no people?" "An occasional Indian, perhaps a prospector now and then," he said. "Last year I traveled 127 days without seeing a human face, except that of my Cree companion." She had leaned a little over the table, and was looking at him intently, her eyes shining. "That is why I have understood you, and read between the printed lines in your books," she said. "If I had been a man, I would have been a great deal like you. I love those things, loneliness, emptiness, the great spaces where you hear only the whisperings of the winds, and the fall of no other feet but your own. Oh, I should have been a man. It was born in me. It was a part of me, and I loved it, loved it." A poignant grief had shot into her eyes. Her voice broke almost in a sob. Amazed, he looked at her in silence across the table. "You have lived that life, Lady Grey," he said after a moment. "You have seen it." "Yes," she nodded, clasping and unclasping her slim white hands. "For years and years, perhaps even more than you, John Aldous. I was born in it, and it was my life for a long time, until my father died." She paused, and he saw her struggling to subdue the quivering throb in her throat. "We were inseparable," she went on, her voice becoming suddenly strange and quiet. "He was father, mother, everything to me. It was too wonderful. Together we hunted out the mysteries and the strange things in the out-of-the-way places of the earth. It was his passion. He had given birth to it in me. I was always with him, everywhere. And then he died, soon after his discovery of that wonderful buried city of Mindano, in the heart of Africa. Perhaps you have read—" "Good God!" breathed Aldous, so low that his voice did not rise above a whisper. "Joanne, Lady Grey, you are not speaking of Daniel Gray, Sir Daniel Gray, the Egyptologist, the antiquarian who uncovered the secrets of an ancient and wonderful civilization in the heart of darkest Africa? Yes. And you are his daughter?" She bowed her head. Like one in a dream, John Aldous rose from his chair and went to her. He seized her hands and drew her up so that they stood face to face. Again that strange and beautiful calmness filled her eyes. "Our trails have strangely crossed, Lady Joanne," he said. "They have been crossing for years. While Sir Daniel was at Murja on the eve of his great discovery, I was at St. Louis on the Senegal coast. I slept in that little Cape Verde hotel, in the low whitewashed room overlooking the sea. The proprietor told me that Sir Daniel had occupied it before me, and I found a broken fountain pen in the drawer of that sickly black teakwood desk, with the carved serpent's head, and I was at Gampola at another time, headed for the interior of Ceylon, when I learned that I was traveling again one of Sir Daniel's trails." "And you were with him?" "Always," said Joanne. For a few tense moments they had looked steadily into each other's eyes. Swiftly, strangely, the world was bridging itself for them. Their minds swept back swiftly as the fire in a thunder sky. They were no longer strangers. They were no longer friends of a day. The grip of Aldous' hands tightened. 100 things sprang to his lips. Before he could speak he saw a sudden, startled change leap into Joanne's face. She had turned her face a little, so that she was looking toward the window. A frightened cry broke from her lips. Aldous whirled about. There was nothing there. He looked at Joanne again. She was white and trembling. Her hands were clutched at her breast. Her eyes, big and dark, staring, were still fixed on the window. "That man!" she panted. "His face was there, against the glass, like a devil's." "Quade?" "Yes." She caught at his arm as he sprang toward the door. "Stop!" she cried. "You mustn't go out." For a moment he turned at the door. He was as she had seen him in Quade's place, terribly cool, a strange, quiet smile on his lips. His eyes were gray, smiling steel. "Close the door after me and lock it until I return," he said. "You are the first woman guest I have ever had, Lady Grey, and I cannot allow you to be insulted." As he went out she saw him slip something from his pocket. She caught the glitter of it in the lamp glow. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Paula. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 7. It was in the blood of John Aldous to kill Quade. He ran with the quickness of a hare around the end of the cabin, past the window, and then stopped to listen, his automatic in his hand, his eye piercing the gloom for some moving shadow. He had not counted on an instant's hesitation. He would shoot Quade, for he knew why the mottled beast had been at the window. Stephen's boy had been right. Quade was after Joanne. His ugly soul was disrupted with a desire to possess her, and Aldous knew that when roused by passion he was more like a devil-fish than a man, a creeping, slimy, night-seeking creature who not only had the power of the underworld back of him, but wealth as well. He did not think of him as a man, as he stood listening, but as a beast. He was ready to shoot, but he saw nothing. He heard no sound that could have been made by a stumbling foot or a moving body. An hour later the moon would have been up, but it was dark now except for the stars. He heard the hoot of an owl 100 yards away. Out in the river something splashed. From the timber beyond Buffalo Prairie came the yapping bark of a coyote. For 5 minutes he stood as silent as one of the rocks behind him. He realized that to go on, to seek blindly for Quade in the darkness, would be folly. He went back, tapped at the door, and re-entered the cabin when Joanne threw back the lock. She was still pale. Her eyes were bright. "I was coming in a moment," she said. "I was beginning to fear that he had struck me down in the dark," added Aldous, as she hesitated. "Well, he would like to do just that, Joanne." Unconsciously her name had slipped from him. It seemed the most natural thing in the world for him to call her Joanne now. "Is it necessary for me to tell you that this man Quade is why he was looking through the window?" She shuddered. "No, no, I understand." "Only partly," continued Aldous, his face white and set. "It is necessary that you should know more than you have guessed, for your own protection. If you were like most other women I would not tell you the truth, but would try to shield you from it. As it is, you should know. There is only one other man in the Rocky Mountains more dangerous than Bill Quade. He is Culver Rann, up at Tête Jaune. They are partners, partners in crime, in sin, in everything that is bad and that brings them gold. Their influence among the rougher elements along the line of rail is complete. They are so strongly entrenched that they have put contractors out of business because they would not submit to blackmail. The few harmless police we have following the steel have been unable to touch them. They have cleaned up hundreds of thousands, chiefly in three things: blackmail, whiskey, and women. Quade is the viler of the two. He is like a horrible beast. Culver Rann makes me think of a sleek and shining serpent. But this man Quade—" He found it almost impossible to go on with Joanne's blue eyes gazing so steadily into his. "Whom we've made our enemy," she finished for him. "Yes, and more than that," he said, partly turning his head away. "You cannot go on to Tête Jaune alone, Joanne. You must go nowhere alone. If you do—" "What will happen?" "I don't know. Perhaps nothing would happen. But you cannot go alone. I am going to take you back to Mrs. Otto now, and to morrow I shall go on to Tête Jaune with you. It is fortunate that I have a place up there to which I can take you, and where you will be safe." As they were preparing to go, Joanne glanced ruefully at the table. "I am ashamed to leave the dishes in that mess," she said. He laughed and tucked her hand under his arm as they went through the door. When they had passed through the little clearing and the darkness of the spruce and balsam walls shut them in, he took her hand. "It is dark, and you may stumble," he apologized. "This isn't much like the Shell Plaza in front of Cape Verde, is it?" "No. Did you pick up any of those little red blood shells?" "I did, and they made me shiver. There were strange stories associated with them." He knew that she was staring ahead into the blank wall of gloom as she spoke, and that it was not a thought of the blood shells, but of Quade, that made her fingers close more tightly about his own. His right hand was gripping the butt of his automatic. Every nerve in him was on the alert, yet she could detect nothing of caution or preparedness in his careless voice. "The bloodstones don't trouble me," he answered. "I can't remember anything that upset me more than the snakes. I'm a terrible coward when it comes to anything that crawls without feet. I'll run from a snake no longer than your little finger. In fact, I'm just as scared of a little grass snake as I am of a python. It's the thing, and not its size, that horrifies me. Once I jumped out of a boat into 10 feet of water because my companion caught an eel on his line and persisted in the argument that it was a fish. Thank heaven we don't have snakes up here. I've only seen 3 or 4 in all my experience in the Northland." She laughed softly in spite of the uneasy thrill the night held for her. "It's hard for me to imagine you being afraid," she said. "And yet if you were afraid, I'd know it would be of just some little thing like that. My father was one of the bravest men in the world, and 100 times I've seen him show horror at the sight of a spider. If you were afraid of snakes, why did you go up to Gampola in Ceylon?" "I didn't know the snake were there," he chuckled. "I had dreamed that there were half so many snakes in the whole world as there were along that confounded river. I slept sitting up, dressed in rubber wading boots that came to my waist, and wore thick leather gloves. I got out of the country at the earliest possible moment." When they entered the edge of the Miette clearing, they saw the glow of lights ahead of them. Aldous caught the sudden upturn of his companion's face, laughing at him in the starlight. "Kind, thoughtful John Aldous," she whispered, as if to herself. "How nice of you it was to talk of such pleasant things while we were coming through that black, dreadful swamp, with a Bill Quade waiting for us on the side." A low ripple of laughter broke from her lips, and he stopped dead in his tracks, forgetting to put the automatic back in his pocket. At the sight of it the amusement died in her face. She caught his arm, and one of her hands seized the cold steel of the pistol. "Would he dare?" she demanded. "You can't tell," replied Aldous, putting the gun in his pocket. "And that was a creepy sort of conversation to load you down with, wasn't it, Ladygray? I imagine you'll catch me in all sorts of blunders like that." He pointed ahead. "There's Mrs. Otto now. She's looking this way and wondering with all her big heart if you ought to be at home and in bed." The door of the Otto home was wide open, and silhouetted in the flood of light was the good-natured Scotswoman. Aldous gave the whistling signal which she and her menfolk always recognized, and hurried on with Joanne. Before they had quite reached the tent house, Joanne put a detaining hand on his arm. "I don't want you to go back to the cabin tonight," she said. "The face at the window was terrible. I'm afraid, and I don't want you to be there alone." Her words sent a warm glow through him. "Nothing will happen," he assured her. "Quade will not come back." "I don't want you to return to the cabin," she persisted. "Is there no other place where you can stay?" "I might go down and console Stevens, and borrow a couple of his horse blankets for a bed, if that will please you." "It will," she cried quickly. "If you don't return to the cabin you may go on to Tête Jaune with me to morrow. Is it a bargain?" "It is," he accepted eagerly. "I don't like to be chased out, but I'll promise not to sleep in the cabin to night." Mrs. Otto was advancing to meet them. At the door he bade them good night and walked in the direction of the lighted avenue of tents and shacks under the trees. He caught a last look in Joanne's eyes of anxiety and fear. Glancing back out of the darkness that swallowed him up, he saw her pause for a moment in the lighted doorway and look in his direction. His heart beat faster. Joyously he laughed under his breath. It was strangely new and pleasing to have someone thinking of him in that way. He had not intended to go openly into the lighted avenue. From the moment he had plunged into the night after Quade, his fighting blood was roused. He had subdued it well with Joanne, but his determination to find Quade and have a settlement with him had grown no less. He told himself that he was one of the few men along the line whom it would be difficult for Quade to harm in any other than a physical way. He had no business that could be destroyed by the other's underground methods, and he had no job to lose. Until he had seen Joanne enter the scoundrel's red and white striped tent, he had never hated a man as he now hated Quade. He had loathed him before, and had evaded him because the sight of him was unpleasant. Now he wanted to grip his fingers around his thick red throat. He had meant to come up behind Quade's tent, but changed his mind, and walked into the lighted trail between the 2 rows of tents and shacks, his hand thrust carelessly into his trousers pocket. The night carnival of the railroad builders was on. Coarse laughter, snatches of song, the click of pool balls and the chink of glasses mingled with the thrumming of 3 or 4 musical instruments along the lighted way. The phonograph in Quade's place was going incessantly. Half a dozen times Aldous paused to greet men whom he knew. He noted there was nothing new or different in their manner toward him. If they had heard of his trouble with Quade, he was certain they would have spoken of it, or at least they would have betrayed some sign. For several minutes he stopped to talk with McVey, a young Scotch surveyor. McVey hated Quade, but he made no mention of him. Purposely he paused at Quade's tent and walked to the end of the street, nodding and looking closely at those whom he knew. It was becoming more and more evident to him that Quade and his pals were keeping the affair of the afternoon as quiet as possible. Stevens had heard of it. He wondered how. Aldous retraced his steps, as though nothing had happened. He entered Quade's place. There were a dozen men inside, and among them he recognized 3 who had been there that afternoon. He nodded to them. Slim Barker was in Quade's place behind the counter. Barker was Quade's right-hand man at Miette, and there was a glitter in his rat-like eyes as Aldous leaned over the glass case at one end of the counter and asked for cigars. He fumbled a bit as he picked out $half worth from the box. His eyes met Slim's. "Where's Quade?" he asked casually. Barker shrugged his shoulders. "Busy to night," he answered shortly. "Want to see him?" "No, not particularly. Only I don't want him to hold a grudge." Barker replaced the box in the case and turned away. After lighting a cigar Aldous went out. He was sure Quade had not returned from the river. Was he lying in wait for him near the cabin? The thought sent a sudden thrill through him. In the same breath it was gone. With $half men ready to do his work, Aldous knew that Quade would not redden his own hands or place himself in any conspicuous risk. During the next hour he visited the places where Quade was most frequently seen. He had made up his mind to walk over to the engineer's camp, when a small figure darted after him out of the gloom of the trees. It was the Stevens boy. "Dad wants to see you down at the camp," he whispered excitedly. "He says right away, and for no one to see you. He said not to let anyone see me. I've been waiting for you to come in the dark." "Skip back and tell him I'll come," replied Aldous quickly. "Be sure you mind what he says, and don't let anyone see you." The boy disappeared like a rabbit. Aldous looked back and ahead and then dived into the darkness after him. A quarter of an hour later he came upon the river close to Stevens' camp. A little nearer he saw Stevens squatted close to a smouldering fire about which he was drying some clothes. The boy was huddled in a disconsolate heap near him. Aldous called softly, and Stevens slowly rose and stretched himself. The packer advanced to where he had screened himself behind a clump of bush. His first look at the other assured him that he was right in using caution. The moon had risen, and the light of it fell in the packer's face. It was a dead stone-like gray. His cheeks seemed thinner than when Aldous had seen him a few hours before, and there was despair in the droop of his shoulders. His eyes were what startled Aldous. They were like red coals of fire, and shifted swiftly from point to point in the bush. For a moment they stood silent. "Sit down," Stevens said. "Get out of the moonlight. I've got something to tell you." They crouched behind the bush. "You know what happened?" Stevens said in a low voice. "I lost my outfit." "Yes, I saw what happened, Stevens." The packer hesitated for a moment. One of his big hands reached out and gripped John Aldous by the arm. "Let me ask you something before I go on," he whispered. "You won't take offense, because it's necessary. She looked like an angel to me when I saw her up at the train. But is she good, or you know what we think of women who come in here alone. That's why I ask." "She's what you thought she was, Stevens," replied Aldous. "As pure and as sweet as she looks. The kind we like to fight for." "I was sure of it, Aldous. That's why I sent the kid for you. I saw her in your cabin, after the outfit went to hell. When I came back to camp Quade was here. I was pretty well broken up. Didn't talk to him much, but he seen I'd lost everything. Then he went down to your place, and he told me that later. But I guessed it as soon as he came back. I never see him look like he did then. I'll cut it short. He's mad, loon mad, over that girl. I played the sympathy act, thinking of you and her. He hinted at some easy money. I let him understand that at the present writin' I'd be willin' to take money most any way, and that I didn't have any particular likin' for you. Then it came out. He made me a proposition." Stevens lowered his voice, and stopped to peer again about the bush. "Go on," urged Aldous. "We're alone." Stevens bent so near that his tobacco-laden breath swept his companion's cheek. "He said he'd replace my lost outfit if I'd put you out of the way, sometime day after tomorrow." "Kill me?" "Yes." After a few moments there was a silence, broken only by their tense breathing. Aldous had found the packer's hand. He was gripping it hard. "Thank you, old man," he said. "And he believes you will do it?" "I told him I would. Day after tomorrow. And throw your body in the Athabasca." "Splendid, Stevens. You've got Sherlock Holmes beat by a mile. And does he want you to do this pretty job because I gave him a crack on the jaw?" "Not a bit of it!" exclaimed Stevens quickly. "He knows the girl's a stranger and alone. You've taken an interest in her. With you out of the way, she won't be missed. Damn it, man, don't you know his system? And if he ever wanted anything in his life, he wants her. He's turned that poison blood of his into fire. He raved about her here. He'll go to the limit. He'll do anything to get her. He's so crazy I believe he'd give every dollar he's got. There's just one thing for you to do. Send the girl back where she came from. Then you get out. As for myself, I'm going to emigrate. I ain't got a dollar now, so I may as well hit the prairies and get a job on a ranch. Next winter I guess me and the kid will trap up on the Parsnip River." "You're wrong, clean wrong," said Aldous quietly. "When I saw your outfit going down among the rocks I had already made up my mind to help you. What you've told me to night hasn't made any difference. I would have helped you anyway, Stevens. I've got more money than I know what to do with right now. Roper has a 30-horse outfit for sale. Buy it tomorrow. I'll pay for it, and you needn't consider yourself a dollar in debt. Some day I'll have you take me on a long trip, and that'll make up for it. As for the girl and myself, we're going on to Tête Jaune tomorrow." Aldous could see the amazed packer staring at him in the gloom. "You don't think I'm selling myself, do you, Aldous?" he asked huskily. "That ain't why you're doing this for me and the kid, is it?" "I had made up my mind to do it before I saw you to night," repeated Aldous. "I've got lots of money, and I don't use but little of it. It sometimes accumulates so fast that it bothers me. Besides, I've promised to accept payment for the outfit in trips. These mountains have got a hold of me, Stevens. I'm going to take a good many trips before I die." "Not if you go on to Tête Jaune, you ain't," replied Stevens, biting a huge quid from a black plug. Aldous had risen to his feet. Stevens stood up beside him. "If you go on to Tête Jaune, you're a bigger fool than I was in trying to swim the outfit across the river today," he added. "Listen." He leaned toward Aldous, his eyes gleaming. "In the last 6 months there's been 40 dead men dragged out of the Fraser between Tête Jaune and Fort George. You know that? Papers have called 'em accidents. The toll of railroad building. Maybe a part of it is. Maybe half of them 40 died by accident. The other half didn't. They were sent down by Culver Rann and Bill Quade. Once you go floating down the Fraser there ain't no questions asked. Somebody sees you and pulls you out, maybe a breed or an Indian, and puts you under a little sand a bit later. If it's a white man he does likewise. There ain't no time to investigate floaters over particular in the wilderness. Besides, you get so beat up on the rocks you don't look much of anything. I know, 'cause I worked on the scows 3 months, and helped bury 4 of 'em, and there wasn't anything, not even a scrap of paper, in the pockets of 2 of 'em. Is that suspicious, or ain't it? It don't pay to talk too much along the Fraser. Men keep their mouths shut, but I'll tell you this, Culver Rann and Bill Quade know a lot." "And you think I'll go in the Fraser?" "Exactly. Quade would rather have you in there than in the Athabasca. And then—" "Well?" Stephen spat into the bush and shrugged his shoulders. "This beautiful lady you've taken an interest in will turn up missing, Aldous. She'll disappear off the face of the map, just like Stimson's wife did. You remember Stimson?" "He was found in the Fraser," said Aldous, gripping the other's arm in the darkness. "Exactly. And that pretty wife of his disappeared a little later. Up there everybody's too busy to ask where other people go. Culver Rann and Bill Quade know what happened to Stimson, and they know what happened to Stimson's wife. You don't want to go to Tête Jaune. You don't want to let her go. I know what I'm talking about, because—" There fell a moment's silence. Aldous waited. Stephen spat again, and finished in a whisper. "Quade went to Tête Jaune to night. He went on a hand car. He's got something he wants to tell Culver Rann that he don't dare telephone or telegraph, and he wants to get that something to him ahead of tomorrow's train. Understand?" End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 8. John Aldous confessed to himself that he did not quite understand, in spite of the effort Stevens had made to impress upon him, the importance of not going to Tête Jaune. He was bewildered over a number of things, and felt that he needed to be alone for a time to clear his mind. He left Stevens, promising to return later to share a couple of blankets and a part of his tepee, for he was determined to keep his promise to Joanne, and not return to his own cabin, even though Quade had left Miette. He followed a moonlight trail along the river to an abandoned surveyor's camp, knowing that he would meet no one, and that in this direction he would have plenty of unbroken quiet in which to get some sort of order out of the chaotic tangle of events through which he had passed that day. Aldous had employed a certain amount of caution, but until he had talked with Stevens he had not believed that Quade, in his twofold desire to avenge himself and possess Joanne, would go to the extraordinary ends predicted by the packer. His point of view was now entirely changed. He believed Stevens. He knew the man was not excitable. He was one of the coolest heads in the mountains, and he had abundant nerve. Thought of Stimson and Stimson's wife had sent the hot blood through Aldous like fire. Was Stevens right in that detail, and was Quade actually planning the same end for him and Joanne? Why had Quade stolen on ahead to Tête Jaune? Why had he not waited for tomorrow's train? He found himself walking swiftly along the road, where he had intended to walk slowly, 100 questions pounding through his brain. Suddenly a thought came to him that stopped him in the trail, his unseeing eyes staring down into the dark chasm of the river. After all, was it so strange that Quade would do these things? Into his own life Joanne had come like a wonderful dream creature transformed into flesh and blood. He no longer tried to evade the fact that he could not think without thinking of Joanne. She had become a part of him. She had made him forget everything but her, and in a few hours had sent into the dust of ruin his cynicism and aloneness of a lifetime. If Joanne had come to him like this, making him forget his work, filling him more and more with the thrilling desire to fight for her, was it so very strange that a beast like Quade would fight in another way? He went on down the trail, his hands clenched tightly, After all, it was not fear of Quade or of what he might attempt that filled him with uneasiness. It was Joanne herself, her strange quest, its final outcome. With the thought that she was seeking for the man who was her husband, a leaden hand seemed gripping at his heart. He tried to shake it off, but it was like a sickness. To believe that she had been the wife of another man, or that she could ever belong to any other man than himself, seemed like shutting his eyes forever to the sun. And yet she had told him she had belonged to another man. She might belong to him even now. She had come to find if he was alive or dead. And if alive... Aldous stopped again, and looked down into the dark pit through which the river was rushing 100 feet below him. It tore in frothing maelstroms through 1,000 rocks, filling the night with a low thunder. To John Aldous the sound of it might have been 1,000 miles away. He did not hear. His eye saw nothing in the blackness. For a few moments the question he had asked himself obliterated everything. If they found Joanne's husband alive at Tête Jaune, what then? He turned back, retracing his steps over the trail, a feeling of resentment, of hatred for the man he had never seen, slowly taking the place of the oppressive thing that had turned his heart sick within him. Then in a flash came the memory of Joanne's words in which, white-faced and trembling, she had confessed that her anxiety was not that she would find him dead, but that she would find him alive. A joyous thrill shot through him as he remembered that. Whoever this man was, whatever he might have been to her once, or was to her now, Joanne did not want to find him alive. He laughed softly to himself as he quickened his pace. The tense grip of his fingers loosened. The grim, almost ghastly part of it did not occur to him. The fact that deep in his soul he was wishing a man dead and in his grave. He did not return at once to the scenes about Quade's place, but went to the station, 3/4 of a mile farther up the track. Here, in a casual way, he learned from the little pink-faced Cockney Englishman who watched the office at night that Stevens had been correct in his information. Quade had gone to Tête Jaune. Although it was 11 o'clock, Aldous proceeded in the direction of the engineers' camp, still another 1/4 of a mile deeper in the bush. He was restless. He did not feel that he could sleep that night. The engineers' camp he expected to find in darkness, and he was surprised when he saw a light burning brightly in Keller's cabin. Keller was the assistant divisional engineer, and they had become good friends. It was Keller who had set the first surveyor's line at the Tête Jaune, and it was he who had reported it as the strategic point from which to push forward the fight against mountain and wilderness, both by river and rail. He was in a way accountable for the existence of Tête Jaune just where it did exist, and he knew more about it than any other man in the employ of the Grand Trunk Pacific. For this reason Aldous was glad that Keller had not gone to bed. He knocked at the door and entered without waiting for an invitation. The engineer stood in the middle of the floor, his coat off, his fat, stubby hands thrust into the pockets of his baggy trousers, his red face and bald cranium shining in the lamplight. A strange fury blazed in his eyes as he greeted his visitor. He began pacing back and forth across the room, puffing volumes of smoke from a huge bowled German pipe as he motioned Aldous to a chair. "What's the matter, Peter?" "Enough, and be damned," growled Peter. "If it wasn't enough, do you think I'd be out of bed at this hour of the night?" "I'm sure it's enough," agreed Aldous. "If it wasn't you, you'd be in your little trundle over there, sleeping like a baby. I don't know anyone who can sleep quite as sweetly as you, Peter. But what the devil is the trouble? Something that you can't make me feel funny over. You haven't heard about the bear. Not a word, Peter." Keller took his hands from his pockets and the big bowled pipe from his mouth. "You know what I did with that bear?" he said. "More than a year ago I made friends with her up there on the hill instead of killing her. Last summer I got her so she'd eat out of my hands. I fed her a barrel of sugar between July and November. We used to chum it an hour at a time, and I pet her like a dog. Why, damn it, man, I thought more of that bear than I did of any human in these regions. And she got so fond of me she didn't leave to den up until January. This spring she came out with 2 cubs, and as soon as they could waddle she brought them out there on the hillside and waited for me. We were better chums than ever. I've got another half barrel of sugar, lump sugar, on the way from Edmonton. And now what do you think that damn CNR gang has done? They haven't shot her. No, they haven't shot her. I wish to God they had. They've blown her up." The little engineer subsided into a chair. "Do you hear?" he demanded. "They've blown her up. Put a stick of dynamite under some sugar, attached a battery wire to it, and when she was licking up the sugar, touched it off. And I can't do anything, damn 'em. Bears ain't protected. The government of this province calls 'em pests. Murder them on sight, it says. And those fiends over there think it's a good joke on me and the bear." Keller was sweating. His fat hands were clenched, and his round, plump body fairly shook with excitement and anger. "When I went over tonight they laughed at me. The whole bunch," he went on quickly. "I offered to lick every man in the outfit from A to Z, and I ain't had a fight in 20 years. Instead of fighting like men, a dozen of them grabbed hold of me, chucked me into a blanket, and bounced me for 15 minutes straight. What do you think of that, Aldous? Me, assistant divisional engineer of the GTP, bounced in a blanket." Peter Keller hopped from his chair and began pacing back and forth across the room again, sucking truculently on his pipe. "If they were on our road, I'd chase every man of them out of the country. But they're not. They belong to the CNR. They're out of my reach." He stopped suddenly in front of Aldous. "What can I do?" he demanded. "Nothing," said Aldous. "You've had something like this coming to you, Peter. I've been expecting it. All the camps for 20 miles up and down the line know what you thought of that bear. You fired Tibbets because, as you said, he was too thick with Quade. You told him that right before Quade's face. Tibbets is now foreman of that grading gang over there. 2 and 2 make 4, you know. Tibbets, Quade's, the blown-up bear. Quade doesn't miss an opportunity, no matter how small it is. Tibbets and Quade did this to get even with you. You might report the blanket affair to the contractors of the other road. I don't believe they would stand for it." Aldous had guessed correctly what the effect of associating Quade's name with the affair would be. Keller was one of Quade's deadliest enemies. He sat down close to Aldous again. His eyes burned deep back. It was not Keller's physique, but his brain and the fearlessness of his spirit that made him dangerous. "I guess you're right, Aldous," he said. "Some day I'll even up on Quade." "And so shall I, Peter." The engineer stared into the other's eyes. "You?" Aldous nodded. "Quade left for Tête Jaune tonight, on a handcar. I follow him tomorrow on the train. I can't tell you what's up, Peter, but I don't think it will stop this side of death for Quade and Culver Rann, or me. I mean that quite literally. I don't see how more than one side can come out alive. I want to ask you a few questions before I go on to Tête Jaune. You know every mountain and trail about the place, don't you? I've tramped them all, afoot and on horseback. Then perhaps you can direct me to what I must find, a man's grave." Peter Keller paused in the act of relighting his pipe. For a moment he stared in amazement. "There are a great many graves up at Tête Jaune," he said at last. "A great many graves, and many of them unmarked. If it's a Quade grave you're looking for, Aldous, it will be unmarked." "I am quite sure that it is marked, or was at one time," said Aldous. "It's the grave of a man who had quite an unusual name, Peter, and you might remember it. Mortimer FitzHugh." "FitzHugh? FitzHugh?" repeated Keller, puffing out fresh volumes of smoke. "Mortimer FitzHugh? He died, I believe, before there was a Tête Jaune, or at least before the steel reached there," added Aldous. "He was on a hunting trip, and I have reason to think that his death was a violent one." Keller rose and fell into his old habit of pacing back and forth across the room, a habit that had worn a path in the bare pine boards of the floor. "There's graves and graves up there, but not so many that were there before Tête Jaune came," he began, between puffs. "Up on the side of White Knob Mountain there's the grave of a man who was torn to bits by a grizzly, but his name was Humphrey. Old Yellowhead John, Tête Jaune they called him, died years before that, and no one knows where his grave is. We had 5 men died before the steel came, but there wasn't a FitzHugh among them. Crabby, old Crabby Thompson, a trapper, is buried in the sand on the Fraser. The last flood swept his slab away. There were 2 unmarked graves in Glacier Canyon, but I guess they're 10 years old if a day. Burns was shot. I knew him. Plenty died after the steel came, but before that—" Suddenly he stopped. He faced Aldous. His breath came in quick jerks. "By heavens, I do remember!" he cried. "There's a mountain in the Sawtooth Range, 12 miles from Tête Jaune, a mountain with the prettiest basin you ever saw at the foot of it, with a lake no bigger than this camp, and an old cabin which Yellowhead himself must have built 50 years ago. There's a blind canyon runs out of it, short and dark, on the right. We found a grave there. I don't remember the first name on the slab. Maybe it was washed out, but so help me God, the last name was FitzHugh." With a sudden cry, Aldous jumped to his feet and caught Keller's arm. "You're sure of it, Peter?" "Positive." It was impossible for Aldous to repress his excitement. The engineer stared at him even harder than before. "What can that grave have to do with Quade?" he asked. "The man died before Quade was known in these regions." "I can't tell you now, Peter," replied Aldous, pulling the engineer to the table, "but I think you'll know quite soon. For the present I want you to sketch out a map that will take me to the grave. Will you?" On the table were pencil and paper. Keller seated himself and drew them toward him. "I'm damned if I can see what that grave can have to do with Quade," he said, "but I'll tell you how to find it." For several minutes they bent low over the table, Peter Keller describing the trail to the Sawtooth Mountain as he sketched it, step by step, on the sheet of office paper. When it was done, Aldous folded it carefully and placed it in his wallet. "I can't go wrong, and—" "Thank you, Keller." After Aldous had gone, Peter Keller sat for some time in a deep thought. "Now I wonder what the devil there can be about a grave to make him so happy," he grumbled, listening to the whistle that was growing fainter down the trail. And Aldous, alone, with the moon straight above him as he went back to the Meetti plain, felt, in truth, the night had become brighter for him than any day he had ever known, for he knew that Peter Keller was not a man to make a statement of which he was not sure. Mortimer FitzHugh was dead. His bones lay under the slab up in that little blind canyon in the shadow of the Sawtooth Mountain. Tomorrow he would tell Joanne, and blindly he told himself that she would be glad. Still whistling, he passed the Chinese laundry shack on the creek, crossed the railroad tracks, and buried himself in the bush beyond. A quarter of an hour later he stole quietly into Stephen's camp and went to bed. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 9. Stevens, dreaming of 20 horses plunging to death among the rocks in the river, slept uneasily. He awoke before it was dawn, but when he dragged himself from his tepee, moving quietly not to awaken his boy, he found John Aldous on his knees before a small fire, slicing thin rashers of bacon into a frying pan. The weight of his loss was in the tired packer's eyes and face and the listless droop of his shoulders. John Aldous, with 3 hours between the blankets to his credit, was as cheery as the crackling fire itself. He had wanted to whistle for the last half hour. Seeing Stevens, he began now. "I wasn't going to rouse you until breakfast was ready," he interrupted himself to say. "I heard you groaning, Stevens. I know you had a bad night. And the kid, too. He couldn't sleep, but I made up my mind you'd have to get up early. I've got a lot of business on today, and we'll have to rouse Curly Roper out of bed to buy his pack outfit. Find the coffee, will you? I couldn't." For a moment Stephen stood over him. "See here, Aldous, you didn't mean what you said last night, did you? You didn't mean that?" "Confound it, yes. Can't you understand plain English, Stevens? Don't you believe a man when he's a gentleman? Buy that outfit. Why, I'd buy 20 outfits today. I'm feeling so fine, Stevens." For the first time in 48 hours Stevens smiled. "I was wondering if I hadn't been dreaming," he said. "Once, a long time ago, I guess I felt just like you do now." With which cryptic remark he went for the coffee. Aldous looked up in time to see the boy stagger sleepily out of the tepee. There was something pathetic about the motherlessness of the picture, and he understood a little of what Stevens had meant. An hour later, with breakfast over, they started for Curly's. Curly was pulling on his boots when they arrived, while his wife was frying the inevitable bacon in the kitchen. "I hear you have some horses for sale, Curly," said Aldous. "I have? How many?" 29 or 28, maybe 27. "How much?" Curly looked up from the task of pulling on his second boot. "Here are you buying horses or looking for information?" he asked. "I'm buying, and I'm in a hurry. How much do you want a head?" "60 or 6. "I'll give you $60 apiece for 28 head, and that's just $10 apiece more than they're worth," broke in Aldous, pulling a checkbook and a fountain pen from his pocket. "Is it a go?" A little stupefied by the suddenness of it all, Curly opened his mouth and stared. "Is it a go?" repeated Aldous, including blankets, saddles, pack saddles, ropes, and canvases. Curly nodded, looking from Aldous to Stevens to see if he could detect anything that looked like a joke. "It's a go," he said. Aldous handed him a check for $1,680. "Make out the bill of sale to Stevens," he said. "I'm paying for them, but they're Stevens' horses. And look here, Sturley, I'm buying them only with your agreement that you'll say nothing about who paid for them. Will you agree to that?" Curly was joyously looking at the check. "Give me a Bible," he demanded. "I'll swear Stephen paid for them. I'll give you the word of a English gentleman." Without another word, Aldous opened the cabin door and was gone, leaving Stevens quite as much amazed as the little Englishman whom everybody called Curly, because he had no hair. Aldous went at once to the station, and for the first time inquired into the condition that was holding back the Tête Jaune train. He found that a slide had given way, burying a section of track under gravel and rock. 100 men were at work clearing it away, and it was probable they would be finished by noon. A gang boss, who had come back with telegraphic reports, said that half a dozen men had carried Quade's handcar over the obstruction about midnight. It was 7 o'clock when Aldous left for the Miette Bottom. He believed that Joanne would be up. At this season of the year the first glow of day usually found the Ottos at breakfast, and for half an hour the sun had been shining on the top of Pyramid Mountain. He was eager to tell her what had passed between him and Keller. He laughed softly when he confessed to himself how madly he wanted to see her. He always liked to come up to the Otto home very early of a morning, or in the dusk of evening. Very frequently he was filled with a desire to stand outside the red and white striped walls of the tent house and listen unseen. Inside there was always cheer, at night the crackle of fire and the glow of light, the happy laughter of the gentle-hearted Scotchwoman, and the affectionate banter of her big mountain man, who looked more like a brigand than the luckiest and most contented husband in the mountains. The luckiest, quite surely, with the one exception of his brother Clausen, who had, by some occult strategy or other, induced a sweet-faced and aristocratic little woman to look upon his own honest physiognomy as the handsomest and finest in the world. This morning Aldous followed a narrow path that brought him behind the tent house. He heard no voices. A few steps more and he emerged upon a scene that stopped him and set his heart thumping. Less than a dozen paces away stood Mrs. Otto and Joanne, their backs toward him. They were gazing silently and anxiously in the direction of the thick, low bush across the clearing, through which led the trail to his cabin. He did not look toward the bush. His eyes were upon Joanne. Her slender figure was full in the golden radiance of the morning sun, and Aldous felt himself under the spell of a joyous wonder as he looked at her. For the first time he saw her hair as he had pictured it, as he had given it to that other Joanne in the book he had called Fair Play. She had been brushing it in the sun when he came, but now she stood poised in that tense and waiting attitude, silent, gazing in the direction of the bush, with that marvelous mantle sweeping about her in a shimmering silken flood. He would not have moved, nor would he have spoken, until Joanne herself broke the spell. She turned and saw him. With a little cry of surprise she flung back her hair. He could not fail to see the swift look of relief and gladness that had come into her eyes. In another instant her face was flushing crimson. "I beg your pardon for coming up like an eavesdropper," he apologized. "I thought you would just about be at breakfast, Mrs. Otto." The Scotchwoman heaved a tremendous sigh of relief. "Goodness gracious, but I'm glad to see you," she exclaimed thankfully. "Jack and Bruce have just gone out to see if they could find your dead body." "We thought perhaps something might have happened," said Joanne, who had moved nearer the door. "You will excuse me, won't you, while I finish my hair?" Without waiting for him to answer, she ran into the tent. No sooner had she disappeared than the good-natured smile left Mrs. Otto's face. There was a note of alarm in her low voice as she whispered, "Jack and Bruce went to the barn last night, and she slept with me. She tried to be quiet, but I know she didn't sleep much, and she cried. I couldn't hear her, but the pillow was wet. Once my hand touched her cheek, and it was wet. I didn't ask any questions. This morning at breakfast she told us everything that happened. All about Quade and your trouble. She told us about Quade looking in at the window, and she was so nervous thinking something might have happened to you last night that the poor dear couldn't even drink her coffee until Jack and Bruce went out to hunt for you. But I don't think that was why she cried." "I wish I had been there," said Aldous. "It makes me happy to think she was worried about me." "Good Lord!" gasped Mrs. Otto. He looked for a moment into the slow growing amazement and understanding in her kind eyes. "You will keep my little secret, won't you, Mrs. Otto?" he asked. "Probably you'll think it's queer. I've only known her a day, but I feel like that. Somehow I feel that in telling this to you I am confiding in a mother or a sister. I want you to understand why I'm going to Tête Jaune with her. That is why she was crying, because of the dread of something up there. I'm going with her. She shouldn't go alone." Voices interrupted them, and they turned to find that Jack and Bruce Otto had come out of the bush and were quite near. Aldous was worried that Joanne had spoken of his troubles with Quade. He did not want to discuss the situation or waste time in listening to further advice. He was anxious to be alone again with Joanne and tell her what he had learned from Peter Keller. For half an hour he repressed his uneasiness. The brothers then went on to their corral. A few minutes later Joanne was once more at his side, and they were walking slowly over the trail that led to the cabin on the river. He could see that the night had made a change in her. There were circles under her eyes which were not there yesterday. When she looked at him their velvety blue depths betrayed something which he knew she was struggling desperately to keep from him. It was not altogether fear. It was more a betrayal of pain, a torment of the soul and not of the body. He noticed that in spite of the vivid colouring of her lips her face was strangely pale. The beautiful flush that had come into it when she first saw him was gone. Then he began to tell her of his visit to Peter Keller. His own heart was beating violently when he came to speak of the grave and the slab over it that bore the name of FitzHugh. He had expected that what he had discovered from Keller would create some sort of sensation. He had even come up to the final fact gradually, so that it would not appear bald and shocking. Joanne's attitude stunned him. She looked straight ahead. When she turned to him he did not see in her eyes what he had expected to see. They were quiet, emotionless, except for that shadow of inward torture which did not leave them. "Then tomorrow we can go to the grave?" she asked simply. Her voice, too, was quiet and without emotion. He nodded. "We can leave at sunrise," he said. "I have my own horses at Tête Jaune, and there need be no delay. We were to start into the north from there." "You mean on the adventure you were telling me about?" She had looked at him quickly. "Yes. Old Donald, my partner, has been waiting for me a week. That's why I was so deuced anxious to rush the book to an end. I'm behind Donald's schedule, and he's growing nervous. It's rather an unusual enterprise that taking us north this time, and Donald can't understand why I should hang back to write the tail end of a book. He has lived 60 years in the mountains. His full name is Donald MacDonald. Sometimes, back in my own mind, I've called him History. He seems like that, as though he has lived for ages in these mountains instead of 60 years. If I could only write what he has lived, even what one might imagine that he has lived. But I cannot. I have tried 3 times and have failed. I think of him as the last spirit, a strange wandering ghost of the mighty ranges. His kind passed away 100 years ago. You will understand when you see him. She put her hand on his arm and let it rest there lightly as they walked. Into her eyes had returned some of the old warm glow of yesterday. "I want you to tell me about this adventure," she entreated softly. "I understand about the other. You have been good, oh, so good to me, and I should tell you things you are expecting me to explain. It is only fair and honest that I should. I know what is in your mind, and I only want you to wait until tomorrow, will you? And I will tell you then, when you have found the grave." Involuntarily his hand sought Joanne's. For a single moment he felt the warm, sweet thrill of it in his own as he pressed it more closely to his arm. Then he freed it, looking straight ahead. A soft flush grew in Joanne's cheeks. "Do you care a great deal for riches?" he asked. "Does the golden pot at the end of the rainbow hold out a lure for you?" He did not realize the strangeness of his question until their eyes met. "Because if you don't," he added, smiling, "this adventure of ours isn't going to look very exciting to you." She laughed softly. "No, I don't care for riches," she replied. "I am quite sure that just as great education proves to one how little one knows, so great wealth brings one face to face with the truth of how little one can enjoy. My father used to say that the golden treasure at the end of the rainbow in every human life was happiness, and that is something which you cannot buy. So why crave riches then? But please don't let my foolish ideas disappoint you. I'll promise to be properly excited." She saw his face suddenly aflame with enthusiasm. "By George, but you're a brick, Joanne!" he exclaimed. "You are, and I—" He was fumbling in his breast pocket. He brought out his wallet and extracted from it the bit of paper Stephen had given him. "You dropped that, and Stephen found it," he explained, giving it to her. "I thought those figures might represent your fortune, or your income. Don't mind telling you I went over them carefully. There's a mistake in the 3rd column. 5 and 4 don't make 7. They make 9. In the final, when you come to the multiplication part of it, that correction will make you just $32,500 richer." "Thanks," said Joanne, lowering her eyes and beginning to tear the paper into small pieces. "And will it disappoint you, Mr. John Aldous, if I tell you that all these figures stand for riches which someone else possesses? And won't you let me remind you that we're getting a long way from what I want to know, about your trip into the north?" "That's just it. We're hot on the trail," chuckled Aldous, deliberately placing her hand on his arm again. "You don't care for riches. Neither do I. I'm delighted to know we're going tandem in that respect. I've never had any fun with money. It's the money that's had fun with me. I've no use for yachts and diamonds, and I'd rather travel afoot with a gun over my shoulder than in a private car. Half the time I'm doing my own cooking, and I haven't worn a white shirt in a year. My publishers persist in shoving more money my way than I know what to do with. You see, I pay only 10 cents a plug for my smoking tobacco, and other things accordingly. Somebody has said something about the good Lord sitting up in heaven and laughing at the jokes he plays on men. Well, I'm sitting back and laughing now and then at the tussle between men and money over all creation. There's a whole lot of humor in the way men and women fight and die for money, if you only take time to stand on the side and look on. There's nothing big or dramatic about it. I may be a heathen, but to my mind the funniest of all things is to see the world wringing its neck for $1. And Donald, old history, needs even less money than I. So that puts the big element of humor in this expedition of ours. We don't want money, particularly. Donald wouldn't wear more than 4 pairs of boots a year if he was a billionaire, and yet— He turned to Joan. The pressure of her hand was warmer on his arm. Her beautiful eyes were glowing, and her red lips parted as she waited breathlessly for him to go on. "And yet we're going to a place where you can scoop gold up with a shovel," he finished. "That's the funny part of it." "It isn't funny, it's tremendous," gasped Joan. "Think of what a man like you could do with an unlimited wealth, the good you might achieve, the splendid endowments you might make." "I have already made several endowments," interrupted Aldous. "I believe that I have made a great many people happy, Lady Grey, a great many. I am gifted to make endowments, I think, above most people. Not one of the endowments I have made has failed of complete success." "And may I ask what some of them were? I can't remember them all. There have been a great many. Most conspicuous among them were 3 endowments which I made to some very worthy people at various times for 7 salted mines. I suppose you know what a salted mine is, Lady Grey. At other times I have endowed railroad stocks which were very much in need of my helping might. 2 copper companies, a concern that was supposed to hoist up pure asbestos from the stomach of a Popocatepelt, and a steamship company that never steamed. As I said before, they were all very successful endowments." "And how many of the other kind have you made?" she asked gently, looking down the trail. "Like Stevens, for instance." He turned to her sharply. "What the deuce—" "Did you succeed in getting the new outfit from Mr. Curley?" she asked. "Yes. How did you know?" She smiled at the amazement which had gathered in his face. A glad, soft light shone in her eyes. "I guess Mrs. Otto has been like a mother to that poor little boy," she explained. "When you and Mr. Stevens went up to buy the outfit this morning, Jimmy ran over to tell her the news. We were all there, at breakfast. He was so excited he could scarcely breathe. But it all came out, and he ran back to camp before you came, because he thought you wouldn't want me to know. Wasn't that funny? He told me so when I walked a little way up the path with him." "The little reprobate," chuckled Aldous. "He's the best publicity man I ever had, Lady Grey. I did want you to know about this, and I wanted it to come to you in just this way, so that I wouldn't be compelled to tell you myself of the big and noble act I have done. It was my hope and desire that you, through someone else, would learn of it, and come to understand more fully what a generous and splendid biped I am. I even plotted to give this child of Stevens a silver $1 if he would get the news to you in some one of his innocent ways. He's done it, and he couldn't have done it better, even for $1. Ah, here we are at the cabin. Will you excuse me while I pick up a few things that I want to take on to Tête Jaune with me?" Between 2 trees close to the cabin he had built a seat, and here he left Joanne. He was gone scarcely 5 minutes when he reappeared with a small pack sack over his shoulders, locked the door, and rejoined her. "You see, it isn't much of a task for me to move," he said, as they turned back in the direction of the autos. "I'll wash the dishes when I come back next October." "5 months?" gasped Joanne, counting on her fingers. "John Aldous, do you mean—" "I do," he nodded emphatically. "I frequently leave dishes unwashed for quite a spell at a time. That's the one unpleasant thing about this sort of life, washing dishes. It's not so bad in the rainy season, but it's fierce during a dry spell. When it rains I put the dishes out on a flat rock, dirty side up, and the good Lord does the scrubbing." He looked at Joanne, face and eyes aglow with the happiness that was sweeping in a mighty tumult within him. Half an hour had worked a transformation in Joanne. There was no longer a trace of anguish or of fear in her eyes. Their purity and limpid beauty made him think of the rock violets that grew high up on the mountains. Her lips and cheeks were flushed, and the soft pressure of her hand again resting on his arm filled him with the exquisite thrill of possession and joy. He did not speak of Tête Jaune again until they reached the auto tent house, and then only to assure her that he would call for her half an hour before the train was ready to leave. As soon as possible after that he went to the telegraph office and sent a long message to MacDonald. Among other things he told him to prepare their cabin for a lady guest. He knew this would shock the old mountain wanderer, but he also knew that Donald would follow his instructions in spite of whatever alarm he might have. There were other women at Tête Jaune, the wives of men he knew, to whom he might have taken Joanne. Under the conditions, however, he believed his own cabin would be her best refuge, at least for a day or so. In that time he could take someone into his confidence, probably Blackton and his wife. In fact, as he thought the circumstances over, he saw the necessity of confiding in the Blacktons that very night. He left the station, growing a bit nervous. Was it right for him to take Joanne to his cabin at all? He had a tremendous desire to do so, chiefly on account of Quade. The cabin was a quarter of a mile in the bush, and he was positive if Joanne was there that Quade, and perhaps Culver Rann, would come nosing about. This would give him the opportunity of putting into execution a plan which he had already arranged for himself and old MacDonald. On the other hand, was this arrangement fair to Joanne, even though it gave him the chance to square up accounts with Quade? He stopped abruptly and faced the station. All at once there swept upon him a realization of how blind he had been, and what a fool he had almost made of himself. Blackton was one of the contractors who were working miracles in the mountains. He was a friend who would fight for him if necessary. Mrs. Blackton, who preferred to be on the firing line with her husband than in her luxurious city home, was the leader of all that was decent and womanly in Tête Jaune. Why not have these friends meet them at the train and take Joanne direct to their house? Such recognition and friendship would mean everything to Joanne. To take her to his cabin would mean— Inwardly he swore at himself as he hurried back to the station, and his face burned hotly as he thought of the chance such a blunder on his part would have given Quade and Culver Rann to circulate the stories with which they largely played their scoundrelly game. He sent another and a longer telegram. This time it was to Blackton. He ate dinner with Stevens, who had his new outfit ready for the mountains. It was 2 o'clock before he brought Joanne up to the station. She was dressed now as he had first seen her when she entered Quade's place. A veil covered her face. Through the grey film of it he caught the soft warm glow of her eyes and the shimmer of gold brown tendrils of her hair, and he knew why she wore that veil. It set his heart beating swiftly. The fact that she was trying to hide from all eyes but his own a beauty so pure and wonderful that it made her uncomfortable when under the staring gaze of the horde. The hand that rested on his arm he pressed closer to his side as they walked up the station platform, and under his breath he laughed softly and joyously as he felt the thrill of it. He spoke no word. Not until they were in their seat in the coach did Joanne look at him after that pressure of her hand. And then she did not speak, but in the veiled glow of her eyes there was something that told him she understood, a light that was wonderfully gentle and sweet, and yet, without words, she asked him to keep within his soul the things that were pounding madly there for speech. As the train rolled on, and the babble of voices about them joined the crunching rumble of the wheels, he wanted to lean close to her and tell her how a few hours had changed the world for him. And then, for a moment, her eyes turned to him again, and he knew that it would be a sacrilege to give voice to the things he wanted to say. For many minutes he was silent, gazing with her upon the wild panorama of the mountain beauty as it drifted past the car window. A loud voice 2 seats ahead of them proclaimed that they were about to make Templeton's Curve. The man was talking to his companion. They shot up 100,000 pounds of black powder and dynamite to make way for 200 feet of steel on that curve, he explained in a voice heard all over the car. They say you could hear the explosion 50 miles away. Jack Templeton was near-sighted, and he didn't see a rock coming down on him that was half as big as a house. I helped scrape up what was left of him, and we planted him at this end of the curve. It's been Templeton's Curve ever since. You'll see his grave, with a slab over it." It was there almost as he spoke, marked by a white painted cross in the circle of whitewashed stones. John Aldous felt a sudden shiver pass through his companion. She turned from the window. Through her veil he saw her lips tightened. Until he left the car half an hour later the man in the second seat ahead talked of Templeton's grave and a dozen other graves along the right-of-way. He was a rock hog, and a specialist on subjects of graves. Inwardly Aldous cursed him roundly. He cursed him all the way to Tête Jaune, for to him he attributed the change which had again come over Joanne. This change she could only partly conceal from him under her veil. She asked him many questions about Tête Jaune and the Blacktons, and tried to take an interest in the scenery they were passing. In spite of this he could see that she was becoming more and more nervous as they progressed towards the end of their journey. He felt the slow dampening of his own joy, the deadening clutch of yesterday at his heart. Twice she lifted her veil for a moment, and he saw she was pale, and tense lines had gathered about her mouth again. There was something almost haggard in her look the second time. In the early dusk of evening they arrived at Tête Jaune. Aldous waited until the car had emptied itself before he rose from his seat. Joanne's hand clutched at his arms as they walked down the aisle. He felt the fierce pressure of her fingers in his flesh. On the car platform they paused for a moment, and he felt her throbbing beside him. She had taken her hand from his arm, and he turned suddenly. She had raised her veil. Her face was dead white, and she was staring out over a sea of faces under them in a strange questing way, and her breath came from between her slightly parted lips as if she had been running. Amazed for a moment, John Aldous did not move. Somewhere in that crowd Joanne expected to find a face she knew. The truth struck him dumb, made him inert and lifeless. He, too, stared as if in a trance. and then, suddenly, every drop of blood in his body blazed into fierce life. In the glow of one of the station lamps stood a group of men. The faces of all were turned towards them. One he recognized, a bloated, leering face grinning devilishly at them. It was Quade. A low, frightening cry broke from Joanne's lips, and he knew that she, too, had seen him. But it was not Quade that she had looked for. It was not his face that she had expected to see, nor because of him that she had lifted her veil for the mob. He stepped down from the car and gave her his hand. Her fingers clutched his convulsively, and they were cold as the fingers of the dead. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 10. A moment later someone came surging through the crowd and called Aldous by name. It was Blackton. His thin, genial face with its little spiked mustache rose above the sea of heads above him. And as he came he grinned a welcome. "A beastly mob," he exclaimed, as he gripped his friend's hand. "I'm sorry I couldn't bring my wife nearer than the back platform." Aldous turned to Joanne. He was still half in a daze. His heart was choking him with its swift and excited beating. Even as he introduced her to Blackton, the voice kept crying in his brain that she had expected to find someone in this crowd whom she knew. For a space it was as if the Joanne whom he had known had slipped away from him. She had told him about the grave, but this other she had kept from him. Something that was almost anger surged up in him. His face bore marks of the strain as he watched her greet Blackton. In an instant, it seemed to him, she had regained a part of her composure. Blackton saw nothing but the haggard lines about her eyes and the deep pallor in her face, which he ascribed to fatigue. "You're tired, Miss Gray," he said. "It's a killing ride up from Métis these days. If we can get through this mob we'll have supper within 15 minutes." With a word to Aldous he began worming his long, lean body ahead of them. An instant Joanne's face was very close to Aldous, so close that he felt her breath, and the tendril of her hair touched his lips. In that instant her eyes looked into his steadily, and he felt rush over him a sudden shame. If she was seeking and expecting, it was to him more than ever that she was now looking for protection. The haunting trouble in her eyes, their entreaty, their shining faith in him told him that, and he was glad that she had not seen his sudden fear and suspicion. She clung more closely to him as they followed Blackton. Her little fingers held his arm as if she were afraid some force might tear him from her. He saw that she was looking quickly at the faces about them with the same questing mystery in her search. At the thin outer edge of the crowd Blackton dropped back beside them. A few steps more and they came to the end of the platform, where a buckboard was waiting in the dim light of one of the station lamps. Blackton introduced Joanne and assisted her into the seat beside his wife. "We'll leave you ladies to become acquainted while we rustle the baggage," he said. "Got the checks, Aldous?" Joanne had given Aldous 2 checks on the train, and he handed them to Blackton. Together they made their way to the baggage room. Thought Miss Gray would have some luggage, so I had one of my men come with another team, he explained. We won't have to wait. I'll give him the checks. Before they returned to the buckboard, Aldous halted his friend. I couldn't say much in that telegram, he said. If Miss Gray wasn't a bit tired and unstrung, I'd let her explain. I want you to tell Mrs. Blackton that she has come to Tête Jaune on a rather unpleasant mission, old man. Nothing less than to attend to the grave of a near relative. I regret that. I regret it very much, replied Blackton, flinging away the match he had lighted without touching it to his cigar. I guess something was wrong. She's welcome at our place, Aldous, for as long as she remains in Tête Jaune. Perhaps I knew this relative, if I can assist you, or her. He died before the steel came, said Aldous. Fitzhugh was his name. Old Donald and I are going to take her to the grave. Miss Gray is an old friend of mine, he lied boldly. We want to start at dawn. Will that be too much trouble for you and your wife? No trouble at all, declared Blackton. We've got a Chinese cook who's more like an owl than a human. How will 4 o'clock breakfast suit you? Splendidly. As they went on, the contractor said, I carried your word to MacDonald. Hunted him down out in the bush. He is very anxious to see you. He said he would not be at the depot, but that you must not fail him. He's kept strangely under cover of late. Curious old ghost, isn't he? The strangest man in the mountains, said Aldous, and when you come to know him, the most lovable. We're going north together. This time it was Blackton who stopped, with a hand on his companion's arm. A short distance from them they could see the buckboard in the light of the station lamp. Has old Donald written you lately? He asked. No, he says he hasn't written a letter in 20 years. Blackton hesitated. Then you haven't heard of his accident? The strange look in the contractor's face as he lighted a cigar made John Aldous catch him sharply by the arm. What do you mean? He was shot. I happened to be in Dr. Brady's office when he dragged himself in, late at night. Doc got the bullet out of his shoulder. It wasn't a bad wound. The old man swore it was an accident and asked us to say nothing about it. We haven't, but I've been wondering. Old Donald said he was careless with his own pistol, but the fact is, Aldous, he was shot from behind. The deuce, you say? There was no preparation except from behind. In some way the bullet had spent itself before it reached him. Otherwise it would have killed him. For a moment Aldous stared in speechless amazement into Blackton's face. When did this happen? He asked then. 3 days ago. Since then I have not seen old Donald until tonight. Almost by accident I met him out there in the timber. I delivered the telegram you sent him. After he had read it, I showed him mine. He scribbled something on a bit of paper, folded it, and pinned it with a porcupine quill. I've been mighty curious, but I haven't pulled out that quill. Here it is. From his pocket he produced the note and gave it to Aldous. I'll read it a little later, said Aldous. The ladies may possibly become anxious about us. He dropped it into his pocket as he thanked Blackton for the trouble he had taken in finding MacDonald. As he climbed into the front seat of the buckboard his eyes met Joanne's. He was glad that in a large measure she had recovered her self-possession. She smiled at him as they drove off, and there was something in the sweet tremble of her lips that made him almost fancy she was asking his forgiveness for having forgotten herself. Her voice sounded more natural to him as she spoke to Mrs. Blackton. The latter, a plump blue-eyed woman with dimples and golden hair, was already making her feel at home. She leaned over and placed a hand on her husband's shoulder. "Let's drive home by the way of town, Paul," she suggested. "It's only a little farther, and I'm quite sure Miss Gray will be interested in our great white way of the mountains. And I'm crazy to see that bear you were telling me about," she added. Nothing could have suited Aldous more than this suggestion. He was sure that Quade, following his own and Culver Rann's old methods, had already prepared stories about Joanne, and he not only wanted Quade's friends, but all of Tête Jaune as well. To see Joanne in the company of Mrs. Paul Blackton and her husband, and this was a splendid opportunity, for the night carnival was already beginning. "The bear is worth seeing," said Blackton, turning his team in the direction of the blazing light of the half-mile street that was the Broadway of Tête Jaune. "And the woman who rides him is worth seeing too," he chuckled. "He's a big fellow, and she plays the Godiva act. Rides him up and down the street with her hair down, collecting dimes and quarters and half-dollars as she goes." A minute later the length of the street swept out ahead of them. It is probable that the world had never before seen a street just like this Broadway in Tête Jaune, the pleasure Mecca of 5,000 workers along the line of steel. There had been great camps in the building of other railroads, but never a city in the wilderness like this, a place that had sprung up like magic and which, a few months later, was doomed to disappear as quickly. For half a mile it blazed out ahead of them, two garishly lighted rows of shacks, big tents, log buildings, and rough board structures, with a rough, wide street between. Tonight, Tête Jaune was like a blazing fire against the darkness of the forest and the mountain beyond. 100 sputtering jacks set up columns of yellow flame in front of places already filled with the riot and tumult of the night. 1,000 lamps and colored lanterns flashed like fireflies along the way, and under them the crowd had gathered, and was flowing back and forth. It was a weird and fantastic sight, this one strange and almost uncanny street that was there largely for the play and excitement of men. Aldous turned to Joanne. He knew what this town meant. It was the first and the last of its kind, and its history would never be written. The world outside the mountains knew nothing of it. Like the men who made up its transient life, it would soon be a forgotten thing of the past. Even the mountains would forget it. But more than once, as he had stood a part of it, his blood had warmed at the thought of the things it held secret, the things that would die with it, the big human drama it stood for, its hidden tragedies, its savage romance, its passing comedy. He found something of his own thought in Joanne's eyes. "There isn't much to it," he said, "but tonight, if you made the hunt, you could find men of 18 or 20 nationalities in that street. And a little more besides," laughed Blackton. "If you could write the complete story of how Tête Jaune had broken the law, Aldous, it would fill a volume as big as Peggy's family Bible." "And after all, it's funny," said Peggy Blackton. "There," she cried suddenly, "isn't that funny?" The glare and noisy life were on both sides of them now. Half a dozen phonographs were going. From up the street came the softer strains of a piano, and from in between the shrieking noise of bagpipe. Peggy Blackton was pointing to a brilliantly lighted black tarpaulin shop. Huge white letters on the front announced that lady barbers were within. They could see two of them at work through the big window, and they were pretty. The place was crowded with men. Men were waiting outside. "Paul says they charge $1 for a haircut and 50 cents for a shave," explained Peggy Blackton. "And the man over there across the street is going broke because he can't get business at 15 cents a shave. Isn't it funny?" As they went on, Aldous searched the street for Quade. Several times he turned to the back seat, and always he found Joanne's eyes questing in that strange way for someone whom she expected to see. Mrs. Blackton was pointing out lighted places and explaining things as they passed, but he knew that in spite of her apparent attention Joanne heard only a part of what she was saying. In that crowd she hoped, or feared, to find a certain face, and again Aldous told himself that it was not Quade's face. Near the end of the street a crowd was gathering, and here, for a moment, Blackton stopped his team within 50 feet of the objects of attraction. A slim, exquisitely formed woman in shimmering silk was standing beside a huge brown bear. Her sleek black hair, shining as if it had been oiled, fell in curls about her shoulder. Her rouged lips were smiling. Even at that distance her black eyes sparkled like diamonds. She had evidently just finished taking up a collection, for she was fastening the cord of a silken purse around her neck. In another moment she bestrode the bear. The crowd fell apart, and as the onlookers broke into a roar of applause, the big beast lumbered slowly up the street with its rider. "One of Culver Rann's friends," said Blackton, sotto voce, as he drove on. "She takes in 100 a night if she makes a cent." Blackton's big log bungalow was close to the engineers' camp, half a mile distant from the one lighted street and the hundreds of tents and shacks that made up the residential part of the town. Not until they were inside, and Peggy Blackton had disappeared with Joanne for a few moments, did Aldous take old Donald MacDonald's note from his pocket. He pulled out the quill, unfolded the bit of paper, and read the few crudely written words the mountain man had sent him. Blackton turned in time to catch the sudden amazement in his face. Crushing the note in his hand, Aldous looked at the other, his mouth tightening. "You must help me make excuses, old man," he said quietly. "It will seem strange to them if I do not stay for supper. But it is impossible. I must see old Donald as quickly as I can get to him." His manner, more than his words, kept Blackton from urging him to remain. The contractor stared at him for a moment, his own eyes growing harder and more direct. "It's about the shooting," he said. "If you want me to go with you, Aldous." "Thanks, that will be unnecessary." Peggy Blackton and Joanne were returning. Aldous turned towards them as they entered the room. With the note still in his hand, he repeated to them what he had told Blackton, that he had received word which made it immediately urgent for him to go to MacDonald. He shook hands with the Blacktons, promising to be on hand for the 4 o'clock breakfast. Joanne followed him to the door and out upon the veranda. For a moment they were alone, and now her eyes were wide and filled with fear as he clasped her hand closely in his own. "I saw him," she whispered, her fingers tightening convulsively. "I saw that man, Quade, at the station. He followed us up the street. Twice I looked behind and saw him. I'm afraid to let you go back there. I believe he's somewhere out there now, waiting for you." She was frightened, trembling, and her fear for him, the fear in her shining eyes, in her throbbing breath, in the clasp of her fingers, sent through John Aldous a joy that almost made him free her hands and crush her in his arms in the ecstasy of that wonderful moment. Then Peggy Blackton and her husband appeared in the door. He released her hands and stepped out into the gloom. The cheery good nights of the Blacktons followed him, and Joanne's good night was in her eyes, following him until he was gone, filled with her entreaty and their fear. 100 yards distant, where the trail split to lead to the camp of the engineers, there was a lantern on a pole. Here Aldous paused, out of the sight of the Blacktons' bungalow, and in the dim light read again MacDonald's note. In a cramped and almost illegible hand the old wanderer of the mountains had written: "Don't go to the cabin. Culver Rann waiting to kill you. Don't show yourself in town. Come to me as soon as you can on trail striking north to Loon Lake. Watch yourself. Be ready with your gun. Donald MacDonald." Aldous shoved the note in his pocket and slipped back out of the lantern glow into the deep shadow. For several minutes he stood silent and listening. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nikolai Johansen. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 11. As John Aldous stood hidden in the darkness, listening for the sound of a footstep, Joanne's words still rang in his ears. "I believe he's out there, waiting for you," she had said, and chuckling softly in the gloom, he told himself that nothing would give him more satisfaction than an immediate and material proof of her fear. In the present moment he felt a keen desire to confront Quaid face to face out there in the lantern glow, and settle with the murdered beast once and for all. The fact that Quaid had seen Joanne as the guest of the Blacktons hardened him in his determination. Quaid could no longer be in possible error regarding her. He knew that she had friends, and that she was not the kind who could be made or induced to play his game and Culver Rann's. If he followed her after this... Aldous gritted his teeth and stared up and down the black trail. 5 minutes passed, and he heard nothing that sounded like a footstep, and he saw no moving shadow in the gloom. Slowly he continued along the road until he came to where a narrow pack trail swung north and east through the thick spruce and balsam in the direction of Loon Lake. Remembering MacDonald's warning, he kept his pistol in his hand. The moon was just beginning to rise over the shoulder of a mountain, and after a little it lighted up the more open spaces ahead of him. Now and then he paused and turned to listen. As he progressed with slowness and caution, his mind worked swiftly. He knew that Donald MacDonald was the last man in the world to write such a message as he had sent him through Blackton, unless there had been a tremendous reason for it. But why, he asked himself again and again, should Culver Rann want to kill him? Rann knew nothing of Joanne. He had not seen her, and surely Quaid had not had time to formulate a plot with his partner before MacDonald wrote his warning. Besides, an attempt had been made to assassinate the old mountaineer. MacDonald had not warned him against Quaid. He had told him to guard himself against Rann. And what reason could this Culver Rann have for doing him injury? The more he thought of it, the more puzzled he became. And then, in a flash, the possible solution of it all came to him. Had Culver Rann discovered the secret mission on which he and the old mountaineer were going into the north? Had he learned of the gold, where it was to be found? And was their assassination the first step in a plot to secure possession of the treasure? The blood in Aldous' veins ran faster. He gripped his pistol harder. More closely he looked into the moonlit gloom of the trail ahead of him. He believed that he had guessed the meaning of MacDonald's warning. More than once, thought of the yellow treasure far up in the north had thrilled him, but never as it thrilled him now. Was the old tragedy of it to be lived over again? Was it again to play its part in the terrible drama of men's lives, as it had played it more than 40 years ago? The gold that for nearly half a century had lain with the bones of its dead, alone with its terrible secret, alone until Donald MacDonald had found it again. He had not told Joanne the story of it, the appalling and almost unbelievable tragedy of it. He had meant to do so, but they had talked of other things. He had meant to tell her that it was not the gold itself that was luring him far into the north, that it was not the gold alone that was taking Donald MacDonald back to it. And now, as he stood for a moment listening to the low sweep of the wind in the spruce tops, it seemed to him that the night was filled with whispering voices of that long ago, and he shivered and held his breath. A cloud had drifted under the moon, For a few moments it was pitch dark. The fingers of his hand dug into the rough bark of a spruce. He did not move. It was then that he heard something above the caressing rustle of the wind in the spruce tops. It came to him faintly, from full half a mile deeper in the black forest that reached down to the bank of the Fraser. It was the night call of an owl, one of the big gray owls that turned white as the snow in winter. Mentally he counted the notes in the call. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a flood of relief swept over him. It was MacDonald. They had used that signal in their hunting when they had wished to locate each other without frightening game. Always there were 3 notes in the big gray owl's quavering cry. The 4th was human. He put his hands to his mouth and back in answer, emphasizing the 4th note. The light breeze had died down for a moment, and Aldous heard the old mountaineer's reply as it floated faintly back to him through the forest. Continuing to hold his pistol, he went on, this time more swiftly. MacDonald did not signal again. The moon was climbing rapidly into the sky, and with each passing minute the night was becoming lighter. He had gone half a mile when he stopped again and signaled softly. MacDonald's voice answered so near that for an instant the automatic flashed in the moonlight. Aldous stepped out where the trail had widened into a small open spot. Half a dozen paces from him, in the bright flood of the moon, stood Donald MacDonald. The night, the moon-glow, the tense attitude of his waiting added to the weirdness of the picture which the old wanderer of the mountains made as Aldous faced him. MacDonald was tall. Some trick of the night made him appear almost unhumanly tall as he stood in the center of that tiny moonlit amphitheater. His head was bowed a little, and his shoulders drooped a little, for he was old. A thick, shaggy beard fell in a silvery sheen over his breast. His hair, grey as the underwing of the owl whose note he forged, straggled in uncut disarray from under the drooping run of a battered and weather-worn hat. His coat was of buckskin, and it was short at the sleeves, 4 inches too short, and the legs of his trousers were cut off between the knees and the ankles, giving him a still greater appearance of height. In the crook of his arm, MacDonald held a rifle, a strange-looking, long-barreled rifle of a type a quarter of a century old. And Donald MacDonald, in the picture he made, was like his gun, old and grey and ghostly, as if he had risen out of some graveyard of the past, worn himself in the yellow splendour of the moon. But in the greyness and gauntness of him there was something that was mightier than the strength of youth. He was alert. In the crook of his arm there was caution. His eyes were as keen as the eyes of an animal. His shoulders spoke of his strength, but little impaired by the years. Ghostly grey beard, ghostly grey hair, haunting eyes that gleamed, all added to the strange and weird impressiveness of the man as he stood before Aldous. And when he spoke, his voice had in it the deep, low, cavernous note of a partridge's drumming. "I'm glad you've come, Aldous," he said. "I've been waiting ever since the train came in. I was afraid you'd go to the cabin." Aldous stepped forth and gripped the old mountaineer's outstretched hand. There was intense relief in Donald's eyes. "I've got a little camp back here in the bush," he went on, nodding riverward. "It's safer in the shack these days. You're sure there ain't no one following?" "Quite certain," assured Aldous. "Look here, MacDonald, what in thunder has happened? Don't continue my suspense. Who shot you? Why did you warn me?" Deep in his beard, the old hunter laughed. "Same fellows would have shot you, I guess," he answered. "They made a bad job of it, Johnny, an awful bad job, and maybe there'd been a better man laying for you." He was pulling Aldous in the bush as he spoke. For 10 minutes he dived on ahead through a jungle in which there was no trail. Suddenly he turned, led the way around the edge of a huge mass of rock, and paused a moment later before a small, smouldering fire. Against the face of a gigantic boulder was the balsam shelter. A few cooking utensils were scattered about. It was evident that MacDonald had been living there for several days. "Looks as though I'd run away, don't it, Johnny?" he asked, laughing in his curious, chuckling way again. "And so I did, boy. From the mountain up there I've been watching things through my telescope. Been keeping quiet since Doc pulled the bullet out. I've been laying for the breed. I wanted him to think I'd vamoosed. I'm going to kill him." He had squatted down before the fire, his long rifle across his knees, and spoke as quietly as though he was talking of a partridge or a squirrel instead of a human being. He wormed a hand into one of his pockets and produced a small, dark object which he handed to Aldous. The other felt an uncanny chill as it touched his open fingers. It was a misshaped bullet. "Doc gave me the lead," continued MacDonald coolly, beginning to slice a pipeful of tobacco from a tar-black plug. "It came from Joe's gun. I've hunted with him enough to know his bullet. He fired through the window of the cabin. If it hadn't been for the broom handle, just the end sticking up." He shrugged his gaunt shoulders as he stuffed the tobacco into the bowl of his pipe. "I'd been dead," he finished tersely. "You mean that Joe has sold himself to Culver Rann?" exclaimed MacDonald. He sprang to his feet. For the first time he showed excitement. His eyes blazed with repressed rage. A hand gripped the barrel of his rifle as if to crush it. "He sold himself to Culver Rann," he repeated. "He sold him our secret. He told him where the gold is, Johnny. He's bargained to guide Rann and his crowd to it. And first, they're going to kill us." With a low whistle, Aldous took off his hat. He ran a hand through his blond gray hair. Then he replaced his hat and drew 2 cigars from his pocket. MacDonald accepted one. Aldous' eyes were glittering. His lips were smiling. "They are they, Donald? They're going to kill us." "They're going to try," amended the old hunter, with another curious chuckle in his ghostly beard. "They're going to try, Johnny. That's why I told you not to go to the cabin. I wasn't expecting you for a week. Tomorrow I was going to start a hike from Yet. I've been watching through my telescope from the mountain up there. I see Quade come in this morning on a hand car. Twice I see him and Rann together. Then I saw Blackton hike out into the bush. I was worrying about you and wondered if he had any word, so I laid for him on the trail. And I guess it was lucky. I ain't been able to set my eyes on Joe. I looked for hours through the telescope, and I couldn't find him. He's gone, or Culver Rann is keeping him out of sight." For several minutes Aldous looked at his companion in silence. Then he said, "You're sure of all this, are you, Donald? You have good proof that Joe has turned traitor?" "I've been suspicious of him ever since we come down from the north," spoke MacDonald slowly. "I watched him night and day. I was afraid he'd get a grub stake and start back alone. Then I saw him with Culver Rann. It was late. I heard him leave the shack, and I followed. He went to Rann's house, and Rann was expecting him. 3 times I followed him to Culver Rann's house. I knew what was happening then, and I planned to get him back into the mountains on a hunt and kill him. But I was too late. The shot came through the window. Then he disappeared, and Culver Rann is getting an outfit together. 20 head of horses with grub for 3 months." "The deuce! And our outfit, is it ready?" "To the last can of beans." "And your plan, MacDonald?" All at once the old mountaineer's eyes were aflame with eagerness as he came nearer to Aldous. "Get out at Tête Jaune tonight," he cried in a low, hissing voice that quivered with excitement. "Hit the trail before dawn, strike into the mountains with our outfit, far enough back, and then wait." "Wait?" "Yes, wait. If they follow us, fight." Slowly, Aldous held out a hand. The old mountaineers met it. Steadily, they looked into each other's eyes. Then John Aldous spoke. "If this had been 2 days ago, I would have said yes, but tonight it is impossible." The fingers that had tightened about his own relaxed. Slowly, a droop came into MacDonald's shoulders. Disappointment, a look that was almost despair, settled in his eyes. Seeing the change, Aldous held the old hunter's hand more firmly. "That doesn't mean we're not going to fight," he said quickly. "Only we've got to plan differently. Sit down, Donald. Something has been happening to me, and I'm going to tell you about it." A little back from the fire, they seated themselves, and Aldous told Donald MacDonald about Joanne. He began at the beginning, from the moment his eyes first saw her as she entered Quade's place. He left nothing out. He told her how she had come into his life and how he intended to fight to keep her from going out of it. He told of his fears, his hopes, the mystery of their coming to Tête Jaune, and how Quade had preceded them to plot the destruction of the woman he loved. He described her as she had stood that morning, like a radiant goddess in the sun, and when he came to that he leaned nearer and said softly, "And when I saw her there, Donald, with her hair streaming about her like that, I thought of the time you told me of that other woman, the woman of years and years ago, and how you, Donald, used to look upon her in the sun and rejoice in your possession. Her spirit has been with you always. You've told me how for nearly 50 years you've followed it over these mountains, and this woman means as much to me. If she should die tonight, her spirit would live with me in that same way. You understand, Donald? I can't go into the mountains tonight. God knows when I can go, now. But you—" MacDonald had risen. He turned his face to the black wall of the forest. Aldous thought he saw a sudden quiver pass through the great, bent shoulders. "And I," said MacDonald slowly, "will have the horses ready for you at dawn. We will fight this other fight later." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nikolai Johansen. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 12. For an hour after Donald MacDonald had pledged himself to accompany Joanne and Aldous on their pilgrimage to the grave in the Sawtooth Range, the two men continued to discuss the unusual complications in which they had suddenly become involved, and at the same time prepared themselves a supper of bacon and coffee over the fire. They agreed upon a plan of action, with one exception. Aldous was determined to return to the town, arguing there was a good strategic reason for showing himself openly and without fear. MacDonald opposed this apprehensively. "Better lay quiet until morning," he expostulated. "You'd better listen to me, and do that, Johnny. I've got something in my shoulder that tells me you'd better." In the face of the old hunter's misgivings, Aldous prepared to leave. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he set back in the direction of Tête Jaune, Donald accompanying him as far as the moonlit amphitheatre in the forest. There they separated, and Aldous went on alone. He believed that Joanne and the Blacktons would half expect him to return to the bungalow after he had seen MacDonald. He was sure that Blackton at least would look for him until quite late. The temptation to take advantage of their hospitality was great, especially as it would bring him in the company of Joanne again. On the other hand, he was certain that this first night in Tête Jaune held very large possibilities for him. Detective instinct in him was roused, and his adventurous spirit was alive for action. First of all, he wanted proof of what MacDonald had told him. That an attempt had been made to assassinate the old mountaineer he did not for an instant doubt, but had Joe DeBar, the half-breed, actually betrayed them? Had he sold himself to Culver Rann, and did Rann hold the key to the secret expedition they had planned into the north? He did not at first care to see Rann. He made up his mind that if he did meet him, he would stop and chat casually with him, as though he had heard and seen nothing to rouse his suspicions. He particularly wanted to find DeBar, and, next to DeBar, Quaid himself. The night carnival was at its height when Aldous re-entered the long, lighted street. From 10 until 11 was the liveliest hour of the night. Even the restaurants and soup kitchen were crowded then. He strolled slowly down the street until he came to a little crowd gathered about the Bear Equestrienne. The big canvas dance hall a few doors away had lured from her most of her admirers by this time, and Aldous found no difficulty in reaching the inner circle. He looked first for the half-breed. Failing to find him, he looked at the woman who stood only a few feet from him. Her glossy black curls were a bit dishevelled, and the excitement of the night had added to the vivid colouring of her rouged lips and cheeks. Her body was sleek and sinuous in its silken vesture. Arms and shoulders were startlingly white, and when she turned, facing Aldous, her black eyes flashed fires of deviltry and allurement. For a moment he stared into her face. If he had not been looking closely, he would not have caught the swift change that shot into the siren-like play of her orbs. It was almost instantaneous. Her slow-travelling glance stopped as she saw him. He saw the quick intake of her breath, a sudden compression of her lips, she startled, searching scrutiny of a pair of eyes from which, for a moment, all the languor and coquetry of her trade were gone. Then she passed him, smiling again, nodding, sweeping hand and arm effectively through her handsome curls, as she flung a shapely limb over the broad back of the bear. In a garish sort of way, the woman was beautiful, and this night, as on all others, her beauty had nearly filled the silken coin bag suspended from her neck. As she rode down the street, Aldous recalled Blackton's words. She was a friend of Culver Rann's. He wondered if this fact accounted for the strangeness of the look she had given him. He passed on to the dance-hall. It was crowded, mostly with men, but here and there, like so many faces peering forth from living graves, he saw the little sisters of Tate Sean Cash. Outnumbered 10-1, their voices rang out in shrill banter and delirious laughter above the rumble of men. At the far end, a fiddle, a piano, and a clarinet was squealing forth music. The place smelled strongly of whiskey. It always smelled of that, for most of the men who sought amusement here got their whiskey in spite of the law. There were rock-hogs from up the line and rock-hogs from down the line, men of all nationalities and almost all ages, teamsters, trail-cutters, packers, and rough-shod navvies, men whose daily task was to play with dynamite and giant powder, steel men, tie men, and men who drilled into the hearts of mountains. More than once John Aldous had looked upon this same scene, and had listened to the trample and roar and wild revelry of it, marvelling that tomorrow the men of this Saturnalia would again be the builders of an empire. The thin, hollow-cheeked faces that passed and repassed him, rouged and smiling, could not destroy in his mind the strength of the picture. They were but moths, fluttering about in their own doom, contending with each other to see which should quickest achieve destruction. For several minutes Aldous scanned the faces in the big tent-hole, and nowhere did he see DeBar. He dropped out and continued leisurely along the lighted way until he came to Lovak's huge black-and-white striped soup tent. At 10 o'clock and until 12 this was as crowded as the dance-hall. Aldous knew Lovak, the Hungarian. Through Lovak he had found the key that had unlocked for him many curious and interesting things associated with that powerful left arm of the empire builder, the Slav. Except for a sprinkling of Germans, a few Italians, and now and then a Greek or Swiss, only the Slavs filled Lovak's place. Slavs from all the Russias and the nations south, the quick and chattering Polak, the thick-set heavy-jowled Croatian, the silent and dangerous-eyed Lithuanian. All came in for Lovak's wonderful soup, which he sold in big yellow bowls at 10 cents a bowl. Soup of barley, rice, and cabbage, of beef and mutton, and everything procurable out of which soup could be made, and, whether of meat or vegetable, smelling to heaven of garlic. 50 men were eating when Aldous went in, devouring their soup with utter abandon and the joy of a Gallican, so that the noise they made was like the noise of 50 pigs at 50 troughs. Now and then DeBar, the half-breed, came here for soup, and Aldous searched quickly for him. He was turning to go when his friend Lovak came to him. No, Lovak had not seen DeBar, but he had news. That day the authorities, the police, had confiscated 20 dressed hogs, and in each porcine carcass they had found 4 quart bottles of whiskey, artistically embedded in the leaf-lard fat. The day before, those same authorities had confiscated a barrel of kerosene. They were becoming altogether too officious, Lovak thought. Aldous went on. He looked in at a dozen restaurants and twice as many soft-drink emporiums where phonographs were worked until they were cracked and dizzy. He stopped at a small tobacco shop and entered to buy himself some cigars. There was one other customer ahead of him. He was lighting a cigar, and the light of a big hanging lamp flashed on a diamond ring. Over his sputtering match his eyes met those of John Aldous. They were dark eyes, neither brown nor black, but dark with the same keenness and strange glitter of a serpent's. He wore a small, clipped mustache. His hands were white. He was a man whom one might expect to possess the sang-froid of a devil in any emergency. For barely an instant he hesitated in the operation of lighting his cigar as he saw Aldous. Then he nodded. "Hello, John Aldous," he said. "Good evening, Culver Rann," replied Aldous. For a moment his nerves had tingled. The next they were like steel. Culver Rann's teeth gleamed. Aldous smiled back. They were cold, hard, rapier-like glances. Each understood now that the other was a deadly enemy, for Quade's enemies were also Culver Rann's. Aldous moved carelessly to the glass case in which were the cigars. With the barest touch of one of his slim white hands, Culver Rann stopped him. "Have one of mine, Aldous," he invited, opening a silver case filled with cigars. "We have never had the pleasure of smoking together, you know." "Never," said Aldous, accepting one of the cigars. "Thanks." As he lighted it, their eyes met again. Aldous turned to the case. "Half a dozen noblemen," he said to the man behind the counter. Then to Ran, "Will you have one on me?" "With pleasure," said Ran. He added, smiling straight into the other's eyes, "What are you doing up here, Aldous? After local color?" "Perhaps. The place interests me." "It's a lively town." "Decidedly. And I understand that you've played an important part in the making of it," replied Aldous carelessly. For a flash Ran's eyes darkened, and his mouth hardened, then his white teeth gleamed again. He had caught the insinuation, and he had scarcely been able to ward off the shot. "I've tried to do my small share," he admitted. "If you're after local color for your books, Aldous, I possibly may be able to assist you, if you're in town long." "Undoubtedly you could," said Aldous. "I think you could tell me a great deal that I would like to know, Ran. But will you?" There was a direct challenge in his cold, smiling eyes. "Yes, I think I shall be quite pleased to do so," said Ran. "Especially if you're long in town." There was an odd emphasis on those last words. He moved toward the door. "And if you are here very long," he added, his eyes gleaming significantly, "it is possible you may have experiences of your own which would make quite interesting reading if they ever got into print. Good night, Aldous." For 2 or 3 minutes after Ran had gone, Aldous loitered in the tobacco shop. Then he went out. All at once it struck him that he should have kept his eyes on Quade's partner. He should have followed him. With the hope of seeing him again, he walked up and down the street. It was 11 o'clock when he went into Big Ben's pool room. 5 minutes later he came out just as a woman hurried past him, carrying with her a strong scent of perfume. It was the Lady of the Bear. She was in a street dress now, her glossy curls still falling loose about her, probably homeward bound after the night's harvest. It struck Aldous that the hour was early for her retirement, and that she seemed somewhat in a hurry. The woman was going in the direction of Ran's big log bungalow, which was built well out of town toward the river. She had not seen him as he stood in the pool room doorway, and before she had passed out of sight, he was following her. There were a dozen branch trails and streets on the way to Ran's, and into the gloom of some one of these the woman disappeared, so that Aldous lost her entirely. He was not disappointed when he found that she had left the main trail. 5 minutes later he stood close to Ran's house. From the side on which he approached, it was dark. No gleam of light showed through the windows. Slowly he walked round the building and stopped suddenly in the opposite side. Here a closely drawn curtain was illuminated by a glow from within. Cautiously Aldous made his way along the log wall of the house until he came to the window. At one side the curtain had caught against some object, leaving perhaps a quarter of an inch of space through which the light shone. Aldous brought his eyes on level with this space. A half of the room now came within his vision. Directly in front of him, lighted by a curiously shaped iron lamp suspended from the ceiling, was a dull red mahogany desk table. At one side of this, part facing him, was Culver Rann. Opposite him sat Quade. Rann was speaking, while Quade, with his bullish shoulders hunched forward and his fleshy red neck rolling over the collar of his coat, leaned across the table in a tense and listening attitude. With his eyes glued to the aperture, Aldous strained his ears to catch what Rann was saying. He heard only the low and unintelligible monotone of his voice. A mocking smile was accompanying Rann's words. Tonight, as at all times, this hawk who preyed upon human lives was immaculate. In all ways but one, he was the antithesis of the beefy scoundrel who sat opposite him. On the hand that toyed carelessly with the fob of his watch flashed a diamond. Another sparkled in his cravat. His dark hair was sleek and well brushed. His bristly little mustache was clipped in the latest fashion. He was not large. His hands, as he made a gesture towards Quade, were of a womanish whiteness. Casually, on the street or in a Pullman, Aldous would have taken him for a gentleman. Now, as he stared through the narrow slit between the bottom of the curtain and the sill, he knew that he was looking upon one of the most dangerous men in all the West. Quade was a villain. Culver Rann, quiet and cool and suave, was a devil. Behind his depravity worked the brain which Quade lacked, and a nerve which, in spite of that almost effeminate immaculateness, had been described to Aldous as colossal. Suddenly Quade turned, and Aldous saw that he was flushed and excited. He struck the desk at a blow with his fist. Culver Rann leaned back and smiled, and John Aldous slipped away from the window. His nerves were quivering. In the darkness he unbuttoned the pocket that held his automatic. Through the window he had seen an open door behind Rann, and his blood thrilled with the idea that had come to him. He was sure the two partners in crime were discussing himself and MacDonald, and Joanne. To hear what they were saying, to discover their plot, would be 3/4 of the fight won, if it came to a fight. The open door was an inspiration. Swiftly and silently he went to the rear of the house. He tried the door and found it unlocked. Softly he opened it, swinging it inward an inch at a time, and scarcely breathing as he entered. It was dark, and there was a second closed door ahead of him. From beyond that he heard voices. He closed the outer door so that he would not be betrayed by a current of air or a sound from out of the night. Then, even more cautiously and slowly, he began to open the second door. An inch at first, then 2 inches, 3 inches, a foot. He worked the door inward. There was no light in this second room, and he lay close to the floor, head and shoulders thrust well in. Through the third and open door he saw Quaid and Culver Rann. Rann was laughing softly as he lighted a fresh cigar. His voice was quiet and good-humored, but filled with a banter which it was evident Quaid was not appreciating. "You amaze me," Rann was saying. "You amaze me utterly. You've gone mad, mad as a rock rabbit, Quaid. Do you mean to tell me you're on the square when you offered to turn over half of your share in the gold if I helped you to get this woman?" "I do," replied Quaid thickly. "I mean just that. And we'll put it down in black and white. Here, now. You fix the papers, same as any other deal, and I'll sign." For a moment Culver Rann did not reply. He leaned back in his chair, thrust the thumb of his white hands in his vest, and sent a cloud of smoke above his head. Then he looked at Quaid, a gleam of humor in his eyes. "Nothing like a woman for turning a man's head soft," he chuckled. "Nothing in the world like it. 'Pon my word, Quaid. First it was the bar. I don't believe we'd got to him if you hadn't seen Marie riding her bear. Marie and her curls and her silk tights, Quaid. So help me, it wouldn't have surprised me so much if you'd fallen in love with her. And over this other woman you're as mad as Joe is over Marie. At first sight he was ready to sell his soul for her. So I gave Marie to him. And now for some other woman you're just as anxious to surrender a half of your share of what we bought through Marie. Good heaven, man, if you're in love with Marie—" "Damn Marie," growled Quaid. "I know the time when you were bucks over her yourself, Rann. It wasn't so long ago. If I'd looked at her then—" "Of course, not then," interrupted Rann smilingly. "That would have been impolite, Quaid, and not at all in agreement with the spirit of our brotherly partnership. And, you must admit, Marie is a devilishly good-looking girl. I've surrendered her only for a brief spell to the bar. After he has taken us to the gold, why, the poor idiot will probably have been sufficiently happy to—" He paused, with a suggestive shrug of his shoulders. "Go into cold storage," finished Quaid. "Exactly." Again Quaid leaned over the table, and for a moment there was silence, a silence in which Aldous thought the pounding of his heart must betray him. He lay motionless on the floor, the nails of his fingers dug into the bare wood. Under the palm of his right hand lay his automatic. Then Quaid spoke. There must have been more in his face than was spoken in his words, for Culver Rann took the cigar from between his lips, and a light that was deadly serious slowly filled his eyes.
"Rann, we'll talk business."
Quaid's voice was harsh, deep, and quivering. "I want this woman. I may be a fool, but I'm going to have her. I might get her alone, but we've always done things together, and so I made you that proposition. It ain't a hard job. It's one of the easiest jobs we've ever had. Only that fool of a writer is in the way, and he's got to go anyway. We've got to get rid of him on account of the gold, him and MacDonald. We've got that planned, and I've showed you how we can get the woman, and no one ever know. Are you in on this with me?" Culver Rann's reply was as quick and sharp as a pistol shot. "I am." For another moment there was silence. Then Quaid asked, "Any need of writing, Culver?" "No. There can't be a written agreement in this deal, because It's dangerous. There won't be much said about old MacDonald, but questions, a good many of them, will be asked about this man, Aldous. As for the woman," Rand shrugged his shoulders with a sinister smile, "she will disappear like the others," he finished. "No one will ever get onto that. If she doesn't make a pal like Marie, after a time, why—" Again Aldous saw that peculiar shrug of his shoulders. Quade's head nodded on his thick neck. "Of course I agree to that," he said, "after a time. But most of 'em have come over, ain't they, Culver? Eh? Most of 'em have," he chuckled coarsely. "When you see her, you won't call me a fool for going dippy over her, Culver. And she'll come round all right after she's gone through what we've got planned for her. I'll make a pal of her." In that moment, as he listened to the gloating passion and triumph in Quade's brutal voice, something broke in the brain of John Aldous. It filled him with a fire that in an instant had devoured every thought or plan he had made, and in this madness he was consumed by a single desire, the desire to kill. And yet, as this conflagration surged through him, it did not blind or excite him, it did not make him leap forth in animal rage. It was something more terrible. He rose so quietly that the others did not see or hear him in the dark outer room. They did not hear the slight metallic click of the safety on his pistol. For the space of a breath he stood and looked at them. He no longer sensed the words Quade was uttering. He was going in coolly and calmly to kill them. There was something disagreeable in the flashing thought that he might kill them from where he stood. He would not fire from the dark. He wanted to experience the exquisite sensation of that one first moment when they would writhe back from him and see him in the presence of death. He would give them that one moment of life, just that one, then he would kill. With his pistol ready in his hand, he stepped out into the lighted room. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 13. For a space of perhaps 20 seconds after John Aldous announced himself, there was no visible sign of life on the part of either Quade or Culver Rann. The latter sat stunned. Not the movement of a finger broke the stone-like immobility of his attitude. His eyes were like two dark coals, gazing steadily as a serpent's over Quade's hunched shoulders and bowed head. Quade seemed as if frozen on the point of speaking to Rann. One hand was still poised a foot above the table. It was he who broke the tense and lifeless tableau. Slowly, almost as slowly as Aldous had opened the door, Quade turned his head and stared into the coldly smiling face of the man whom he had plotted to kill, and saw the gleaming pistol in his hand. A curious look overcame his pouchy face, a look not altogether of terror, but of shock. He knew Aldous had heard. He accepted in an instant and perceptibly the significance of the pistol in his hand. But Culver Rann sat like a rock. His face expressed nothing. Not for the smallest part of a second had he betrayed any emotion that might be throbbing within him. In spite of himself, Aldous admired the man's unflinching nerve. "Good evening, gentlemen," he repeated. Then Rann leaned slowly forward over the table. One hand rose to his mustache. It was his right hand. The other was invisible. Quade pulled himself together and stepped to the end of the table, his two empty hands in front of him. Aldous, still smiling, faced Rann's glittering eyes and covered him with his automatic. Culver Rann twisted the end of his mustache and smiled back. "Well," he said, "is it checkmate?" "It is," replied Aldous. "I've promised you scoundrels 1 minute of life. I guess that minute is about up." The last word was scarcely out of his mouth when the room was in darkness, a darkness so complete and sudden that for an instant his hand faltered, and in that instant he heard the overturning of a chair and the falling of a body. Twice his automatic sent a lightning flash of fire where Culver Rann had sat. Twice it spat thread-like ribbons of flame through the blackness where Quade had stood. He knew what had happened, and also what to expect if he lost out now. The curiously shaped iron lamp had concealed an electric bulb, and Rann had turned off the switch key under the table. He had no further time to think. An object came hurtling through the thick gloom and fell with terrific force on his outstretched pistol arm, and his automatic flew from his hand and struck against the wall. Unarmed, he sprang back toward the open door, full into the arms of Quade. Aldous knew that it was Quade and not Culver Rann, and he struck out with all the force he could gather in a short-arm blow. His fist landed against Quade's thick neck. Again and again he struck, and Quade's grip loosened. In another moment he would have reached the door if Rann had not caught him from behind. Never had Aldous felt the clutch of hands like those of the womanish hands of Culver Rann. It was as if sinuous fingers of steel were burying themselves in his flesh. Before they found his throat, he flung himself backward with all his weight, and with a tremendous effort freed himself. Both Quade and Culver Rann now stood between him and the door. He could hear Quade's deep, panting breath. Rann, as before, was silent as death. And then he heard the door close. A key clicked in the lock. He was trapped. "Turn on the light, Billy," he heard Rann say in a quiet, unexcited voice. "We've got this housebreaker cornered, and he's lost his gun. Turn on the light, and I'll make one shot do the business." Aldous heard Quade moving, but he was not coming toward the table. Somewhere in the room was another switch connected with the iron lamp, and Aldous felt a curious chill shoot up his spine. Without seeing through that pitch darkness of the room, he sensed the fact that Culver Rann was standing with his back against the locked door, a revolver in his hand. And he knew that Quade, feeling his way along the wall, held a revolver in his hand. Men like these two did not go unarmed. The instant the light was turned on, they would do their work. As he stood, silent as Culver Rann, he realized the tables were turned. In that moment's madness, roused by Quade's gloating assurance of possessing Joanne, he had revealed himself like a fool, and now he was about to reap the whirlwind of his folly. Deliberately he had given himself up to his enemies, and they, too, would be fools if they allowed him to escape alive. He heard Quade stop. His thick hand was fumbling along the wall. Aldous guessed he was feeling for the switch. He almost fancied he could see Rann's revolver leveled at him through the darkness. In that thrilling moment his mind worked with the swiftness of a powder flash. One of his hands touched the edge of the desk table, and he knew that he was standing directly opposite the curtained window, perhaps 6 feet from it. If he flung himself through the window, the curtain would save him from being cut to pieces. No sooner had the idea of escape come to him than he had acted. A flood of light filled the room as his body crashed through the glass. He heard a cry, a single shot as he struck the ground. He gathered himself up and ran swiftly. 50 yards away he stopped and looked back. Quade and Rann were in the window. Then they disappeared, and a moment later the room was again in gloom. For a second time Aldous hurried in the direction of MacDonald's camp. He knew that, in spite of the protecting curtain, the glass had cut him. He felt the warm blood dripping over his face. Both hands were wet with it. The arm on which he had received the blow from the unseen object in the room gave him considerable pain, and he had slightly sprained an ankle in his leap through the window, so that he limped a little. But his mind was clear, so clear that in the face of his physical discomfort he caught himself laughing once or twice as he made his way along the trail. Aldous was not of an ordinary type. To a curious and superlative degree he could appreciate a defeat as well as a triumph. His adventures had been a part of a life in which he had not always expected to win, and in tonight's game he admitted that he had been hopelessly and ridiculously beaten. Tragedy to him was a first cousin of comedy. To-night he had set out to kill, and instead of killing, he had run like a jack-rabbit for cover. Also, in that same half-hour, Rann and Quade had been sure of him, and he had given them the surprise of their lives by his catapultic disappearance through the window. But there was something ludicrous about it all, something that, to him at least, had turned a possible tragedy into a very good comedy drama. Nor was Aldous blind to the fact that he had made an utter fool of himself, and that the consequences of his indiscretion might prove extremely serious. Had he listened to the conspirators without betraying himself, he would have possessed an important advantage over them. The knowledge he had gained from overhearing their conversation would have made it comparatively easy for MacDonald and him to strike them a perhaps fatal blow through the half-breed DeBar. As the situation now stood, he figured that Quade and Culver Rann held the advantage. Whatever they had planned to do, they would put into quick execution. They would not lose a minute. It was not for himself that Aldous feared. Neither did he fear for Joanne. Every drop of red fighting blood in him was ready for further action, and he was determined that Quade should find no opportunity of accomplishing any scheme he might have against Joanne's person. On the other hand, unless they could head off DeBar, he believed that Culver Rann's chances of reaching the gold ahead of them would grow better with the passing of each hour. To protect Joanne from Quade, he must lose no time. MacDonald would be in the same predicament, while Rann, assisted by as many rascals of his own color as he chose to take with him, would be free to carry out the other part of the conspirators' plans. The longer he thought of the mess he had stirred up, the more roundly Aldous cursed his imprudence. And this mess, as he viewed it in these cooler moments, was even less disturbing than the thought of what might have happened had he succeeded in his intention of killing both Quade and Rann. 20 times as he made his way through the darkness toward MacDonald's camp, he told himself that he must have been mad. To have killed Rann or Quade in self-defense or in open fight would have been playing the game with a shadow of mountain law behind it. But he had invaded Rann's home. Had he killed them, he would have had but little more excuse than a housebreaker or a suspicious husband might have had. Tate John would not countenance cold-blooded shooting, even of criminals. He should have taken old Donald's advice and waited until they were in the mountains. An unpleasant chill ran through him as he thought of the narrowness of his double escape. To his surprise, John Aldous found MacDonald awake when he arrived at the camp in the thickly timbered coulee. He was preparing a midnight cup of coffee over a fire that was burning cheerfully between two big rocks. Purposely, Aldous stepped out into the full illumination of it. The old hunter looked up. For a moment he stared into the blood-smeared face of his friend, and then he sprang to his feet and caught him by the arm. "Yes, I got it," nodded Aldous cheerfully. "I went out for it, Mac, and I got it. Get out your emergency kit, will you? I rather fancy I need a little patching up." MacDonald uttered not a word. From the balsam lean-to he brought out a small rubber bag and a towel. Into a canvas wash-basin he then turned a half-pail of cold water, and Aldous got on his knees beside this. Not once did the old mountaineer speak while he was washing the blood from Aldous's face and hands. There was a shallow 2-inch cut in his forehead, 2 deeper ones in his right cheek, and a gouge in his chin. There were a dozen cuts on his hands, none of them serious. Before he had finished, MacDonald had used 2/3 of a roll of court plaster, and then he spoke. "You can soak them off in the morning," he said. "If you don't, the lady'll think you're a red Indian on the warpath. Now, you fool, what have you gone and done?" Aldous told him what had happened, and before MacDonald could utter an expression of his feelings he admitted that he was an inexcusable idiot, and that nothing MacDonald might say could drive that fact deeper home. "If I'd come out after hearing what they had to say, we could have gotten DeBar at the end of a gun and settled the whole business," he finished. "As it is, we're in a mess." MacDonald stretched his gaunt gray frame before the fire. He picked up his long rifle and fingered the lock. "You figure they'll get away with DeBar?" "Yes, tonight." MacDonald threw open the breech of his single loader and drew out a cartridge as long as his finger. Replacing it, he snapped the breech shut. "Don't know as I'm particular sad over what's happened," he said, with a curious look at Aldous. "We might have got out of this without what you call strenuous trouble. Now it's fight. It's going to be a matter of guns and bullets. Johnny, back in the mountains, you figure Rand and the snake of a half-breed'll get the start of us? Let 'em have a start. They've got 200 miles to go and 200 miles to come back. Only they won't come back." Under his shaggy brows the old hunter's eyes gleamed as he looked at Aldous. "Tomorrow we'll go to the grave," he added. "You're curious to know what's going to happen when we find that grave, Johnny? So am I. I hope—" "What do you hope?" MacDonald shook his great gray head in the dying firelight. "Let's go to bed, Johnny," he rumbled softly in his beard. "It's getting late." Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 14. To sleep after the excitement through which he had passed, and with tomorrow's uncertainties ahead of him, seemed to Aldous a physical impossibility, and yet he slept, and soundly. It was MacDonald who roused him 3 hours later. They prepared a quick breakfast over a small fire, and Aldous heated water in which he soaked his face until the strips of court plaster peeled off. The scratches were lividly evident, but inasmuch as he had a choice of but 2 evils, he preferred that Joanne should see these instead of the abominable disfigurement of court plaster strips. Old Donald took one look at him through half-closed eyes. "You look as though you'd come out of a tussle with a grizzly," he grinned. "Want some fresh court plaster?" "And look as though I'd come out of a circus? No," retorted Aldous. "I'm invited to breakfast at the Blacktons', Mac. How the devil am I going to get out of it?" "Tell 'em you're sick," chuckled the old hunter, who saw something funny in the appearance of Aldous' face. "Good Lord, how I'd like to have seen you come through that window in daylight!" Aldous led off in the direction of the trail. MacDonald followed close behind him. It was dark, that almost ebon-black hour that precedes summer dawn in the northern mountains. The moon had long ago disappeared in the west. When a few minutes later they paused in the little opening on the trail, Aldous could just make out the shadowy form of the old mountaineer. "I lost my gun when I jumped through the window, Mac," he explained. "There's another .38 automatic in my kit at the corral. Bring that and the .303 with a gold-beaded sight, and plenty of ammunition. You'd better take that .44 hip cannon of yours along, as well as your rifle. Wish I could civilize you, Mac, so you'd carry one of the Savage automatics instead of that old brainstorm of 50 years ago." MacDonald gave a grunt of disgust that was like the woof of a bear. "It's done business all that time," he growled good-humoredly. "And it ain't ever made me jump through any window as I remember of, Johnny." "Enough," said Aldous, and in the gloom he gripped the other's hand. "You'll be there, Mac, in front of the Blacktons, just as it's growing light?" "That means in 3/4 of an hour, Johnny. I'll be there. 3 saddle horses and a pack." Where the trail divided they separated. Aldous went directly to the Blacktons. As he had expected, the bungalow was alight. In the kitchen he saw Tom, the Oriental cook, busily preparing breakfast. Blackton himself, comfortably dressed in duck trousers and a smoking jacket, and puffing on a pipe, opened the front door for him. The pipe almost fell from his mouth when he saw his friend's excoriated face. "What in the name of heaven?" he gasped. "An accident," explained Aldous, with a suggestive shrug of his shoulders. "Blackton, I want you to do me another good turn. Tell the ladies anything you can think of, something reasonable. The truth is, I went through a window with plenty of glass in it. Now, how the deuce can I explain going through a window like a gentleman?" With folded arms, Blackton inspected him thoughtfully for a moment. "You can't," he said. "But I don't think you went through a window. I believe you fell over a cliff and were caught in an armful of wait-a-bit bushes. They're devilish, those wait-a-bits." They shook hands. "I'm ready to blow up with curiosity again," said Blackton, "but I'll play your game, Aldous." A few minutes later Joanne and Peggy Blackton joined them. He saw again the quick flush of pleasure in Joanne's lovely face when she entered the room. It changed instantly when she saw the livid cuts in his skin. She came to him quickly and gave him her hand. Her lips trembled, but she did not speak. Blackton accepted this as the psychological moment. "What do you think of a man who'll wander off a trail, tumble over a ledge, and get mixed up in a bunch of wait-a-bit like that?" he demanded, laughing as though he thought it was a mighty good joke on Aldous. "Wait-a-bit thorns are worse than razors, Miss Gray," he elucidated further. They're perfectly devilish, you know." "Indeed they are," emphasized Peggy Blackton, whom her husband had given a quick look and a quicker nudge. "They're dreadful." Looking straight into Joanne's eyes, Aldous guessed that she did not believe, and scarcely heard, the Blacktons. "I had a presentiment something was going to happen," she said, smiling at him. "I'm glad it was no worse than that." She withdrew her hand and turned to Peggy Blackton. To John's delight she had arranged her wonderful shining hair in a braid that rippled in a thick, sinuous rope of brown and gold below her hips. Peggy Blackton had in some way found a riding outfit for her slender figure, a typical mountain outfit, with short divided skirt, loose blouse, and leggings. She had never looked more beautiful to him. Her night's rest had restored the color to her soft cheeks and curved lips, and in her eyes, when she looked at him again, there was a strange glowing light that thrilled him. During the next half hour he almost forgot his tell-tale disfigurements. At breakfast Paul and Peggy Blackton were beautifully oblivious of them. Once or twice he saw in Joanne's clear eyes a look which made him suspect that she had guessed very near to the truth. MacDonald was prompt to the minute. Gray day, with its bars of golden tint, was just creeping over the shoulders of the eastern mountains when he rode up to the Blacktons. The old hunter was standing close to the horse which Joanne was to ride when Aldous brought her out. Joanne gave him her hand, and for a moment MacDonald bowed his shaggy head over it. 5 minutes later they were trailing up the rough wagon road, MacDonald in the lead, and Joanne and Aldous behind, with a single pack-horse between. For several miles this wagon trail reached back through the thick timber that filled the bottom between the two ranges of mountains. They had traveled but a short distance when Joanne drew her horse close in beside Aldous. "I want to know what happened last night," she said. "Will you tell me?" Aldous met her eyes frankly. He had made up his mind that she would believe only the truth, and he had decided to tell her at least a part of that. He would lay his whole misadventure to the gold. Leaning over the pommel of his saddle, he recounted the occurrences of the night before, beginning with his search for Quade and the half-breed, and his experience with the woman who rode the bear. He left out nothing except all mention of herself. He described the events lightly, not omitting those parts which appealed to him as being very near to comedy. In spite of his effort to rob the affair of its serious aspect, his recital had a decided effect upon Joanne. For some time after he had finished, one of her small gloved hands clutched tightly at the pommel of her saddle. Her breath came more quickly. The color had ebbed from her cheeks, and she looked straight ahead, keeping her eyes from meeting his. He began to believe that in some way she was convinced he had not told her the whole truth, and was possibly displeased. When she again turned her face to him, it was tense and white. In it was the fear which for a few minutes she had tried to keep from him. "They would have killed you?" she breathed. "Perhaps they would only have given me a good scare," said Aldous. "But I didn't have time to wait and find out. I was very anxious to see MacDonald again, so I went through the window." "No, they would have killed you," said Joanne. "Perhaps I did wrong, Mr. Aldous, but I confided a little in Peggy Blackton last night. She seemed like a sister. I love her, and I wanted to confide in someone, a woman like her. It wasn't much, but I told her what happened at Miette, about you and Quade, and how I saw him at the station, and again later following us. And then she told me. Perhaps she didn't know how it was frightening me, but she told me all about these men, Quade and Culver Rann. And now I'm more afraid of Culver Rann than Quade, and I've never seen him. They can't hurt me, but I'm afraid for you." At her words a joy that was like the heat of a fire leaped into his brain. "For me?" he said. "Afraid for me?" "Yes, why shouldn't I be, if I know that you're in danger?" she asked quietly. "And now, since last night and the discovery of your secret by these men, I am terrified. Quade has followed you here. Mrs. Blackton told me that Culver Rann was many times more dangerous than Quade. Only a little while ago you told me you did not care for riches. Then why did you go for this gold? Why do you run the risk? Why—" He waited. The color was flooding back into her face in an excited, feverish flush. Her blue eyes were dark as thunder clouds in their earnestness. "Don't you understand?" she went on. "It was because of me that you incurred this deadly enmity of Quade's. If anything happens to you, I shall hold myself responsible." "No, you will not be responsible," replied Aldous, steadying the tremble in his voice. "Besides, nothing is going to happen. But you don't know how happy you've made me by taking this sort of an interest in me. It feels good." He laughed. For a few paces he dropped behind her, where the overhead spruce boughs left but the space for a single rider between, and then again he drew up close beside her. "I was going to tell you about this gold," he said. "It isn't the gold we're going after." He leaned over until his hand rested on her saddle bow. "Look ahead," he went on, a curious softness in his voice. "Look at MacDonald." The first shattering rays of the sun were breaking over the mountains and reflecting their glow in the valley. Donald MacDonald had lifted his face to the sunrise. Out from under his battered hat the morning breeze, sweeping through the valley of the Fraser, tossed his shaggy hair. His great owl-gray beard swept his breast. His broad, gaunt shoulders were hunched a little forward as he looked into the east. Again Aldous looked into Joanne's eyes. "It's not the gold, but MacDonald that's taking me north, Lady Grey. And it's not the gold that is taking MacDonald. It is strange, almost unbelievably strange, what I am going to tell you. To-day we are seeking a grave for you. And up there, 200 miles in the north, another grave is calling MacDonald. I am going with him. It just happens that the gold is there. You wouldn't guess that for more than 40 years that blessed old wanderer ahead of us has loved a dead woman, would you? You wouldn't think that for nearly half a century, year in and year out, winter and summer alike, he has tramped the northern mountains, a lost spirit with but one desire in life, to find at last her resting place. And yet it is so, Lady Grey. I guess I'm the only living creature to whom he's opened his heart in many a long year. 100 times beside our campfire I've listened to him, until at last his story seems almost to be a part of my own. He may be a little mad, but it is a beautiful madness." He paused. "Yes," whispered Joanne. "Go on, John Aldous." "It's hard to tell," he continued. "I can't put the feeling of it in words, the spirit of it, the wonder of it. I've tried to write it, and I couldn't. Her name was Jane. He has never spoken of her by any other name than that, and I've never asked for the rest of it. They were kids when their 2 families started west over the big prairies in Conestoga wagons. They grew up sweethearts. Both of her parents and his mother died before they were married, and then a little later his father died, and they were alone. I can imagine what their love must have been. I have seen it still living in his eyes, and I have seen it in his strange hour-long dreams after he's talked of her. They were always together. He's told me how they roamed the mountains hand in hand in their hunts, and how she was comrade and chum when he went prospecting. He's opened his lonely old heart to me a great deal. He's told me how they used to be alone for months at a time in the mountains, the things they used to do, and how she would sing for him beside their campfire at night. She had a voice, sweet as an angel, I remember he told me once. Then, more than 40 years ago, came the gold rush away up in the Stikine River country. They went. They joined a little party of 12, 10 men and 2 women. This party wandered far out of the beaten paths of the other gold seekers, and at last they found gold. Ahead of them Donald MacDonald had turned in his saddle and was looking back. For a moment Aldous ceased speaking. "Please go on," said Joanne. "They found gold," repeated Aldous. "They found so much of it, Lady Grey, that some of them went mad as beasts. It was placer gold, loose gold, and MacDonald says that one day he and Jane filled their pockets with nuggets. And then something happened. A great storm came, a storm that filled the mountains with snow, through which no living creature as heavy as a man or a horse could make its way. It came a month earlier than they had expected, and from the beginning they were doomed. Their supplies were almost gone. I can't tell you the horrors of the weeks and months that followed, as old Donald has told them to me, Joanne. You must imagine. Only when you're deep in the mountains and the snow comes, you're like a rat in a trap. And so they were caught, 11 men and 3 women, they who could make their beds in sheets of yellow gold, but who had no food. The horses were lost in the storm. 2 of their frozen carcasses were found and used for food. 2 of the men set out on snowshoes, leaving their gold behind, and probably died. And then the first terrible thing happened. 2 men quarreled over a can of beans, and one was killed. He was the husband of one of the women. The next terrible thing happened to her, and there was a fight. On one side there were young Donald and the husband of the other woman. On the other side the beasts. The husband was killed, and Donald and Jane sought refuge in the log cabin they had built. And that night they fled, taking what little food they possessed and what blankets they could carry. They knew they were facing death, but they went together, hand in hand. At last Donald found a great cave in the side of a mountain. I have a picture of that cave in my brain, a deep, warm cave with a floor of soft white sand, a cave into which 2 exhausted fugitives stumbled, still hand in hand, and which was home. But they found it a little too late. 3 days later Jane died. And there's another picture in my brain, a picture of young Donald sitting there in the cave, clasping in his arms the cold form of the one creature in the world that he loved, moaning and sobbing over her, calling upon her to come back to life, to open her eyes, to speak to him, until at last his brain cracked and he went mad. And that is what happened. He went mad. Joanne's breath was coming brokenly through her lips. Unconsciously she had clasped her fingers about the hand Aldous rested on her pommel. How long he remained in the cave with his dead, MacDonald has never been able to say, he resumed. He doesn't know whether he buried his wife or left her lying on the sand floor of the cave. He doesn't know how he got out of the mountains, but he did, and his mind came back. And since then, Joanne, for a matter of 40 years, his life has been spent in trying to find that cave. All those years his search was unavailing. He could find no trace of the little hidden valley in which the treasure-seekers found their bonanza of gold. No word of it ever came out of the mountains. No other prospector ever stumbled upon it. Year after year MacDonald went into the north. Year after year he came out as the winter set in, but he never gave up hope. And then he began spending winter as well as summer in that forgotten world. Forgotten because the early gold rush was over, and the old telegraph trail was traveled more by wolves than men. And always Donald has told me his beloved Jane's spirit was with him in his wanderings over the mountains, her hand leading him, her voice whispering to him in the loneliness of the long nights. Think of it, Joanne, 40 years of that. 40 years of a strange, beautiful madness, 40 years of undying love, of faith, of seeking and never finding. And this spring old Donald came almost to the end of his quest. He knows now. He knows where that little treasure valley is hidden in the mountains. He knows where to find the cave. He found her? He found her? She cried. After all those years he found her? Almost, said Aldous softly. But the grand finale and the tragedy of Donald MacDonald's life is yet to come, Lady Grey. It will come when once more he stands in the soft white sand of that cavern floor, and sometimes I tremble when I think that when that moment comes I will be at his side. To me it will be terrible. To him it will be what? That hour has not quite arrived. It happened this way. Old Donald was coming down from the north on the early slush snows this spring, when he came to a shack in which a man was almost dead of the smallpox. It was DeBar, the half-breed. Fearlessly MacDonald nursed him. He says it was God who sent him to that shack, for DeBar, in his feverish ravings, revealed the fact that he had stumbled upon that little valley of gold for which MacDonald has searched through 40 years. Old Donald knew it was the same valley, for the half-breed raved of dead men, of rotting buckskin sacks of yellow nuggets, of crumbling log shacks, and of other things the memories of which stabbed like knives into Donald's heart. How he fought to save that man, and at last he succeeded. They continued south, planning to outfit and go back for the gold. They would have gone back at once, but they had no food and no horses. Foot by foot, in the weeks that followed, DeBar described the way to the hidden valley, until at last MacDonald knew that he could go to it as straight as an eagle to its nest. When they reached Tate Jawn, he came to me, and I promised to go with him, Lady Grey, back to the Valley of Gold. He calls it that, but I think of it as the Valley of Silent Men. It's not the gold, but the cavern with the soft white floor that is calling us. In her saddle, Joanne had straightened. Her head was thrown back, her lips were parted, and her eyes shone as the eyes of a Joan of Arc must have shone when she stood that day before the hosts. "And this man, the half-breed, has sold himself for a woman?" she said, looking straight ahead at the bent shoulders of old MacDonald. "Yes, for a woman. Do you ask me why I go now? Why I shall fight, if fighting there must be?" She turned to him. Her face was a blaze of glory. "No, no, no!" she cried. "Oh, John Aldous, if I were only a man, that I might go with you, and stand with you, too, in that holy sepulchre, the cavern! If I were a man, I'd go, and yes, I would fight!" And Donald MacDonald, looking back, saw the two clasping hands across the trail. A moment later he turned his horse from the broad road into a narrow trail that led over the range. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 15. From the hour in which she had listened to the story of old MacDonald, a change seemed to come over Joanne. It was as if she had risen out of herself, out of whatever fear or grief she might have possessed in her own heart. John Aldous knew that there was some deep significance in her visit to the grave under the Sawtooth Mountain, and that from the beginning she had been fighting under a tremendous mental and physical strain. He had expected this day would be a terrible day for her. He had seen her efforts to strengthen herself for the approaching crisis that morning. He believed that as they drew nearer to their journey's end, her suspense and uneasiness, the fear with which she was trying to keep from him, would, in spite of her, become more and more evident. For these reasons the change which he saw in her was not only delightfully unexpected, but deeply puzzling. She seemed to be under the influence of some new and absorbing excitement. Her cheeks were flushed. There was a different poise to her head. In her voice, too, there was a note which he had not noticed before. It struck him all at once that this was a new Joanne, a Joanne who, at least for a brief spell, had broken the bondage of oppression and fear that had fettered her. In the narrow trail up the mountain he rode behind her, and in this he found a pleasure even greater than when he rode at her side. Only when her face was turned from him did he dare surrender himself to all the emotions which had transformed his soul. From behind he could look at her, and worship without fear of discovery. Every movement of her slender, graceful body gave him a new and exquisite thrill. Every dancing light and every darkening shadow in her shimmering hair added to the joy that no fear or apprehension could overwhelm within him now. Only in those wonderful moments when her presence was so near, and yet her eyes did not see him, could he submerge himself completely in the thought of what she had become to him, and of what she meant to him. During the first hour of their climb over the break that led into the valley beyond, they had but little opportunity for conversation. The trail was an abandoned Indian path, narrow, and in places extremely steep. Twice Aldous helped Joanne from her horse, that she might travel afoot over places which he considered dangerous. When he assisted her in the saddle again, after a stiff ascent of 100 yards, she was panting from her exertion, and he felt the sweet thrill of her breath in his face. For a space his happiness obliterated all thoughts of other things. It was MacDonald who brought them back. They had reached the summit of the break, and through his long brass telescope the old mountaineer was scanning the valley out of which they had come. Under them lay Tête Jaune, gleaming in the morning sun, and it dawned suddenly upon Aldous that this was the spot from which MacDonald had spied upon his enemies. He looked at Joanne. She was breathing quickly as she looked upon the wonder of the scene below them, and suddenly she turned and encountered his eyes. "They might follow?" she asked. He shook his head. "No danger of that," he assured her. MacDonald had dismounted, and now he lay crouched behind a rock, with his telescope resting over the top of it. He had leaned his long rifle against the boulder. His huge .44, a relic of the old Indian days, hung at his hip. Joanne saw these omens of preparedness, and her eyes shifted again to Aldous. His .303 swung from his saddle. At his waist was the heavy automatic. She smiled. In her eyes was understanding and something like a challenge. She did not question him again, but under her gaze Aldous flushed. A moment later MacDonald closed his telescope, and without a word mounted his horse. Where the descent into the second valley began, he paused again. To the north, through the haze of the morning sun, gleamed the snow-capped peaks of the Sawtooth Range. Apparently not more than an hour's ride distant rose a huge red sandstone giant, which seemed to shut in the end of the valley. MacDonald stretched forth a long arm in its direction. "What we're seeking is behind that mountain," he said. "It's 10 miles from here." He turned to the girl. "Are you getting lame, Miss Joanne?" Aldous saw her lips tighten. "No, let us go on, please." She was staring fixedly at the somber red mass of the mountain. Her eyes did not take in the magnificent sweep of the valley below. They saw nothing of the snow-capped peaks beyond. There was something wild and unnatural in their steady gaze. Aldous dropped behind her as they began the gradual descent from the crest of the break, and his own heart began to beat more apprehensively. The old question flashed back upon him, and he felt again the oppression that once before had held him in its grip. His eyes did not leave Joanne, and always she was staring at the mountain behind which lay the thing they were seeking. It was not Joanne herself that set his blood throbbing. Her face had not paled. Its color was like the hectic flush of a fever. Her eyes alone betrayed her, their strange intensity, the almost painful steadiness with which they hung to the distant mountain. And a dread of what was to come seized upon him. Again he found himself asking himself questions which he could not answer. Why had Joanne not confided more fully in him? What was the deeper significance of this visit to the grave, and of her mission in the mountains? Down the narrow Indian trail they passed into the thick spruce timber. Half an hour later they came out into the grassy creek bottom of the valley, and during that time Joanne did not look behind her, and John Aldous did not speak. MacDonald turned north, and the sandstone mountain was straight ahead of them. It was not like the other mountains. There was something sinister and sullen about it, It was ugly and broken. No vegetation grew upon it, and through the haze of sunlight its barren sides and battlemented crags gleamed a dark and humid red after the morning mists, as if freshly stained with blood. Aldous guessed its effect upon Joanne, and he determined to put an end to it. Again he rode up close beside her. "I want you to get better acquainted with old Donald," he said. "We're sort of leaving him out in the cold, Lady Grey. Do you mind if I tell him to come back and ride with you for a while?" "I've been wanting to talk with him," she replied, "if you don't mind." "I don't," he broke in quickly. "You'll love old Donald, Lady Grey, and if you can, I'd like to have you tell him all that you know about Jane. Let him know that I told you." She nodded. Her lips trembled in a smile. "I will," she said. A moment later Aldous was telling MacDonald that Joanne wanted him. The old mountaineer stared. He drew his pipe from his mouth, beat out its half-burned contents, and thrust it into its accustomed pocket. "She wants to see me?" he asked. "God bless her soul! What for?" "Because she thinks you're lonesome up here alone, Mac. And look here," Aldous leaned over to MacDonald, "her nerves are ready to snap. I know it. There's a mighty good reason why I can't relieve the strain she's under. But you can. She's thinking every minute of that mountain up there, and the grave behind it. You go back and talk. Tell her about the first time you ever came up through these valleys, you and Jane. Will you, Mac? Will you tell her that?" MacDonald did not reply, but he dropped behind. Aldous took up the lead. A few minutes later he looked back and laughed softly under his breath. Joanne and the old hunter were riding side by side in the creek bottom, and Joanne was talking. He looked at his watch. He did not look at it again until the first gaunt red shoulder of the sandstone mountain began to loom over them. An hour had passed since he left Joanne. Ahead of him, perhaps a mile distant, was the cragged spur beyond which, according to the sketch Keller had drawn for him at the engineers' camp, was the rough canyon leading back to the basin on the far side of the mountain. He had almost reached this when MacDonald rode up. "You go back, Johnny," he said, a singular softness in his hollow voice. "We're a'most there." He cast his eyes over the western peaks, where dark clouds were shouldering their way up in the face of the sun, and added, "There's rain in that. I'll trot on ahead with Pinto and have a tent ready when you come. I reckon it can't be more'n a mile up the canyon." "And the grave, Mac?" "It's right close to where I'll pitch the tent," said MacDonald, swinging suddenly behind the pack-horse Pinto and urging him into a trot. "Don't waste any time, Johnny." Aldous rode back to Joanne. "It looks like rain," he explained. "These Pacific showers come up quickly this side of the divide, and they drench you in a jiffy. Donald is going on ahead to put up a tent." By the time they reached the mouth of the canyon, MacDonald was out of sight. A little creek that was a swollen torrent in springtime trickled out of the gorge. Its channel was choked with a chaotic confusion of the sandstone rock and broken slate, and up through this Aldous carefully picked his way, followed closely by Joanne. The sky continued to darken above them until at last the sun died out, and a thick and almost palpable gloom began to envelop them. Low thunder rolled through the mountains in sullen, rumbling echoes. He looked back at Joanne, and was amazed to see her eyes shining, and a smile on her lips as she nodded at him. "It makes me think of Henrik Hudson and his 10-pin players," she called softly. "And ahead of us is Rip Van Winkle." The first big drops were beginning to fall when they came to an open place. The gorge swung to the right. On their left the rocks gave place to a rolling meadow of buffalo grass, and Aldous knew they had reached the basin. 100 yards up the slope was a fringe of timber. As he looked he saw smoke rising out of this. The sound of MacDonald's axe came to them. He turned to Joanne, and he saw that she understood. They were at their journey's end. Perhaps her fingers gripped her rein a little more tightly. Perhaps it was imagination that made him think there was a slight tremble in her voice when she said, "This is the place?" "Yes, it should be just above the timber. I believe I can see the upper break of the little box canyon Keller told me about." She rode without speaking until they entered the timber. and they were just in time. As he lifted her down from her horse, the clouds opened, and the rain fell in a deluge. Her hair was wet when he got her in the tent. MacDonald had spread out a number of blankets, but he had disappeared. Joanne sank down upon them with a little shiver. She looked up at Aldous. It was almost dark in the tent, and her eyes were glowing strangely. Over them the thunder crashed deafeningly. For a few minutes it was a continual roar, shaking the mountains with mighty reverberations that were like the explosions of giant guns. Aldous stood holding the untied flap against the beat of the rain. Twice he saw Joanne's lips form words, and at last he heard her say, "Where is Donald?" He tied the flap and dropped down on the edge of the blankets before he answered her. "Probably out in the open watching the lightning and letting the rain drench him," he said. "I've never known old Donald to come in out of a rain unless it was cold. He was tying up the horses when I ran in here with you. He believed she was shivering, and yet he knew she was not cold." In the half-gloom of the tent he wanted to reach over and take her hand. For a few minutes longer there was no break in the steady downpour and the crashing of the thunder, and then as suddenly as the storm had broken it began to subside. Aldous rose and flung back the tent flap. "It's almost over," he said. "You'd better remain in the tent a little longer, Lady Grey. I'll go out and see if MacDonald has succeeded in drowning himself." Joanne did not answer, and Aldous stepped outside. He knew where to find the old hunter. He had gone up to the end of the timber, and probably this minute was in the little box canyon, searching for the grave. It was a matter of less than 100 yards to the upper fringe of timber, and when Aldous came out of this he stood on the summit of the grassy divide that separated the tiny lake Keller had described from the canyon. It was less than a rifle shot distant, and on the farther side of it MacDonald was already returning. Aldous hurried down to meet him. He did not speak when they met, but his companion answered the question in his eyes, while the water dripped in streams from his drenched hair and beard. "It's there," he said, pointing back, "just behind that big black rock. There's a slab over it, and you've got the name right. It's Mortimer FitzHugh." Above them the clouds were splitting asunder. A shaft of sunlight broke through, and as they stood looking over the little lake the shaft broadened, and the sun swept in golden triumph over the mountains. MacDonald beat his limp hat against his knee, and with his other hand drained the water from his beard. "What you goin' to do?" he asked. Aldous turned toward the timber. Joanne herself answered the question. She was coming up the slope. In a few moments she stood beside them. First she looked down upon the lake, and then her eyes turned to Aldous. There was no need for speech. He held out his hand, and without hesitation she gave him her own. MacDonald understood. He walked down ahead of them toward the black rock, and when he came to the rock he paused. Aldous and Joanne passed him. Then they too stopped, and Aldous freed the girl's hand. With an unexpectedness that was startling they had come upon the grave, and yet not a sound escaped Joanne's lips. Aldous could not see that she was breathing. Less than 10 paces from them was the mound, protected by its cairn of stones, and over the stones rose a weather-stained slab in the form of a cross. One glance at the grave, and Aldous riveted his eyes upon Joanne. For a full minute she stood as motionless as though the last breath had left her body, and then slowly she advanced. He could not see her face. He followed quietly, step by step, as she moved. For another minute she leaned over the slab, making out the fine seared letters of the name. Her body was bent forward. Her two hands were clenched tightly at her side. Even more slowly than she had advanced, she turned toward Aldous and MacDonald. Her face was dead white. She lifted her hands to her breast and clenched them there. "It is his name," she said, and there was something repressed and terrible in her low voice. "It is his name." She was looking straight into the eyes of John Aldous, and he saw that she was fighting to say something which she had not spoken. And suddenly she came to him, and her two hands caught his arm. It is terrible what I'm going to ask of you," she struggled. "You'll think I'm a ghoul, but I must have proof. I must. She was staring wildly at him, and all at once there leaped fiercely through him a dawning of the truth. The name was there, seared by hot iron in that slab of wood, the name, but under the cairn of stones. Behind them, MacDonald had heard. He towered beside them now. His great mountain-twisted hands drew Joanne a step back, and a strange gentleness was in his voice as he said, "You and Johnny go back and build a fire, Miss Joanne. I'll find the proof." "Come," said Aldous, and he held out his hand again. MacDonald hurried on ahead of them, and when they reached the camp he was gone, so that Joanne did not see the pick and shovel which he carried back. She went into the tent, and Aldous began building a fire where MacDonald's had been drowned out. There was little reason for a fire, but he built it, and for 15 minutes added pitch-heavy faggots of storm-killed jack pine and spruce to it, until the flames leaped a dozen feet into the air. Half a dozen times he was impelled to return to the grave and assist MacDonald in his gruesome task. But he knew that MacDonald had meant that he should stay with Joanne. If he returned, she might follow. He was surprised at the quickness with which MacDonald performed his work. Not more than half an hour had passed when a low whistle drew his eyes to a clump of dwarf spruce back in the timber. The mountaineer was standing there, holding something in his hand. With a backward glance to see that Joanne had not come from the tent, Aldous hastened to him. What he could see of MacDonald's face was the lifeless color of gray ash. His eyes stared as if he had suffered a strange and unexpected shock. He went to speak, but no words came through his beard. In his hand he held his faded red neck handkerchief. He gave it to Aldous. "It wasn't deep," he said. "It was shallow, terribly shallow, Johnny, just under the stone." His voice was husky and unnatural. There was something heavy in the handkerchief, and a shudder passed through Aldous as he placed it on the palm of his hand and unveiled its contents. He could not repress an exclamation when he saw what MacDonald had brought. In his hand, with a single thickness of the wet handkerchief between the objects and his flesh, lay a watch and a ring. The watch was of gold. It was tarnished, but he could see there were initials, which he could not make out, engraved on the back of the case. The ring, too, was of gold. It was one of the most gruesome ornaments Aldous had ever seen. It was in the form of a coiled and writhing serpent, wide enough to cover half of one's middle finger between the joints. Again the eyes of the two men met, and again Aldous observed that strange, stunned look in the old hunter's face. He turned and walked back toward the tent, MacDonald following him slowly, still staring, his long, gaunt arms and hands hanging limply at his side. Joanne heard them and came out of the tent. A choking cry fell from her lips when she saw MacDonald. For a moment one of her hands clutched at the wet canvas of the tent, and then she swayed forward, knowing what John Aldous had in his hand. He stood voiceless while she looked. In that tense half-minute, when she stared at the objects he held, it seemed to him that her heart-strings must snap under the strain. And then she drew back from them, her eyes filled with horror, her hands raised as if to shut out the sight of them, and a panting, sobbing cry broke forth from between her pallid lips. "Oh, my God!" she breathed. "Take them away! Take them away!" She staggered back to the tent, and stood there with her hands covering her face. Aldous turned to the old hunter and gave him the things he held. A moment later he stood alone where the three had been, staring now as Joanne had stared, his heart beating wildly. For Joanne, in entering the tent, had uncovered her face, and it was not grief that he saw there, but the soul of a woman new born. And as his own soul responded in a wild rejoicing, MacDonald, going over the summit and down into the hollow, mumbled in his beard, "God ha' mercy on me! I'm doing it for her and Johnny, and because she's like my Jane." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 16. Plunged from one extreme of mental strain to another excitement that was as acute in its opposite effect, John Aldous stood and stared at the tent flap that had dropped behind Joanne. Only a flash he had caught of her face, but in that flash he had seen the living, quivering joyousness of freedom blazing where a moment before there had been only horror and fear. As if ashamed of her own betrayal, Joanne had darted into the tent. She had answered his question 1,000 times more effectively than if she had remained to tell him with her lips that MacDonald's proofs were sufficient, that the grave in the Little Box Canyon had not disappointed her. She had recognized the ring and the watch. From them she had shrank in horror, as if fearing that the golden serpent might suddenly leap into life and strike. In spite of the mightiest efforts she might have made for self-control, Aldous had seen in her tense and tortured face a look that was more than either dread or shock. It was abhorrence, hatred, and his last glimpse of her face had revealed those things gone, and in their place the strange joy she had run into the tent to hide. That she should rejoice over the dead, or that the grim relics from the grave should bring that new dawn into her face and eyes, did not strike him as shocking. In Joanne his sun had already begun to rise and set. He had come to understand that for her the grave must hold its dead, that the fact of death under the slab that bore Mortimer Fitzhugh's name, meant life for her, just as it meant life and all things for him. He had prayed for it, even while he dreaded that it might not be. In him all things were now submerged in the wild thought that Joanne was free, and the grave had been the key to her freedom. Calmness began to possess him that was in singular contrast to the perturbed condition of his mind just a few minutes before. From this hour Joanne was his to fight for, to win if he could, and knowing this his soul rose in triumph above his first physical exultation, and he fought back the almost irresistible impulse to follow her into the tent and tell her what this day had meant for him. Following this came swiftly a realization of what it had meant for her, the suspense, the terrific strain, the final shock and gruesome horror of it. He was sure without seeing that she was huddled down on the blankets in the tent. She had passed through an ordeal under which a strong man might have broken, and the picture he had of her struggle in there alone turned him from the tent filled with a determination to make her believe that the events of the morning, both with him and MacDonald, were easily forgotten. He began to whistle as he threw back the wet canvas from over the camp outfit that had been taken from Pinto's back. In one of the 2 cowhide panniers he saw that thoughtful old Donald had packed materials for their dinner, as well as utensils necessary for its preparation. That dinner they would have in the valley well beyond the Red Mountain. He began to repack, whistling cheerily. He was still whistling when MacDonald returned. He broke off sharply when he saw the other's face. "What's the matter, Mac?" he asked. "You sick?" "It weren't pleasant, Johnny." Aldous nodded toward the tent. "It was beastly," he whispered. "But we can't let her feel that way about it, Mac. Cheer up, and let's get out of this place. We'll have dinner somewhere over in the valley." They continued packing until only the tent remained to be placed on Pinto's back. Aldous resumed his loud whistling as he tightened up the saddle girths and killed time in half a dozen other ways. A quarter of an hour passed, and still Joanne did not appear. Aldous scratched his head dubiously and looked at the tent. "I don't want to disturb her, Mac," he said in a low voice. "Let's keep up the bluff of being busy. We can put out the fire." 10 minutes later, sweating and considerably smoke-grimed, Aldous again looked toward the tent. "We might cut down a few trees," suggested MacDonald. "Or play leap-frog," added Aldous. "The trees'd sound more natural," said MacDonald. "We could tell her—" A stick snapped behind them. Both turned at the same instant. Joanne stood facing them not 10 feet away. "Great Scott!" gasped Aldous. "Joanne, I thought you were in the tent." The beautiful calmness in Joanne's face amazed him. He stared at her as he spoke, forgetting altogether the manner in which he had intended to greet her when she came from the tent. "I went out the back way, lifted the canvas, and crawled under just like a boy," she explained. "And I've walked until my feet are wet. And the fire is out." "I don't mind wet feet," she hurried to assure him. Old Donald was already at work pulling the tent pegs. Joanne came close to Aldous, and he saw again that deep and wonderful light in her eyes, and this time he knew that she meant he should see it, and words which he had determined not to speak fell softly from his lips. "You are no longer afraid, Lady Grey. That which you dreaded is dead," she said. "And you, John Aldous, without knowing, seeing me only as you have seen me, do you think that I am terrible?" "No, I could not think that." Her hand touched his arm. "Will you go out there with me in the sunlight, where we can look down upon the little lake?" she asked. "Until to-day I had made up my mind that no one but myself would ever know the truth. But you've been good to me, and I must tell you about myself, about him." He found no answer. He left no word with MacDonald until they stood on the grassy knoll, with the lakelet shimmering in the sunlight below them. Joanne herself did not speak again, and then with a little gesture she said, "Perhaps you think what is down there is dreadful to me. It isn't. I shall always remember that little lake, almost as Donald remembers the cavern, not because it watches over something I love, but because it guards a thing that in life would have destroyed me. I know how you must feel, John Aldous, that deep down in your heart you must wonder at a woman who can rejoice in the death of another human creature. And yet death, and death alone, has been the key from bondage of millions of souls that have lived before mine. And there are men, too, whose lives have been warped and destroyed because death did not come to save them. One was my father. If death had come for him, if it had taken my mother, that down there would never have happened for me." She spoke the terrible words so quietly, so calmly, that it was impossible for him entirely to conceal their effect upon him. There was a bit of pathos in her smile. "My mother drove my father mad," she went on, with a simple directness that was the most wonderful thing he had ever heard come from human lips. The world did not know that he was mad. It called him eccentric. But he was mad in just one way. I was 9 years old when it happened, and I can remember our home most vividly. It was a beautiful home, and my father, need I tell you that I worshipped him, that to me he was king of all men, and as deeply as I loved him, so in another way he worshipped my mother. She was beautiful. In a curious sort of way I used to wonder, as a child, how it was possible for a woman to be so beautiful. It was a dark beauty, a recurrence of French strain in her English blood. One day I overheard my father tell her that, if she died, he would kill himself. He was not of the passionate, over-sentimental kind. He was a philosopher, a scientist, calm and self-contained. And I remembered those words later, when I had outgrown childhood, as one of 100 proofs of how devoutly he had loved her. It was more than love, I believe. It was adoration. I was 9, I say, when things happened. Another man, a divorce, and on the day of the divorce this woman, my mother, married her lover. Somewhere in my father's brain a single thread snapped, and from that day he was mad on but one subject, and so deep and intense was his madness that it became a part of me as the years passed. And to-day I, too, am possessed of that madness. And it is the one greatest thing in the world that I am proud of, John Aldous. Not once had her voice betrayed excitement or emotion. Not once had it risen above its normal tone. And in her eyes, as they turned from the lake to him, there was the tranquillity of a child. And that madness, she resumed, was the madness of a man whose brain and soul were overwrought in one colossal hatred, a hatred of divorce and the laws that made it possible. It was born in him in a day, and it lived until his death. It turned him from the paths of men, and we became wanderers upon the face of the earth. 2 years after the ruin of our home, my mother and the man she had married died in a ship that was lost at sea. This had no effect upon my father. Possibly you will not understand what grew up between us in the years and years that followed. To the end he was a scientist, a man seeking after the unknown, and my education came to be a composite of teachings gathered in all parts of the world. We were never apart. We were more than father and daughter. We were friends, comrades. He was my world, and I was his. I recall as I became older how his hatred of that thing that had broken our home developed more and more strongly in me. His mind was titanic. 1,000 times I pleaded with him to employ it in the great fight I wanted him to make, a fight against the crime, divorce. I now know why he did not. He was thinking of me. Only one thing he asked of me. It was more than a request, it was a command, and this command, and my promise, was that so long as I lived, no matter what might happen in my life, I would sacrifice myself, body and soul, sooner than allow that black monster of divorce to fasten its clutches on me. It is futile for me to tell you these things, John Aldous. It is impossible. You cannot understand. I can, he replied, scarcely above a whisper. Joanne, I begin to understand. And still without emotion, her voice as calm as the unruffled lake at their feet, she continued. It grew in me. It is part of me now. I hate divorce as I hate the worst sin that bars one from heaven. It is the one thing I hate, and it is because of this hatred that I suffered myself to remain the wife of the man whose name is over that grave down there, Mortimer Fitzhugh. It came about strangely. What I am going to tell you now, you will wonder. You will think I was insane. But remember, John Aldous, the world had come to hold but one friend and comrade for me, and he was my father. It was after Mindanao. He caught the fever, and he was dying. For the first time her breath choked her. It was only for an instant. She recovered herself and went on. Out of the world my father had left. He had kept one friend, Richard Fitzhugh. And this man, with his son, was with us during those terrible days of fever. I met Mortimer as I had met 1,000 other men. His father, I thought, was the soul of honor, and I accepted the son as such. We were much together during those 2 weeks of my despair, and he seemed to be attentive and kind. And then came the end. My father was dying, and I was ready to die. In his last moments his one thought was of me. He knew I was alone, and the fear of it terrified him. I do believe he did not realize then what he was asking of me. He pleaded with me to marry the son of his old friend before he died. And I, John Aldous, I could not fight his last wish as he lay dying before my eyes. We were married there at his bedside. He joined our hands, and the words he whispered to me last of all were, "Remember, Joanne, thy promise, and thine honor." For a moment Joanne stood facing the little lake, and when she spoke again there was a note of thankfulness, of subdued joy and triumph in her voice. Before that day had ended, I had displeased Mortimer Fitzhugh, she said, and Aldous saw the fingers of her hands close tightly. I told him that until a month had passed I would not live with him as a wife lives with her husband, and he was displeased. And my father was not yet buried. I was shocked. My soul revolted. We went to London, and I was made welcome in the older Fitzhugh's wifeless home, and the papers told of our wedding. And 2 days later there came from Devonshire a woman, a sweet-faced little woman, with sick, haunted eyes. In her arms she brought a baby, and that baby was Mortimer Fitzhugh's. We confronted him, the mother, the baby, and I, and then I knew that he was a fiend, and the father was a fiend. They offered to buy the woman off, to support her and the child. They told me that many English gentlemen had made mistakes like this, and that it was nothing, that it was quite common. Mortimer Fitzhugh had never touched me with his lips, and now, when he came to touch me with his hands, I struck him. It was a serpent's house, and I left it. My father had left me a comfortable fortune, and I went into a house of my own. Day after day they came to me, and I knew that they feared I was going to secure a divorce. During the 6 months that followed, I learned other things about the man who was legally my husband. He was everything that was vile. Brazenly he went into public places with women of dishonor, and I hid my face in shame. His father died, and for a time Mortimer Fitzhugh became one of the talked-about spendthrifts of London. Swiftly he gambled and dissipated himself into comparative poverty, and now, learning that I would not get a divorce, he began to regard me as a slave in chains. I remember one time that he succeeded in laying his hands on me, and they were like the touch of things that were slimy and poisonous. He laughed at my revulsion. He demanded money of me, and to keep him away from me I gave it to him. Again and again he came for money. I suffered as I cannot tell you, but never once in my misery did I weaken in my promise to my father and to myself. But at last I ran away. I went to Egypt, and then to India. A year later I learned that Mortimer Fitzhugh had gone to America, and I returned to London. For 2 years I heard nothing of him, but day and night I lived in fear and dread. And then came the news that he had died, as you read in the newspaper clipping. I was free. For a year I believed that, and then, like a shock that had come to destroy me, I was told that he was not dead, but that he was alive, and in a place called Tate John Cache, in British Columbia. I could not live in the terrible suspense that followed. I determined to find out for myself if he was alive or dead. And so I came, John Aldous, and he is dead. He is down there, dead, and I am glad that he is dead. And if he were not dead, said Aldous quietly, I would kill him. He could find nothing more to say than that. He dared trust himself no further, and in silence he held out his hands, and for a moment Joanne gave him her own, and then she withdrew them, and with a little gesture, and the smile which he loved to see trembling about her mouth, she said, Donald will think this is scandalous. We must go back and apologize. She led him down the slope, and her face was filled with the pink flush of a wild rose when she ran up to Donald and asked him to help her into her saddle. John Aldous rode like one in a dream as they went back into the valley, for with each minute that passed Joanne seemed more and more to him like a beautiful bird that had escaped from its prison cage, and in him mind and soul were absorbed in the wonder of it and in his own rejoicing. She was free, and in her freedom she was happy. Free! It was that thought that pounded steadily in his brain. He forgot Quade and Culver Rann and the gold. He forgot his own danger, his own work, almost his own existence. Of a sudden the world had become infinitesimally small for him, and all he could see was the soft shimmer of Joanne's hair in the sun, the wonder of her face, the marvelous blue of her eyes, and all he could hear was the sweet thrill of her voice when she spoke to him or old Donald, and when now and then soft laughter trembled on her lips in the sheer joy of the life that had dawned anew for her this day. They stopped for dinner, and then went on over the range and down into the valley where lay Tate John, and all this time he fought to keep from flaming in his own face the desire that was like a hot fire within him, the desire to go to Joanne and tell her that he loved her as he had never dreamed it possible for love to exist in the whole wide world. He knew that to surrender to that desire in this hour would be something like sacrilege. He did not guess that Joanne saw his struggle, that even old MacDonald mumbled low words in his beard. When they came at last to Blackton's bungalow, he thought that he had kept this thing from her, and he did not see, and would not have understood if he had seen, the wonderful and mysterious glow in Joanne's eyes when she kissed Peggy Blackton. Blackton had come in from the work-end, dust-covered and jubilant. "I'm glad you folks have returned," he cried, beaming with enthusiasm as he gripped Aldous by the hand. "The last rock is packed, and to-night we're going to shake the earth. We're going to blow up Coyote number 27, and you won't forget the sight as long as you live." Not until Joanne had disappeared into the house with Peggy Blackton did Aldous feel that he had descended firmly upon his feet once more into a matter-of-fact world. MacDonald was waiting with the horses, and Blackton was pointing over toward the steel workers, and was saying something about 10,000 pounds of black powder and dynamite, and a mountain that had stood 1,000,000 years and was going to be blown up that night. "It's the best bit of work I've ever done, Aldous, that and Coyote number 28. Peggy was going to touch the electric button to 27 tonight, but we've decided to let Miss Gray do that, and Peggy'll fire 28 tomorrow night. 28 is almost ready. If you say so, the bunch of us will go over and see it in the morning. Maybe Miss Gray would like to see for herself that a coyote isn't only an animal with a bushy tail, but a cavern dug into rock and filled with enough explosives to play high jinks with all the navies in the world, if they happen to be on hand at the time. What do you say?" "Fine," said Aldous. "And Peggy wants me to say that it's only a matter of common, everyday decency on your part to make yourself our guest while here," added the contractor, stuffing his pipe. "We've got plenty of room, enough to eat, and a comfortable bed for you. You're going to be polite enough to accept, aren't you?" "With all my heart," exclaimed Aldous, his blood tingling at the thought of being near Joanne. "I've got some business with MacDonald, and as soon as that's over I'll domicile myself here." "It's bully of you, Blackton, you know." "Why, damn it, of course I know," chuckled Blackton, lighting his pipe. "Can't I see, Aldous? Do you think I'm blind? I was just as gone over Peggy before I married her. Fact is, I haven't got over it yet, and never will. I come up from work 4 times a day regular to see her, and if I don't come I have to send up word I'm safe. Peggy saw it first. She said it was a shame to put you off in that cabin with Miss Gray away from here. I don't want to stick my nose in your business, old man, but by George I congratulate you. I've only seen one lovelier woman in my life, and that's my Peggy." He thrust out a hand and pumped his friend's limp arm, and Aldous felt himself growing suddenly warm under the other's chuckling gaze. "For goodness' sake, don't say anything, or act anything, old man," he pleaded. "I'm just hoping." Blackton nodded with prodigious understanding in his eyes. "Come along when you get through with MacDonald," he said. "I'm going in and clean up for tonight's fireworks." A question was in Aldous' mind, but he did not put it into words. He wanted to know about Quade and Culver Rann. "Blackton is such a ridiculously forgetful fellow at times that I don't want to rouse his alarm," he said to MacDonald as they were riding toward the corral a few minutes later. "He might let something out to Joanne and his wife, and I've got reasons, mighty good reasons, Mac, for keeping this affair as quiet as possible. We'll have to discover what Rann and Quade are doing ourselves." MacDonald edged his horse in nearer to Aldous. "See here, Johnny boy, tell me what's in your mind." Aldous looked into the grizzled face, and there was something in the glow of the old mountaineer's eyes that made him think of a father. "You know, Mac." Old Donald nodded. "Yes, I guess I do, Johnny," he said in a low voice. "You think of Miss Joanne as I used to think of her. I guess I know. But what are you going to do?" Aldous shook his head, and for the first time that afternoon a look of uneasiness and gloom overspread his face. "I don't know, Mac. I'm not ashamed to tell you I love her. If she were to pass out of my life to-morrow, I'd ask for something that belonged to her, and the spirit of her would live in me until I died. That's how I care, Mac. But I've known her such a short time. I can't tell her yet. It wouldn't be the square thing. And yet she won't remain in Tête Jaune very long. Her mission is accomplished, and if she goes, I can't very well follow her, can I, Mac?" For a space old Donald was silent, and then he said, "You're thinking of me, Johnny, and what we was planning on?" "Partly." "Then don't any more. I'll stick to you, and we'll stick to her. Only—" "What?" "If you could get Peggy Blackton to help you—" "You mean—" began Aldous eagerly. "That if Peggy Blackton got her to stay for a week, maybe 10 days, visitin' her, you know, it wouldn't be so bad if you told her then, would it, Johnny?" "By George, it wouldn't." "And I think—" "Yes?" "Being an old man and seeing maybe what you don't see—" "Yes?" "That she'd take you, Johnny." In his breast John's heart seemed suddenly to give a jump that choked him, and while he stared ahead old Donald went on. I've seen it afore, in a pair of eyes just like her eyes, Johnny, so soft and deep like the sky up there when the sun's in it. I seen it when we was riding behind, and she looked ahead at you, Johnny, I did. And I've seen it afore, and I think," Aldous waited, his heartstrings ready to snap, "and I think she likes you a great deal, Johnny." Aldous reached over and gripped MacDonald's hand. "The good Lord bless you, Donald. We'll stick. As for Quade and Culver Rann—" "I've been thinking of them," interrupted MacDonald. "You haven't got time to waste on them, Johnny. Leave 'em to me. If it's only a week, you've got to be close and near by Miss Joanne. I'll find out what Quade and Rann are doing, and what they're going to do. I've got a scheme. Will you leave 'em to me?" Aldous nodded, and in the same breath informed MacDonald of Peggy Blackton's invitation. The old hunter chuckled exultantly. He stopped his horse, and Aldous halted. "It's working out fine, Johnny," he exclaimed. "There ain't no need of you going any further. We understand each other, and there ain't nothing for you to do at the corral. Jump off your horse and go back. If I want you, I'll come to the Blacktons or send word. And if you want me, I'll be at the corral or the camp in the coulee. Jump off, Johnny." Without further urging, Aldous dismounted. They shook hands again, and MacDonald drove on ahead of him, the saddled horses and the pack. And as Aldous turned back toward the bungalow, old Donald was mumbling low in his beard again, "God have mercy on me, but I'm doing it for her and Johnny. For her and Johnny." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 17. Half an hour later, Blackton had shown Aldous to his room and bath. It was 4 o'clock when he rejoined the contractor in the lower room, freshly bathed and shaven and in a change of clothes. He had not seen Joanne, but half a dozen times he had heard her and Peggy Blackton laughing and talking in Mrs. Blackton's big room at the head of the stairs, and he heard them now as they sat down to smoke their cigars. Blackton was filled with enthusiasm over the accomplishment of his latest work, and Aldous tried hard not to betray the fact that the minutes were passing with grueling slowness while he waited for Joanne. He wanted to see her. His heart was beating like an excited boy's. He could hear her footsteps over his head, and he distinguished her soft laughter and her sweet voice when she spoke. There was something tantalizing in her nearness, and the fact that she did not once show herself at the top of the stair. Blackton was still talking about coyotes and dynamite when, an hour later, Aldous looked up, and his heart gave a big, glad jump. Peggy Blackton, a plump little golden-haired vision of happiness, was already half a dozen steps down the stairs. At the top, Joanne, for an instant, had paused. Through that space, before the contractor had turned, her eyes met those of John Aldous. She was smiling. Her eyes were shining at him. Never had he seen her look at him in that way, he thought, and never had she seemed such a perfect vision of loveliness. She was dressed in a soft, clinging something with a flutter of white lace at her throat, and as she came down he saw that she had arranged her hair in a marvelous way. Soft little curls half hid themselves in the shimmer of rich coils she had wreathed upon her head, and adorable little tendrils caressed the lovely flush in her cheeks, and clung to the snow whiteness of her neck. For a moment, as Peggy Blackton went to her husband, he stood very close to Joanne, and into his eyes she was smiling, half laughing, her beautiful mouth a-quiver, her eyes glowing. The last trace of their old suspense and fear vanished in a new and wondrous beauty. He would not have said she was 28 now. He would have sworn she was 20. "Joanne," he whispered, "you are wonderful. Your hair is glorious." "Always, my hair," she replied, so low that he alone heard. "Can you never see beyond my hair, John Aldous?" "I stop there," he said, "and I marvel. It is glorious." Again! And up from her white throat there rose a richer, sweeter color. "If you say that again now, John Aldous, I shall never make curls for you again as long as I live." "For me?" His heart seemed near bursting with joy. But she had left him, and was laughing with Peggy Blackton, who was showing her husband where he had missed a stubbly patch of beard on his cheek. He caught her eyes, turned swiftly to him, and they were laughing at him. And there came a sudden pretty upturn to her chin as he continued to stare, and he saw again the color deepening in her face. When Peggy Blackton led her husband to the stair, and drove him up to shave off the stubbly patch, Joanne found the opportunity to whisper to him, "You are rude, John Aldous. You must not stare at me like that." And as she spoke, the rebellious color was still in her face, in spite of the tantalizing curve of her red lips and the sparkle in her eyes. "I can't help it," he pleaded. "You are glorious." During the next hour, and while they were at supper, he could see that she was purposely avoiding his eyes, and that she spoke oftener to Paul Blackton than she did to him, apparently taking the keenest interest in his friend's enthusiastic descriptions of the mighty work along the line of steel. And as pretty Peggy Blackton never seemed quite so happy as when listening to her husband, he was forced to content himself by looking at Joanne most of the time, without once receiving her smile. The sun was just falling behind the western mountains when Peggy and Joanne, hurried most incontinently by Blackton, who had looked at his watch, left the table to prepare themselves for the big event of the evening. "I want to get you there before dusk," he explained, "so please hurry." They were back in 5 minutes. Joanne had slipped on a long gray coat, and with a veil that trailed a yard down her back she had covered her head. Not a curl or a tress of her hair had she left out of its filmy prison, and there was a mischievous gleam of triumph in her eyes when she looked at Aldous. A moment later, when they were ahead of Blackton and his wife, to where the buckboard was waiting for them, he said, "You put on that veil to punish me, Lady Grey?" "It is a pretty veil," said she. "But your hair is prettier," said he. "And you embarrassed me very much by staring as you did, John Aldous." "Forgive me. It is, I mean you are, so beautiful." "And you are sometimes most displeasing," said she. "Your ingenuousness, John Aldous, is shocking." "Forgive me," he said again. "And you have known me but 2 days," she added. 2 days is a long time," he argued. "One can be born, and live, and die in 2 days. Besides, our trails have crossed for years." "But it displeases me." "What I have said?" "Yes." "And the way I have looked at you?" "Yes." Her voice was low and quiet now. Her eyes were serious, and she was not smiling. I know," he groaned, and there was a deep thrill in his voice. "It's been only 2 days after all, Lady Grey. It seems like a lifetime. I don't want you to think badly of me. God knows I don't." "No, I don't," she said quickly and gently. "You are the finest gentleman I ever knew, John Oldys. Only it embarrasses me. I will cut out my tongue and put out my eyes. Nothing so terrible," she laughed softly. "Will you help me into the wagon? They are coming." She gave him her hand, warm and soft, and Blackton forced him into the seat between her and Peggy, and Joanne's hand rested in his arm all the way to the mountain that was to be blown up, and he told himself that he was a fool if he were not supremely happy. The wagon stopped, and he helped her out again, her warm little hand again close in his own. And when she looked at him, he was the cool, smiling John Oldys of old, so cool and strong and unemotional that he saw surprise in her eyes first, and then that gentle, gathering glow that came when she was proud of him and pleased with him. And as Blackton pointed out the mountain, she unknotted the veil under her chin and let it drop back over her shoulders, so that the last light of the day fell richly in the trembling curls and thick coils of her hair. "And that is my reward," said John Oldys, but he whispered it to himself. They had stopped close to a huge flat rock, and on this rock men were at work fitting wires to a little box-like thing that had a white button lever. Paul Blackton pointed to this, and his face was flushed with excitement. "That's the little thing that's going to blow it up, Miss Gray. The touch of your finger on that little white button. Do you see that black base of the mountain yonder? Right there, where you can see men moving about? It's half a mile from here, and the coyote is there, dug into the wall of it." The tremble of enthusiasm was in his voice as he went on, pointing with his long arm. "Think of it! We're spending $100,000 going through that rock that people who travel on the Grand Trunk Pacific in the future will be saved 7 minutes in their journey from coast to coast. We're spending $100,000 there, and millions along the line, that we may have the smoothest roadbed in the world when we're done, and the quickest route from sea to sea. It looks like waste, but it isn't. It's science. It's the fight of competition. It's the determination behind the forces. The determination to make this road the greatest road in the world. Listen." The gloom was thickening swiftly. The black mountain was fading slowly away, and up out of that gloom came now ghostly and far-reaching voices of men, booming faintly through giant megaphones. "Clear away! Clear away! Clear away!" they said, and the valley and the mountainsides caught up the echoes, until it seemed that 100 voices were crying out the warning. Then fell a strange and weird silence, and the echoes faded away like the voices of dying men, and all was still, save the far-away barking of a coyote that answered the mysterious challenges of the night. Joanne was close to the rock. Quietly the men who had been working on the battery drew back. "It is ready," said one. "Wait," said Blackton, as his wife went to speak. "Listen." For 5 minutes there was silence. Then out of the night a single megaphone cried the word, "Fire!" "All is clear," said the engineer, with a deep breath. "All you have to do, Miss Gray, is to move that little lever from the side on which it now rests to the opposite side. Are you ready?" In the darkness, Joanne's left hand had sought John's. It clung to his tightly. He could feel a little shiver run through her. "Yes," she whispered. "Then, if you please, press the button." Slowly Joanne's right hand crept out, while the fingers of her left clung tighter to Oldys. She touched the button, thrust it over. A little cry that fell from between her tense lips told them she had done the work, and a silence like that of death fell on those who waited. A half a minute, perhaps 3/4, and the shiver ran under their feet, but there was no sound, and then a black pall, darker than the night, seemed to rise up out of the mountain, and with that, a second later, came the explosion. There was a rumbling and a jarring, as if the earth were convulsed underfoot. Volumes of dense black smoke shot upward, and in another instant these rolling, twisting volumes of black became lurid, and an explosion like that of 1,000 great guns rent the air. As fast as the eye could follow, sheets of flame shot up out of the sea of smoke, climbing higher and higher in lightning flashes, until the lurid tongues lit the air 1/4 of a mile above the startled wilderness. Explosion followed explosion, some of them coming in hollow, reverberating booms, others sounding as if in mid-air. Unseen by the watchers, the heavens were filled with hurtling rocks. Solid masses of granite 10 feet square were thrown 100 feet away. Rocks weighing a ton were hurled still farther, as if they were no more than stones flung by the hands of a giant. Chunks that would have crashed from the roof to the basement of a skyscraper dropped 1/3 of a mile away. For 3 minutes the frightful convulsions continued, and the tongues of flame leaped into the night. Then the lurid lights died out. Shorter and shorter grew the sullen flashes, and then again fell silence. During those appalling moments, unconscious of the act, Joanne had shrank close to Aldous, so that he felt the soft crush of her hair and the swift movement of her bosom. Blackton's voice brought them back to life. He laughed, and it was the laugh of a man who had looked upon work well done. "It has done the trick," he said. "Tomorrow we will come and see. And I have changed my plans about Coyote number 28. Hutchins, the superintendent, is passing through in the afternoon, and I want him to see it." He spoke now to a man who had come up out of the darkness. "Gregg, have 28 ready at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 4 o'clock sharp." Then he said, "Dust and a bad smell will soon be settling about us. Come, let's go home." And as they went back to the buckboard wagon, through the gloom, John Aldous still held Joanne's hand in his own, and she made no effort to take it from him. End of chapter 17. Recording by Jairus Amar.
Chapter 18 of The Hunted Woman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock. The Hunted Woman by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 18. The next morning, when Aldous joined the engineer in the dining room below, he was disappointed to find the breakfast table prepared for 2 instead of 4. It was evident that Peggy Blackton and Joanne were not going to interrupt their beauty nap on their account. Blackton saw his friend's inquiring look and chuckled. "Guess we'll have to get along without him this morning, old man. Lord bless me, did you hear them last night, after you went to bed?" "No, you were too far away," chuckled Blackton again. "I was in the room across the hall from them. You see, old man, Peggy sometimes gets fairly starved for the right sort of company up here, and last night they didn't go to bed until after 12 o'clock. I looked at my watch. Maybe they were in bed, but I could hear 'em buzzing like 2 bees, and every little while they giggled, and then go on buzzing again. By George, there wasn't a break in it. When one let up, the other'd begin, and sometimes I guess they were both going at once. Consequently, they're sleeping now." When breakfast was finished, Blackton looked at his watch. 7 o'clock, he said. "We'll leave word for the girls to be ready at 9. What are you going to do in the meantime, Aldous?" "Hunt up MacDonald, probably. And I'll run down and take a look at the work." As they left the house, the engineer nodded down the road. MacDonald was coming. "He has saved you the trouble," he said. "Remember, Aldous, 9 o'clock sharp." A moment later Aldous was advancing to meet the old mountaineer. "They've gone, Johnny," was Donald's first greeting. "Gone?" "Yes, the whole bunch. Quade, Culver Rann, DeBar, and the woman who rode the bear. They've gone, hide and hair, and nobody seems to know where." Aldous was staring. "Also," resumed old Donald slowly, "Culver Rann's outfit is gone. 20 horses, including 6 saddles. And likewise others have gone, but I can't find out who." "Gone?" repeated Aldous again. MacDonald nodded. "And that means?" "That Culver Rann ain't lost any time in getting under way for the Golds," said Donald. "DeBar is with him, and probably the woman. Likewise 3 cutthroats to fill the other saddles. They've gone prepared to fight." "And Quade?" Old Donald hunched his shoulders, and suddenly John's face grew dark and hard. "I understand," he spoke, half under his breath. "Quade has disappeared, but he isn't with Culver Rann. He wants us to believe he is gone. He wants to throw us off our guard. But he's watching and waiting, somewhere, like a hawk, to swoop down on Joanne. That's it," broke in MacDonald hoarsely. "That's it, Johnny. It's his old trick with women. There's 100 men who've got to do his bidding. Do it or get out of the mountains. And we've got to watch Joanne. We have, Johnny, if she should disappear." Aldous waited. "You'd never find her again, so help me God, you wouldn't, Johnny," he finished. "We'll watch her," said Aldous quietly. "I'll be with her today, Mac, and tonight I'll come down to the camp in a coulee to compare notes with you. They can't very well seal her out of Blackton's house while I'm gone." For an hour after MacDonald left him, he walked about in the neighbourhood of the Blackton bungalow smoking his pipe. Not until he saw the contractor drive up in the buckboard did he return. Joanne and Peggy were more than prompt. They were waiting. If such a thing were possible, Joanne was more radiantly lovely than the night before. To Aldous she became more beautiful every time he looked at her. But this morning he did not speak what was in his heart when, for a moment, he held her hand and looked into her eyes. Instead he said, "Good morning, Lady Grey. Have you used?" "I have," she smiled, "only it's Potterdam's tar soap, and not the other. And you? Have you not shaved, John Aldous?" "Great Scott, so I haven't," he explained, rubbing his chin. "But I did yesterday afternoon, Lady Grey." "And you will again this afternoon, if you please," she commanded. "I don't like bristles. But in the wilderness one can shave as well as another can make curls," she reminded him, and there came an adorable little dimple at the corner of her mouth as she looked towards Paul Blackton. Aldous was glad that Paul and Peggy Blackton did most of the talking that morning. They spent half an hour where the explosion of the night before had blown out the side of the mountain, and then drove on to Coyote number 28. It was in the face of a sandstone cliff, and all they could see of it when they got out of the wagon was a dark hole in the wall of rock. Not a soul was about, and Blackton rubbed his hands with satisfaction. "Everything is completed," he said. "Gregg put in the last packing this morning, and all we are waiting for now is 4 o'clock this afternoon." The hole in the mountain was perhaps 4 feet square. 10 feet in front of it the engineer paused and pointed to the ground. Up out of the earth came 2 wires, which led away from the mountain of the cavern. "Those wires go down to the explosives," he explained. "They're battery wires half a mile long, but we don't attach the battery until the final moment, as you saw last night. There might be an accident." He bent his tall body and entered the mouth of the cavern, leading his wife by the hand. Observing that Joanne had seen this attention on the contractor's part, Aldous held out his own hand, and Joanne accepted it. For perhaps 20 feet they followed the Blacktons with lowered heads. They seemed to have entered a black, cold pit, sloping slightly downward, and only faintly could they see Blackton when he straightened. His voice came strange and sepulchral. "You can stand up now. We're in the chamber. Don't move or you might stumble over something. There ought to be a lantern here." He struck a match and, as he moved slowly towards a wall of blackness, searching for the lantern, he called back encouragingly through the gloom. "You folks are now standing right over 10 tons of dynamite, and there's another 5 tons of black powder." A little shriek from Peggy Blackton stopped him, and his match went out. "What in heaven's name is the matter?" he asked anxiously. "Peggy!" "Why in heaven's name do you light a match then, with us standing over all those tons of dynamite?" demanded Peggy. "Paul Blackton, you're—" The engineer's laughter was like a giant roar in the cavern, and Joanne gave a gasp, while Peggy shiveringly caught Aldous by the arm. "There, I've got the lantern," exclaimed Blackton. "There isn't any danger, not a bit. Wait a minute and I'll tell you all about it." He lighted the lantern, and in the glow of it Joanne and Peggy's faces were white and startled. "Why, bless my soul, I didn't mean to frighten you," he cried. "I was just telling you facts. See, we're standing on a solid floor, 4 feet of packed rock and cement. The dynamite and black powder are under that. We're in a chamber, a cave, an artificial cavern. It's 40 feet deep, 20 feet wide, and about 7 feet high." He held the lantern even with his shoulders and walked deeper into the cavern as he spoke. The others followed. They passed a keg on which was a half-burned candle. Close to the keg was an empty box. Beyond these things the cavern was empty. "I thought it was full of powder and dynamite," apologized Peggy. "You see, it's like this," Blackton began. "We put the powder and the dynamite down there and pack it over solid with rock and cement. If we didn't leave this big air chamber above it, there would only be one explosion, and probably 2/3 of the explosive would not fire, and would be lost. This chamber corrects that. You heard a dozen explosions last night, and you'll hear a dozen this afternoon, and the biggest explosion of all is usually the 4th or 5th. A coyote isn't like an ordinary blast or shot. It's a mighty expensive thing, and you see it means a lot of work. Now, if someone were to touch off those explosives at this minute—" "What's the matter, Peggy? Are you cold? You're shivering." "Yes," chattered Peggy. Aldous felt Joanne tugging at his hand. "Let's take Mrs. Blackton out," she whispered. I'm afraid she'll take cold." In spite of himself, Aldous could not restrain his laughter until they had got through the tunnel. Out in the sunlight he looked at Joanne, still holding her hand. She withdrew it, looking at him accusingly. "Lord bless me!" exclaimed Blackton, who seemed to understand at last. "There's no danger, not a bit." "But I'd rather look at it from outside, Paul, dear," said Mrs. Blackton. "But, Peggy, if it went off now you'd be in just as bad shape out here." "I don't think we'd be quite so messy. Really I don't, dear," she persisted. "Lord bless me!" he gasped. "And they'd probably be able to find something of us," she added. "Not a button, Peggy." "Then I'm going to move, if you please," and suiting her action to the word, Peggy led the way to the buckboard. There she paused and took one of her husband's big hands fondly in both of her own. "It's perfectly wonderful, Paul, and I'm proud of you," she said. "But honestly, dear, I can enjoy it so much better at 4 o'clock this afternoon." Smiling, Blackton lifted her into the buckboard. "That's why I wish Paul had been a preacher or something like that," she confided to Joanne as they drove homeward. "I'm growing old just thinking of him working over that horrid dynamite and powder all the time. Every little while someone is blown into nothing." "I believe," said Joanne, "that I'd like to do something like that if I were a man. I'd want to be a man. Not that preachers aren't men, Peggy dear, but I'd want to do things, like blowing up mountains, for instance, or finding buried cities, or," she whispered, very, very softly under her breath, "writing books. John Aldous." Only Aldous heard those last words, and Joanne gave a sharp little cry. And when Peggy asked her what the matter was, Joanne did not tell her that John Aldous had almost broken her hand on the opposite side, for Joanne was riding between the two. "It's lame for life," she said to him half an hour later, when he was bidding her good-bye, preparatory to accompanying Blackton down to the working steel. "And I deserve it for trying to be kind to you. I think some writers of books are perfectly intolerable. Won't you take a little walk with me right after dinner?" he was asking for the 20th time. "I doubt it very, very much. Please, Lady Grey. I may possibly think about it." With that she left him, and she did not look back as she and Peggy Blackton went into the house. But as they drove away they saw two faces at the window that overlooked the townward road, and the two hands were waving good-bye. Both could not be Peggy Blackton's hands. "Joanne and I are going for a walk this afternoon, Blackton," said Aldous. "And I just want to tell you not to worry if we're not back by 4 o'clock. Don't wait for us. We may be watching the blow-up from the top of some mountain." Blackton chuckled. "Don't blame you," he said. "From an observer's point of view, John, it looks to me as though you were going to have something more than hope to live on pretty soon." I hope so. And when I was going with Peggy I wouldn't have traded a quiet little walk with her, like this you're suggesting, for a front seat look at a blow-up of the whole Rocky Mountain system. And you won't forget to tell Mrs. Blackton that we may not return by 4 o'clock." "I will not. And," Blackton puffed hard at his pipe, "and, John, the Tête Jaune preacher is our nearest neighbour," he finished. From then until dinner time John Aldous lived in an atmosphere that was not quite real, but a little like a dream. His hopes and his happiness were at their highest. He knew that Joanne would go walking with him that afternoon, and in spite of his most serious efforts to argue to the contrary, he could not keep down the feeling that the event would mean a great deal for him. Almost feverishly he interested himself in Paul Blackton's work. When they returned to the bungalow a little before noon, he went to his room, shaved himself, and in other ways prepared for dinner. Joanne and the Blacktons were waiting when he came down. His first look at Joanne assured him. She was dressed in a soft grey walking suit. Never had the preparation of a dinner seemed so slow to him, and a dozen times he found himself inwardly swearing at Tom, the Chinese cook. It was 1 o'clock before they sat down at the table, and it was 2 o'clock when they arose. It was a quarter after 2 when Joanne and he left the bungalow. "Shall we wander up on the mountain?" he asked. "It would be fine to look down upon the explosion." "I have noticed that in some things you are very observant," said Joanne, ignoring his question. "In the matter of curls, for instance, you are unapproachable. In other words, you are quite blind, John Aldous." "What do you mean?" he asked, bewildered. "I lost my scarf this morning, and you did not notice it. It is quite an unusual scarf. I bought it in Cairo, and I don't want to have it blown up." "You mean—" "Yes, I must have dropped it in the cavern. I had it when we entered." "Then we'll return for it," he volunteered. "We'll still have plenty of time to climb up the mountain before the explosion." 20 minutes later they came to the dark mouth of the tunnel. There was no one in sight, and for a moment Aldous searched for matches in his pocket. "Wait here," he said. "I won't be gone 2 minutes." He entered, and when he came to the chamber he struck a match. The lantern was on an empty box. He lighted it, and began looking for the scarf. Suddenly he heard a sound. He turned, and saw Joanne standing in the glow of the lantern. "Can you find it?" she asked. "I haven't yet." They bent over the rock floor, and in a moment Joanne gave a little exclamation of pleasure as she caught up the scarf. In that same moment, as they straightened and faced each other, John Aldous felt his heart cease beating, and Joanne's face had gone white as death. The rock-walled chamber was a-tremble. They heard a sullen, distant roaring, and as Aldous caught Joanne's hand and sprang toward the tunnel the roar grew into a deafening crash, and a gale of wind rushed into their faces, blowing out the lantern and leaving them in darkness. The mountain seemed crumbling about them, and above the sound of it rang out a wild, despairing cry from Joanne's lips. For there was no longer the brightness of sunshine at the end of the tunnel, but darkness, utter darkness, and through that tunnel there came a deluge of dust and rock that flung them back into the blackness of the pit, and separated them. "John Aldous!" "I am here, Joanne. I will light the lantern." His groping hands found the lantern. He relighted it, and Joanne crept to his side, her face as white as the face of death. He held the lantern above him, and together they stared at where the tunnel had been. A mass of rock met their eyes. The tunnel was choked. And then, slowly, each turned to the other, and each knew that the other understood. For it was death that whispered about them now in the restless air of the rock-walled tomb. A terrible death, and their lips spoke no words as their eyes met in that fearful and silent understanding. End of chapter 18.